Welcome everybody to Stream League 10, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. Oh, I am here with Jim Davis. Yes, it is the one, the only, the 15-0 Jim Davis. Now, you have a little bit of experience, I should say, playing mid-range decks. I think honestly there's room to brew right now in Standard. There's decks all over the place. We're going to be covering one of the most famous Standard decks right now, and that is Naya Runes in the first round. But that's a deck list in your tournament that you played that you kind of were gunning after, and I'm pretty sure if you have the right tools to beat it, you can gun after it. What do you think about this format, the scope of Standard right now? I know that your tournament was Alchemy, and it's a little bit different, but give us a little bit of a breakdown on what you think Standard is like right now. Give us a little bit of a breakdown on whether on what Standard is like right now. I know you have a lot of experience with mid-range decks, and we're going to be covering Naya Runes first, so make sure that you to make sure that it's really easy to hate, right? So what do you think about Standard right now? I think I was muted for a second, but what do you think about this format?
Sorry, yeah, just got you back there. Sorry about that. Little technical glitch. I'm here like your lips are moving, but I got nothing going on. So what's up, everyone? How's it going? Welcome. Sorry about the little technical delay. My bad. And yeah, Standard's pretty great right now. You know, we've seen some bans, of course, some new sets. I know Standard was pretty rough. It's been a little rough, honestly, over the last few years. You know, but it really feels like things have opened up a bit. We haven't seen any real major Standard events. Of course, the last big Standard event, the last big event was Set Championship, which was Alchemy and Historic. So many formats these days, but it's been pretty exciting, honestly. You know, I think the bans are pretty good. We're pretty open. I'm just excited to see a good tournament today.
Yeah, one of the decks we're going to be covering is Naya Runes in the first round, and there's a lot of different decks actually represented in this tournament. So many decks, so many different decks. There's a large variety. I know yesterday I played a Mardu mid-range deck that was completely off the cuff, a deck that I've been working on, and it did very well. So I think there's a lot of room for brewing, but Alchemy is different than Standard for sure, and you have some different things to worry about. There's no City Stalker Connoisseur. There's no, any of those cards, but there is a card that's still in Standard, and I think it's still strong, and that's the Oni Cult Anvil. I don't know if we have any of those decks in this tournament right now, but I think that might be a sleeper pick for me if I were to choose a deck to win this one.
Yeah, the card's really, really good. Obviously, somewhat reminiscent of the Cat Oven engine, and similar sort of deck wants to play it. Sort of like sacrificey, a lot of value, a lot of drains, and it doesn't seem like one damage is a lot until it happens over and over and over again. You get a Massacre in there, you get other sources of little ping damage, chip shot damage, and yeah, the card's super sweet. Very cool engine, like it a lot.
If you have the tournament pulled up here, Jim, we're going to be covering, like I said, Naya Runes in the first round. I believe we have the tournament paired already, actually. But what are they playing against? Let's go ahead and double check and see that.
Yeah, I actually don't see the stuff on Melee right now. The page is just empty. I don't know if the round hasn't started, but I just have empty archetypes and pairings.
Interesting. All right. Well, I can go ahead and let some people know here, but let's talk. I mean, you played a lot of mid-range in Alchemy, and Alchemy and Standard are very different. But where I know that there is a deck that just won the DGen Open, the Degenerate Gaming Open, and that was Esper Planeswalkers. I don't know if people were playing that before, but it's definitely a real deck. Now there's a card called Farewell that deals with everything else, literally graveyards everything outside of Planeswalkers. So you get a whole bunch of Planeswalkers on the board, you farewell the board, and you leave your Planeswalkers behind. How do you feel like that deck will fare? I know we have quite a few deck lists of Esper Planeswalkers in this tournament.
Yeah, Farewell's awesome. Kind of reminiscent of Planar Cleansing, a card from a few years back that allowed the control decks to kind of have the ability to clean things up completely. One of the reasons why your more generic like Wrath of God style sweeper hasn't been as good in recent years is because there's such a variety of threatening permanents. The board might be a Planeswalker and a Seek's Chariot, 2 tokens, and a creature land. and your Wrath of God effect doesn't look very good there because it only kills tokens, you know. So having a card like Farewell, which can kill most things. Now it can't kill planeswalkers, it can't kill creature lands, but it can mop up the anvils, it can mop up the creatures, it can mop up the artifacts, the enchantments. For Naya runes, it can kill the Showdown of the Skulls, all the enchantments as well. Having a card like that to get rid of everything, and then also kind of breaking the symmetry a bit with planeswalkers is kind of a really cool way to build the deck. So against these decks, like about the Rakdos artifacts, against enchantments, against creature decks, against these mid-range decks, trying to put in cards like a Seeker's Chariot and friends, having the way to mop it all is great. And then again, force breaking vicinity is really good too.
Yeah, one of those things that you can do if you're playing a mid-range deck or aggro deck, and you have that card like a Seeker's Chariot that doesn't get killed by generic sweepers like Wrath of God, is you can attack with all of your creatures and not animate the Chariot, so that your opponent can't use a single target removal on the Chariot and then sweep the board. Now you don't have a Chariot. Now the board's empty, right? But when you have a card like Farewell, I mean, do you attack with the Chariot now, anyway? Or do you play around them having Doomscar? Because that's also a card in the format. So I think it might be correct in situations like that to just still not attack with Chariot, hope they have Doomscar, but then you can get blown out by Farewell that these Planeswalkers decks are playing. So it's really difficult to play an aggressive deck with Farewell in the format like this with that Planeswalker deck. Plus the Planeswalkers do a really good job at generating tokens. Like if you're playing Sorin, it can get that 2/3 lifelink. A lot of Planeswalkers are making tokens nowadays. Wandering Emperor is one of the mainstays in Standard right now and will be for until Standard ends, until it rotates. And that card makes tokens as well, so it's gonna be a tough battle for aggro decks to beat that deck. What are actually some of the ways that aggro and mid-range decks can do? Maybe get a couple Elite Spellbinders on the battlefield?
Yeah, cards like Elite Spellbinder are really good. Depends on what colors you're playing, but most colors have some sort of way around it. So, white as Spellbinder, which is pretty good. White as Thalia. Farewell costs 7. It's a little expensive at that point. If you're playing blue, you can counter it. You're playing black, you can duress it. You're playing red or green, it's a little bit harder, but you can play hasters in both green and red to kind of have that post-wrath, rebuild. And also creature lands do pretty well too. If you're able to put it in a spot where they kind of have the wrath, but your creature land's ready to go too, that can help. And that can help against the planeswalkers too. Creature lands are very good against planeswalkers because they tap out to sweep the board and leave their walker in play. You can just fire up that creature land, attack the planeswalker that way. So most colors have a decent way to get around it, but of course it's not necessarily easy. And Farewell does do a good job. Of course, it exiles everything as well as the graveyard. That checks some of the things that would usually be good against it. Recursive creatures, effects that can keep your creatures alive, stuff like that. So there are answers for sure. As always, there's always a give and take, but it's dependent if those decks have those answers or not, and how the games play out.
Yeah, so it looks like that our archetype breakdown is not showing up on Melee, but we do have the pairings, and we can go ahead and look at some of the decks that are in here.
We got a cool one here. I have both lists up now, and we have a Naya Runes deck, which of course is one of the stock decks in the format. I feel like where the optimal lists are figured out pretty quickly. It almost reminds me of back in the day when there was the Madness deck or the Affinity deck, and it felt like occasionally the decks were almost too easy to build.
Right.
The Runes deck sort of feels like that, where this list is very stock. It's very, very good. It's simple. It's powerful. It does its thing. Is it the best thing to be doing? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. As we saw at the set championship, it is very, very beatable if you want to beat it, but it's also very powerful too. And this list here is super stock of our Runes deck. But on the other side of the matchup, we've got Garrett Askin also playing Naya, also playing similar sort of shell, but not playing Runes. So we've got Fable the Mirror Breaker, Yasharn, Starnheim Unleashed, Wandering Emperor, more of a Naya mid-range deck. So Wedding Announcement, Prosperous Innkeeper, Seeker's Chariot. This is a classic matchup of good cards versus synergy in the exact same colors, which would be pretty fun to watch play out.
Yeah, it's crazy that they kind of enact a similar game plan, but just do it in completely different ways.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm interested to see. I was gonna say I had to catch myself on. They're both decks have Showdown of Skalds. The mid-range deck actually has 0 copies of Showdown, which is pretty interesting to me. I kind of just assumed it would be there, but still, tons of value here. Fable the Mirror Breaker is a card that's broken out over the last few weeks as an extremely powerful card in these mid-rangey decks. Of course, the Seeker's Chariot needs no introduction. Wandering Emperor is super great. Skyclad Apparition. There's a lot of really good cards here. A few spicy one-ups. We see a Jugan Defends the Temple. Kind of fun. A Catilda Dawnheart Prime. For the most part, this is just ramp, good card after good card versus runes. And the interaction is here to an extent. Skyclave is really important in this matchup. Honestly, a little lighter on removal, so runes might be able to kind of get the ball rolling and take over, but we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, being a little bit lighter on removal as a mid-range deck in this format seems like a recipe for disaster against a deck like runes. If you don't find that answer right away or already have one sandbagging it in your hand, you can get hit by like a 16/16 trample lifelink real quick.
For sure, yeah. The answers this Naya mid-range deck has in the main deck are very good. Skyclave and Brutal Cathar are the cards you want against runes. Being able to exile doesn't matter of sizing, but there only are 4 total. 3 Skyclave, 1 Brutal Cathar. Also Wandering Emperor, which is pretty good as well. But you're right. There's good answers here, but not like a lot of good answers. And cards like Wedding Announcement, Seeker's Chariot are quite good, but can definitely get overpowered by the runes engine. And like you're saying, just, if there's a 15/15 lifelink trample in play, I don't really care how many Seeker's Chariots you have. That's going to be fine.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Sideboard-wise, there are some tools for the Naya mid-range deck. We'll get there, though. We'll get there one step at a time.
Yes, we are getting them ready to go right now. Who's your favorite here?
I'm going to give it to runes. I think you're right. I think that the runes deck, synergy can trump raw power level as long as the raw power level deck doesn't have the right answers. And I don't think there's enough of the right answers here, where as long as the rune player can kind of do their thing, get the showdowns going, get the ball rolling, I think they'll be able to pull it out.
Now, I do think that if runes has one of those awkward starts where you need double green, don't have double green for like commune plus Kami of transients or anything like that, or kind of has a little bit of awkward, land showdown on turn 4, like how those kind of hands can happen, if that does happen and the Naya deck gonna get some like really good aggression, maybe gets an early elite spell, not spell, but like an early Brutal Cathar, early Skyclave Apparition, I could see the good cards running away with it, but I don't really, with how consistent the runes deck is, I don't really see it stumbling.
Yeah, it's gonna come down to like how many Skyclaves basically can our Naya mid-range player draw in the first few turns. First few turns of the game. They draw 2, they're probably in pretty good shape. They don't find 1, they're in big trouble. So we'll see how it plays out.
All right, so our opening hand here for runes is a banger. This is, it's perfect. I mean, it's a little bit heavy on lands, but what more could you want?
Yep, good solid hand for sure. 1, 2, 3 up the curve. Of course, the Naturalist and the Runeforge Champion work super well together if you're unfamiliar. Naturalist reduces the cost of all your enchantments by 1. Runeforge makes all your runes cost exactly 1 generic mana. Put it together, and that fattens out to a big 0. So all your runes are free. So able to chain runes here again. A little heavy on lands, as you were saying. So you need to find a little more gas to make this hand super exciting. But everything is as it should be so far.
Now, if there's a Skyclave Apparition or Brutal Cathar in Garrett Askin's hand here, we could be in good shape. We're look at this. Would you trade here?
I like this attack. I think you're happy to trade here because you have your champion going, you have your naturalist going. Aspirant's going to go up as well. If there is a Skyclave or something here, as an announcement, sure. Then you're going to lose your thing anyway, and the Aspirant's going to start getting bigger. I think I like the attack there. And Garrett agreed, no blocks. So
I think if I'm the one with the aspirant and the wedding announcement there, and I see that attack on visitor, I have to. Is that just a tell that there's a Runeforge in hand?
Maybe. I mean, I'm not sure. It's weird because obviously, Dota makes the choice to attack and offer the trade. So that was a great draw there for Dota.
Oh my gosh.
So by offering the trade, Dota's saying it's okay if we trade, in theory, as far as Garrett knows, So that's a sign of like, I kind of want to trade here regardless. So that makes the block a little less desirable. But there you go. It's your Brutal Cathar.
Now, what's your theory on removing Visitor versus removing the Jukai Naturalist?
I'm not sure. It's funny because normally these sort of aura enchantment decks go really tall on one creature, but with Visitor out, they can actually go pretty wide, spread the counters out, spread the love. which is pretty sweet, honestly. And I'm not sure, honestly. I'm not sure what's right. The visitor has the naturalist has lifelink, which can be kind of important. The champion has their cost reduction. The visitor makes tokens. It's all here and there for sure. But we can see here, here's Skyclave and here's Brutal Cathar. But this is the big problem with this rune stack is Showdown of the Skalds in hand. You see a phenomenal start for Garrett here. Showdown could just undo everything.
Yeah, this is kind of the situation where we were talking about, right? There's 2 out of the 4 in the entire deck in the top 15 cards. There's a Brutal Cathar and a Skyclave Apparition. Is it going to be enough? That's a second Showdown.
All right, so here we go. Counters start flying.
Oh, is a Hallowed Haunting too? Okay. Garrett's going to need to pray to the Magic the Gathering gods for another Skyclave Apparition.
Yeah, this is pretty good. And it works out where all 4 cards can be cast off the Showdown. We see the Rune of Might and the Hallowed Haunting. We can see next turn, we can see Land, Haunting, Rune of Might. That puts a lot of stuff in play. And then, of course, the next turn will be another Showdown, which is phenomenal as well. And one of the things about playing Naya as your mid-range deck is no duresses, no counter spells. If your opponent wants to cast Showdown of the Skalds, they're going to cast it, and they're going to get full value off of it.
Now, if there's one thing that's going for Garrett here, is there's no lifelink rune yet, and there's a lot of power in play.
Yeah, and that's part of that aspect being around too, I think.
Yeah, if there's a way to kill this visitor right now and get a huge attack in, if there's no lifelink rune next turn, like there could be a couple Hallowed Haunting tokens and a couple draws, and it's gonna be a lot of value. But there it is. I think that's the recipe for disaster for Medicus.
Yeah, I mean, as we were saying, there are 4 Skyclave Brutal Cathar effects in this deck. Drawing 3 in your top 20 cards is definitely the way to win this matchup for sure. Now it's not over yet. Again, Hallowed Haunting can make some blockers, Rune Might, another Showdown is waiting, but absolutely backbreaking here because this is just an unbelievable amount of damage coming across.
What do you think about the main phase Beseiju on the Showdown with knowing that there's a Hallowed Haunting?
I mean, it's trying to deny the counters. I don't know if that's necessarily worth it, but at this point, Garrett's board is so big, I don't think it matters. Yeah. So triple Skyclave effect. That's if the Naya mid-range deck wants to win this matchup, that's exactly the way to do it.
No, we were just talking about that exact same thing. I mean, 3 out of the 4 of those effects with a wedding announcement, with the Luminarch Aspirant, it really added up. Like, I mean, every card that Garrett's going to cast here is going to be a good card.
Yeah, and I think that third one was necessary. If that 4/4 is still playing defense that turn, the attack isn't nearly as big. Then we see the untap, and we see Hallowed Haunting, a token, a couple counters here or there, and then that buys enough time to untap and play another Showdown and just totally pop off with the Hallowed Haunting. So, the third Skyclave there might have been necessary, might not have been if there had been other good cards too. But phenomenal draw. I am astoundingly surprised to see a Showdown of Skalds come out here. I
think you might be thinking that kind of got stuck with 2 of them, but I don't think that was the case. I think that was the case of not having enough creatures on board to where and not big enough fast enough. Right. In that case, I think I might have keep all the Kami of Transiences in, but at the same time, it's really easy to get exiled from that other Naya deck across the table.
Yeah, the Kamis are definitely a little worse against white removal for sure.
But they get bigger.
We see some removal spells coming in here, which is obviously a little awkward against a mid-range deck. You kind of want to kill their Luminarch Aspirant or whatever, but they also just have a bunch of other threats that aren't good versus spot removal, Wedding Announcement, Seeker's Chariot and stuff. So I don't know if I love the idea of bringing in these circle confinements. Especially on the play, if I'm the Runes deck, I think I wanted to stay pretty linear and bring in a few free protection spells. And again, I'm really surprised to see the 4th Showdown cut. I think Showdown is probably the best card in the deck, and the card that makes it so you can't overload removal and just beat the Runes deck. Without Showdown, you can beat the Runes deck by killing their stuff. I kill your thing, I kill your thing, I kill your thing, you're out of gas. But Showdown's the kind of card where they cast it and you're just like, oh my god,
yeah,
I killed your first 3 things, but now you have 4 more, so
especially with Hallowed Haunting. Not only is there 4 more, there's probably 12 more when Howled Hunting enters the battlefield. So I think if that Skyclave wasn't drawn on that last turn, there would have probably been close to 10 things on the board on the following turn. So we have this hand here of 2 visitors, a safekeeping, and a rip apart. Chose to mulligan. Now this hand's a little bit better, but it's gonna have to put a card back.
Yeah, it sucks. This is one of those like hands you really want to keep 7, but I think that was a reasonable mulligan. I think the ruins deck definitely wants to get off to a decent start, and this hand obviously would look great on 7. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, but got to put 1 back.
I think if I'm Medicus, I'm really tempted to put the commune back.
Yeah, I think putting back a commune or a land is reasonable, honestly. Like you can just like commune for a land or just get rid of the commune. The commune's the kind of card where it helps you smooth your hand out. But realistically, if you just have, 3 lands, 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop, you don't really need to fill any holes in that hand. So you just get rid of the commune. Instead of trying to find land number 3 with your commune, just keep land number 3.
Yeah, you're guaranteed it.
Right. So, definitely a worse hand than last game, but still pretty reasonable for Dota.
Gosh, with that hand that Dota had, I honestly would think that the decks that would knock out runes would be the farewell decks. But we see a deck specifically not playing farewell, of course, taking game 1. We see a Kami of Transience on turn 2, and this is usually where Garrett's going to play a card like Luminar Casprint. Are there any other 2-drops in this deck that you're kind of scared of if you're Medicus? Is there a Thalia?
There are 4 Prosperous Innkeepers, which of course can ramp up into turn 3 Chariot, turn 3 Wandering Emperor, turn 3 Halana, and a lot of partners. And then, of course, the Life Gain can add up as well.
I want to see some cool Chariot synergies. That's what I want to see in this game. I don't know if we're going to get to that far based on the hand of Medicus is pretty good with that Howled Hunting. I think with this hand, you're also going to need a couple Skyclave Apparitions. You're probably going to need to draw... If you had 7 Skyclave Apparitions for Garrett, you'd play them all.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And there only are 4 total to main and board. Sideboard has, like, a few Fateful Absences, a few Arcana Marias, actually a pair of Thalias, but as far as, like, actual removal goes, there only are 4 total Skyclave effects.
You white mana here to get the double white for Howled Hunting. Do we go for Lifelink first off? We do go for Lifelink.
That surprises me a little bit. I think Lifelink would be the worst of the 3 in this matchup, given that you're not really trying to race necessarily.
We might see some I guess saying, "Oh, I don't want what last game happened to happen again," with the Rune of Sustenance pick there.
Yeah, fair. With Innkeeper here, we could see a Chariot on turn 3 or some other like pretty powerful permanent. Just gonna foretell though, there are 2 copies of Starnheim Unleashed in this deck. That's the sorcery that foretells to make 4/4 Angel Flyers. There's your cute Seeker's Chariot synergy, of course, copying Angels. It's pretty cool.
Well, there it is. There's the synergy I wanted. That's all I need. Okay, now I'm done.
Yep.
All right, so we're gonna see Howled Hunting not cast here.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised here. There are ways to kill Howled Hunting, but it's pretty powerful. We could see here maybe trying to set up for Howled Hunting into a spell in the same turn. I imagine probably seeing the rune here.
If you're setting up for Howled Hunting plus a spell, then next turn you're hoping for a land and then Howled Hunting plus rune. So I would incentivize to play Rip Apart, but you don't really want to rip apart a treasure token, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could play both. I mean...
Yeah, you could play both. Wow, going for a land here?
Be pretty surprising. All right, so we're going to put it on the Runeforge champion. So this is a little weird because, like, we're seeing the threats spread out. It's also important to note that there are some Valorous stances in the list for the Naya deck. Also now, of course, some Fateful Absence. So fizzles the rune, so no draw.
That's probably... I mean, it's not good to happen for Medicus, but I think you're, like, more than okay with that, right? You just go land, draw card? Like, on end step?
The problem is, like, this was sort of telegraphed where there's just 2 mana open, which is another reason why I think casting Howled Haunting there just feels a lot better, because you're just not playing into it.
Right.
Getting your rune draw countered is pretty bad. It is pretty bad for sure. Now we see, just not a ton going on. Drawing the card with the clue is super sweet, obviously. Got to keep the ball rolling here. It looks like our Garrett's
land
missing
drop.
a land and a white. So definitely a chance for Dota to pounce.
You've got to be clenching if you're Garrett at this point. This is and one of the things that you said, Jim, and you were wondering why the other copy of Showdown of the Skulls was boarded out, and we're seeing what the hand can look like when you don't have a Showdown here from Metagame.
Oh, for sure, for sure. There's the Runes deck puts a lot of pressure on their opponents to have some good answers and removal spells. But what it comes down to is once they have those removal spells, then what's the Runes deck's plan? And having that plan B of just like playing Showdowns and going nuts is great, because the games where you pop off and put a 5/5 in play and your opponent doesn't kill it, you win the game quickly anyway. So as we see here, so a little bit of stumble from Garrett there, and a somewhat ugly game too, but effective for Dota.
Yeah, missing the land drop was. I mean, it just feels so bad, right? It feels so bad. Missed that land drop there.
Yeah, missing a land drop, no white except for a treasure. Just the hand just had a great start. Turn 2 Innkeeper is definitely probably one of the best turn 2 plays for this deck, but then just didn't have much else.
All right, hear me out here. Kill your own Innkeeper, you get the draw, and then you draw.
Oh, with the clue?
Yeah.
That would have seen a lot of damage coming across though. So I mean, I'm not sure. It's a tough one. Mulligan there for Garrett. Okay hand for Dota. It's a little slow and clunky.
It's a keep for Dota.
Already kept? Okay.
I think. Oh, that's a green. I thought that was 2 sundown passes in hand. Okay, it makes me feel a little bit better that it's a green source, but not untapped for Generous Scissor on turn 1.
Yeah, down to 5 here for Garrett, and even though Dota's hand's a little slow here with these tap lands, still pretty good. Dahlia's great though. Dahlia's a huge one. Dahlia's very good here. You can see making these runes cost a lot more. So the problem, of course, is Dahlia will also slow down Seeker's Chariot, Wedding Announcement, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, and so on and so forth too. So
all right, no double green here, which means no visitor into transients.
yeah, Champion's pretty good here. This is a turn where there could definitely be a removal spell up, so I think not playing a rune this turn is pretty solid. And just get to attack, say go, chill, set up. Again, Dahlia is a little awkward for Garrett. It does slow down some of their cards, and Dahlia by itself is not going to win the game versus runes.
All right, so look at that. We hit our land drops, and we have white mana here for Garrett on a mull to 5. Not keep. Okay, this is Telegraph. I would say it's Telegraph Wandering Emperor, but that can't be cast.
Yeah, so this is a little awkward because Naturals will allow the runes to be cast for 1 through Thalia, because they would cost 0, but that makes them cost 1. But don't really want to cast a rune to 4 open mana here, I don't think. So kind of like a weird, do you do it, do you not do it kind of thing. A lot of runes available anyway.
I think you just do it. Like, you have 4 runes in hand. Whoa, going for the land this time to play around removal. What do you think of that?
I think it's reasonable. You're drawing a card, you're putting a counter on the visitor, trying to draw a 4th land because the Thalia is a little taxing. Didn't find it. We saw that Dota boarded out 2 copies of Commune Spirits. I like that a lot because it is very awkward against Thalia and friends. So I think Commune being boarded out is pretty smart.
We see wanting to keep Runeforge back to block the Thalia, not wanting to die.
Yeah. Seems a little weird. I think you're pretty happy just trading damage here. Ahead on board. I don't think there's a card that punishes the champion for attacking. If it's like land, sorcery, speed, Wandering Emperor, I think you're fine with that. But it's a Skyclave.
Okay, so maybe that's the entire hand for Garrett, seeing no play last turn, maybe not wanting to use the apparition on the visitor, and just wanting to save the apparition. Okay, well that wouldn't make sense for me in that case. That makes me think that the Skyclave was top deck.
I think I agree that was the draw for the turn. And now no spells are castable now. And now you can start seeing some runage here, the Naturalist circumventing the Thalia effect.
Here we go.
I think I would have liked to have seen Runa Speed on the Naturalist, honestly.
Yeah, that seemed like it'll be really good. You can get both. You can get both creatures in. They have lifelink anyway.
Drew land, so ended up being fine anyway. But I would have led on the Runa of Speed, I think.
Look at that perfect knowledge. Oh, there we go. I mean, this is a huge attack.
Just, popping off through Athalia, attacking for a whole bunch.
That would have been a really good turn to play a card like Archon of Maria. Instead of playing this deck
Archons in this Naya board. And that was the card, of course, that kept the Runes deck down in the set championship. There were main deck Archon and Marias out the wazoo, and the Runes deck clearly does not like to play against that card. So yeah, we got a Valor stance here, but it feels like it might just be too little too late. Already at 5 now for Garrett. Big attack coming across here. Runa Might gives trample. I'm just gonna go big on this visitor. It makes a lot of sense. No spells can really be cast here. Send in the clowns, and I think this is just it. I guess not. They can block and go to 1 and lose everything.
This is what we're talking about when it started.
This Naya deck, not a 1.
Not one in the Naya deck.
Not a single one.
This is what we're talking about. I mean, what the thing I said in the beginning, like, can you deal with a huge creature? And we see right now the answer is just no.
So it's kind of a strange block there. I could have stayed alive at 1 life there. I don't think it matters, but there you go. All right, so yeah, I feel like pretty much close to what we said in the beginning of the match, that, you know, if the mid-range player can draw a lot of good answers at the right times, they can definitely win, but the Runes deck seems like it lines up pretty well.
All right, let's go ahead and check out one of our DGen streamers here in Game 3. Let's check out Jaffer playing against Constantino. Constantino looks like it's playing an Esper, either Esper Walkers or just a general Esper control deck. We see Jawari Runes there on the battlefield against Jaffer's board of Old Growth Troll, Frenzied Trapbreaker.
We see Please Don't Play Farewell board.
Yeah. We don't know if the land was already played this turn or not, so maybe 6-mana is not available, but we do see a Baleful Mastery on the Old Growth Troll. One of the cards that are in standard that you would think would be really good, but is just not seeing a lot of play right now.
It's just a clunky card. It's just a clunky card. You never ever want to play it for 2, and then at 4 mana, it's just not super exciting.
Jaffer's game died. Jaffer, come back!
Esports ready software, ready to rock and roll.
I'm going to look for Constantino. See if Constantino is sharing their screen right now. But until Jaffer comes back, come back. We're going to go ahead and see if someone else is playing. But we do want to get back into that match. It looks like it's going to be really good at the end there. Was Constantino? Can you look at the deck list right now and see if that's an Esper Walkers or just like some kind of Esper Control Brew or? We do see that Jaffer usually plays mono green in spots like this.
So we had no farewells in that deck, in the main deck. There were 1 of a sideboard. It's more of like a blue-black control deck, just lightly splashing white for Banishing Verse.
Now, I did play against there's someone who made a Mardu brew that plays Kaya's Onslaught and tries to kill your opponent in 1 turn with and it plays Killian, the 2-drop Orzhov 2/2 Menace lifelink that makes your creatures, I mean your things that target other creatures cost like 2 less or something like that. It was Angel Fire Ignition, and I got destroyed by it because of how bad Vanishing Verse was against it. So we'll see if in this tournament people are going to play around Vanishing Verse since it's such a powerful removal spell.
Yeah, and that's one of the fun things about Vanishing Verse. I think it's just a really good design, is that you want to be able to play around the removal spells. You know, when there's a removal spell, it's too ubiquitous, you know, something like Lightning Bolt or Swords to Plowshares, where it just kills everything forever. It kind of just stinks because there's no real counterplay. But when you have cards like Vanishing Verse, or you have cards, you know, that only kill certain things, damage-based removal, Fatal Push, whatever it is, you know, you can play a 5-drop against Fatal Push, a multicolor card against Vanishing Verse, a 5 creature against a Lava Coil. So I like the design of Vanishing Verse a lot. It's a powerful card, but it certainly has blind spots, and you can't exploit it.
Going with Lava Coil in the explanation, I respect it. Lava Coil is the standard all-star. I loved that card. We see a
So
forest
little...
off the top here. No creature land for Jaffer. Behold Multiverse for Constantino. Not looking too hot for Jaffer right now, unless Constantino has a handful of lands.
Yeah, that top there is pretty soul crushing. It's Grizzly Bear versus the World right now. Constantino's at 16 life, just top with
Oh
5 cards
my.
in hand against the Grizzly Bear. Yeah, not looking so good for Jaffer here.
And plus Constantino, it's not like Constantino's at like 8 life that has to kill this Grizzly Bear. Like, they could just take some damage, develop the board, cast some Memory Deluges, cast some things, go to 12, go to 10, and then the game's over.
Yeah, for sure.
There you go. Found that second white source. Is there any wonder? I would be very surprised if there was Wandering Emperor in this board in this deck at all for Constantino being a very light splash.
Yeah, the white's just a light splash. 4 Manic Banishing Verse, 1 Farewell on the board, 2 Fracture, 1 Path of Peril. The only white cards in the deck.
Splashing for a 2-drop is a little bit scary for me.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, Banishing Verse is a 2-drop, but it's a more of a 2-mana card you're going to play a little later in the game anyway. So
right, I agree with that. Here we go. Here's the hasty threat, but no counterspell. This is just Vanishing Verse here, right?
Yeah, I'd be pretty surprised if this weirdo Moose was able to deal any damage this turn.
Weirdo Moose. It's odd, not weird.
Maybe it's weird and odd. Maybe it's both. Why not both? Why not both?
Why not both? There's that meme right there. All right, so we see Constantino go to 12. Maybe he goes to 10. What are the late game threats here? And we see one. I was just about to ask
Disciples
that.
of the Drowned is a late game threat. How's that one? Is that one good?
Inscription of Abundance, not the worst top deck, but that's not going to do it.
Yeah, so I was saying you often don't want to cast Mastery for 2. I guess there's a Fading Hope also, but this Inscription of Abundance giving us brief, tiny bit of hope for Jaffer if maybe somehow there was no way to kill the Sculptor, but they're all face up. Multiple ways to kill the Sculptor, untapping with Lear, and that's all she wrote. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. This game's already done.
Yeah, I have my cup of coffee here with my dad jokes on it, and maybe we get to rattle off some dad jokes while the control deck wins here.
Yeah, this is Lear's pretty demoralizing. We can steal all those cards available, and again with Inscription, in theory, a kicked Inscription on Sculptor would kill the Lear with +2/+2 in a fight, but unless Constantino really falls asleep at the wheel here, pretty unlikely.
And I think really has to just literally fall asleep at this point.
There's so many spells.
So many spells. Mobile ready client. All right, World Pack Leader comes down, sandbagging this Inscription here. I mean, if there's a way out, there's probably not, but if there is, what is it for Jaffer?
The problem is there's also a Fading Hope in the graveyard. So if the Fading Hope wasn't there, this would be a spot where Jaffer could Inscription in response. And Jaffer probably should Inscription in response here because that'll at least force the Pack Leader to get bounced and not killed.
Yeah.
But because of the Fading Hope there, Constantino only, I won't even say loses the game, I'll say falls out of this incredibly powerful position if they slip up, tap out, and somehow allow this Inscription to kill the Lear. But even then, they're at 10 with 5 cards in hand, so it's not like if the Lear dies, the game is over. The Lear is a sub-game. Jaffer must win this Lear sub-game to have any chance to win at all. That's going to be extremely difficult. And even if Jaffer does win the Lear sub-game, Constantino still has a bunch of cards in hand and still playing a regular game of Magic.
Yeah, it's still playing the same game of Magic that kept Constantino at 14 life this entire game from start to finish. These 7 or 8 turns have gone by.
Yeah, that was the way out there. That was the way out for Jaffer. Just regroup, try and win next round.
I want to see Jaffer do good, but the mono green getting paired against a deck with full of Vanishing Verses is not where you want to start.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, let's go ahead and go over to one of your people. See if Hogpog is online right now, still playing.
Hogpog's great.
Go ahead and see what they're on here. Looks like we're going to need them to stream their match in the Discord. But
Yeah, I'm not seeing that either.
let's go ahead and see if another one of very popular player is playing. We have Arne Huschenbeth here in game 2.
Let's check it out. That's a lot of stuff.
We have a couple circle confinements. We have a Valkmira on the board, which is not good at all against Milanomi attacking with this 1/1. This is the Anvil deck that I was talking about that can really burn you out of nowhere. I don't know if only could Anvil targets, which would make them pay 1 extra mana for Valkmira. I don't think it does. So we're going to see a drain here, make another 1/1, have a Hive of the Eye Tyrant. And Arne Huschenbeth is really just trying to top deck out of this, right? There's just a 4/4 Angel trying to get there. A lot of life to be gained for Milanomi over the course of a few turns.
So, Unicult Anvil does deal damage, so the shield will stop that. But the shield will not stop the Massacre.
Shield won't stop Massacre. Shield won't prevent the gain life, but maybe these 2 flyers are going to get there if there's not a Meathook Massacre again drawn off the top here for Milanomi.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good. This is looking pretty good. Think it's exactly Massacre, and even then, again, still.
Oh my
there
goodness!
You go. All right, so still playing the game for Arnie though.
Now you see some life gain here from Milanomi. Now Milanomi's at 4. Arnie's at 7. Wedding announcement. That's a great draw.
Yeah, there's still this Hive of the Eye Tyrant hanging out, but remember, it only deals 2 damage because of the shield in play. So it's a 4-turn clock in theory. So we got Abandoned Mire for Blood Tithe Harvester. Make a blood. Anvil the blood. Again, no damage dealt because of a shield for the anvil. And another creature land.
Skyclave Apparition. Let's see. I mean, I'm really tempted to go for that Onicult Anvil. There's a couple creature lands that with a 1 land drop can animate both of them. Am I right about that? No. Needs 2 more land drops from Milanomi to animate both lands.
Yeah, the shield here being quite the nuisance. Shrinking all the 1/1s can't deal damage. The anvil's not dealing damage. The Meathook Massacre will deal damage because it is life loss. So as creatures die, the Meathook Massacre will still drain. Could even see the Massacre targeted here, honestly, but gonna go for this. Go for the Harvester.
Yeah, I guess if you don't go with a Harvester, like another Harvester drawn off the top or any way to make a blood token also kills the Apparition.
Yeah.
So Voldaren Epicure, that's not going to do damage. Like, this Valkmira might just win the game for Arne.
It saved at least 5 or 6 damage already. So, yeah, I mean, shields up, Captain. And now there are just like a bunch of good draws for Arnie. And then, of course, the announcement flips next turn, and this army of 1/1 turns into 2/2s. And with Milanomi only at 4 life, things could turn real quick here.
The thing about being at 4 life here is that there's still chump blockers nonetheless, and then Arne's still going to lose life from this Meathook when they chump block.
Yes, that is true. This is an attack here for 2. We could see Skyclave trade for Hive. Or we could see just take the 2 here and then swing back. But like you're saying, you are right. Every creature that dies on Milanomi's side is another point for the Meathook Massacre. So...
And also they could get into the Valkmira, like, damage. It's not a bug, but it's just like a difficult with double blocks with Valkmira in play. You have to really pay attention to how you spread the damage.
Yes. Yes.
Because if you don't have damage turned on to where you can manually spread the damage, you could get, oh, here we go. This is it here. The 1/1 gets hit first. So the Skyclave is not going to die.
Yeah, I mean, blockers might have not been ordered yet, maybe.
Did Arne click submit on double blocks already? Yes.
Yeah, so this could be Milanomi assigning blockers now, but I'm not sure.
Hopefully it is.
Yeah, that would be a little interface annoyance.
Oh my gosh, it was. Oh my gosh, nothing died.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got interfaced. That's what I was talking about.
That was actually a poor choice. So they actually assigned the damage 1 to the token and 2 to the Skyclave. So of course nothing died because the -1 to both those. And now we see a Yasharn, which is a pretty insane draw also, and things are looking up for Arnie here.
I mean, with that Yasharn drawn, even if the Skyclave died and there was a 2/2 on the side of Milanomi, I don't know if it would matter, but it's just a matter of, like, if Milanomi draws a couple more creatures that can chump block, the Meathook Massacre can get there, but I think Meathook Massacre is, like, the only chance here. And with Yasharn being drawn here, that means no more sacrificing to Onicult Anvil. I don't know. Maybe another Meathook Massacre off the top? Legion Angel.
Yeah, it might be another Massacre here. It's also like a 3 life just dead on board. It's like Massacre or... I mean, a kill spell on the Skyclave would provide another blocker. So... like a Voltage Surge, something like that, to kill the Skyclave, and then pay it, and then make Bugbear block, but I'm gonna see a Gatekeeper instead.
Well, that burns for 1.
Gatekeeper does deal damage, so it deals only 1 damage less. Oh my god. This is...
that's a concede button, right? 1 short of lethal? It was a Valkyria.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Wallons don't deal damage. My bad. Sorry. Shield's got a lot of a weird effect on the game. That was it. Yeah, so Shield's up. The shield just takes the game basically by itself.
Wow. I mean, if there was no shield, the game would be long over. Like, very long over.
Yeah. Not even close.
And that's a card that just, like, you don't see really played nowadays, outside of, like, a couple copies maybe in the 75 is Redain, right?
Yeah, and much more often played as Redain, against the control decks, make their farewell cost 8, or whatever it may be. You don't see the shield itself cast that often, But against these sacrifice decks, pretty good. It's very good against 1/1s, it's very good against Anvil. Very impressive there. Very impressive there.
Yeah, and we were gonna go over to John Ramos and be the Harbingers of Doom, but it looks like John Ramos just died to Doriable. And John Ramos looked like he missed the land drop and died, but was playing the Unexpected Windfall Expressive Iteration shenanigans. So I don't know if I'm happy or sad that happened, but John Ramos is a streamer that has been streaming for quite a while and likes to play decks like that. But we're going to go ahead and see if we can find some other players playing here. I believe we still have Elliot Dragon playing in Game 3 against Godhulu with a really insane board with Dominating Vampire. So let's go ahead and watch the aftermath. I would say the aftermath, but we're going to watch the aftermath in a second. What is going on here?
Oh, hi. So we've got a little bit of a Splinter Twin situation here. We've got Dominating Vampire being copied by Reflections of Kiki-Jiki, coming into play, and then it untaps a creature and gives it haste. So untapping Kiki, make another copy. So every 1 mana is a vampire, and Harbingers of Doom, but with great style and pizzazz.
You know what? Elliot Dragon never ceases to amaze us. He always comes up with something that I just want to play.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet. And I've done the if you have 2 Reflections of Kiki-Jiki, 1 can copy the other.
Yep.
So you can, like, end of turn, copy, untap, attack. But with the Dominating Vampire both giving haste and being untapped, it's actually just, pay 1, make a 3/3, attack with haste.
Yeah, I actually did that in round 6 for my winning into top 8 yesterday in the DGen Open. I had 2 Reflection of Kiki-Jikis on the board, and my opponent had a full board of mono white creatures, and we just had a stalemate. I got the second copy of Reflection of Kiki-Jiki. They couldn't deal with it. On their end step, I made like 9 Reflection copies, and then copied my Skyclave Apparition like 9 times, got rid of their entire board, and attacked him for game.
That's sweet. Yeah, the second Reflection is super awesome.
Yeah. Reflection is just one of those cards that it just really demands removal. but it demands removal like almost twice because you don't really want them to make a bunch of treasures. But like the 2/2 isn't that big of a deal for 3, but it also fixes your hand too. So it's like the ultimate mid-range card.
Yeah, super great card. Super great card.
I believe Nate Fenley is one of the last people playing, so we're just going to go ahead and see what's going on in that board here. We have a Skyclave Apparition, Legion Angel, and Wandering Emperor in hand for this mono white player playing against someone with Mech Hanger in their deck. I love this land. If you're going to play a vehicles deck, this is definitely a card you're playing. This looks like an Orzhov vehicles deck.
Let's take a look. Give me 1 second to pop that up.
You see Thalia get in with Luminarch Aspirant. There's 5 damage on board, down to 12 for Jade Arrow. Legion Angel coming down as a 4/3. I don't know if there's any sweepers in this deck for Jade Arrow, but not looking too good in game 3 here. Looks like Nate Fenley might pull it out. I don't know if there's anything that can happen here that can bring them back in the game. Maybe like untap land and a sweeper for Thalia and Luminarch Aspirant.
Yeah, this is an Abzan vehicles deck for Jade Arrow. Pretty cool. Greasefang, Asika's Chariot, Vanishing Verse, Wandering Emperor, Bankbuster, Surge Hacker Mech, pretty awesome. But that Thalia there cutting off most of the outs. There are 2 Meat of Massacres in this deck, 2 more on the board, but Thalia plus Aspirant doing a good job of getting out of range of Massacre.
Another Legion Angel. Jade Arrow's at 2. Kind of out of control.
Yeah, so you can't see land and Massacre for 3 because of Thalia, of course, that's going to do it. So pretty fun looking deck. Hopefully they'll do well. We'll see them later. But mono white takes it down.
Now, I'm kind of used to in standard to have like a lot of back and forth games, a lot of elite spellbinder type, Skyclave Apparition type games that are kind of back and forth with, one person has to meet a massacre, next person puts a couple creatures on board, next person puts a couple creatures on board, kind of back and forth. But in these last few games that we've covered here, it's been like kind of lopsided. Like, yeah, it's in game 3, so both players had a chance to win their game and do their thing, but it looked a little lopsided from the way that we looked at it, right?
Yeah, I mean, just some awkward hand. Like this hand, obviously, the Mech Hanger is super cool for animating your vehicles, but doesn't tap for colors. So not really casting your Vanishing Verses and your Skyclave Apparitions off of this hanger. So a little bit of an awkward draw. And the white deck is good at punishing awkward draws for sure.
Yeah. I usually tend not to put cards like Field of Ruin and Mech Hanger in my 3-color decks, but if my 3rd color is a very light splash for something like Asika's Chariot, then maybe I would consider it, but not the best thing to be doing in your 3-color deck is be putting colorless lands there. But out of the decks that we just watched, maybe some ones that we haven't watched yet, what do you think's the fate of something like we watched Jaffer lose? But what do you think's the fate of a deck like Mono Green that I don't think is very represented in this tournament? But there's a lot of decks like Mono Green, Mono White. There's probably not even Mono Red, but what's the fate of Mono Green in a world of like there's a couple of good 4 damage removal cards. There's like Skyclave Apparition, Brood Cathar all over the place. Is it a good spot for Mono Green right now?
It can be tough because there are a lot of good kill spells. And then decks like Runes seem like they line up pretty well against Mono Green, where you're able to kind of make a big lifelinger. You kind of can just pop off. The Mono Green deck isn't playing that much removal. So the Runes deck is kind of like a modern deck, where if it's allowed to do its linear thing unopposed, it can do some pretty gross things. If you're able to kill it, then it can obviously will slow it down a lot. But a deck like Mono Green can't really do that. Same with Mono White. I know that Red Green Werewolves was like one of the most popular decks in Alchemy before coming out in Neon Dynasty, and then got almost obliterated out of the format by Runes because couldn't interact with the board enough. And Runes just sits there. All right, here's an 8/8 lifelinker.
Go.
There you go. And they can't do anything about it. So we'll see. We'll see. Green's powerful deck has some powerful cards in it, and as long as there's a plan for Runes and a plan for spot removal, it could possibly do well. But we'll see.
We've seen Runes pop off in round 1 here, but Runes has not made. I don't even think Runes made have 1 top cut placement in the set championship. Am I correct on that? Maybe there was 2. In
I don't believe there were any. Runes got absolutely destroyed in the championship.
Okay, I thought for a second there was 1, but they got absolutely destroyed. And then we saw that I watched your coverage with Jeff Hoogland for the Hoogland Open. There was absolutely 0 copies of Runes in the entire tournament of 99 people. So of course it didn't make. What was that?
Which is unbelievable.
Yeah,
we were astounded.
Insane. for how dominating the deck was into people playing around at the set championship, maybe Jeff Hoogland's tournament was like maybe too soon after the championship, with people just really not wanting to play runes. If everyone's going to play Archon of Emeria, we're not playing runes, right? But then it leaves it open to, is runes going to be played again now that people are going off of Archon of Emeria, since there was no runes in that tournament? Well, there are runes in this tournament, and we saw how dominating it was in this round. We'll see if it can continue dominating in the next few rounds. But I think we're seeing a little bit less Archon of Emeria now in this tournament.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at the metagame breakdown. This is kind of insane. There are sub archetypes, but there are only, the most played deck is 3 copies. There are 3 mono white aggro decks, 3 Selesnya token decks. Then we have 2 Esper Control, 2 Azorius Tempo, and then the rest of it's all one-offs. You know, 1 Abs
Really?
mid-range, 1 Naya mid-range, 1 Orzhov mid-range, 1 Izzet combo, 1 Orzhov Planeswalkers, 1 mono green. And there's obviously some crossover there. You know, Esper Control, Esper Planeswalkers, probably pretty similar. Selesnya mid-range, Selesnya tokens, probably pretty similar. But real impressive spread of decks. You know, I'm just astounded. You would think in like what is this, you got 30, 25 players, you would think there'd be at least, you know, maybe 5 of a deck, 6 of a popular deck. So seeing this spread here is pretty awesome.
Especially being an open with how amazing the prizes are in this tournament. That you know, in stream leagues in the past, you know, we've seen, you know, meme decks or something like that, like something for fun because it's like, you know, a big thing that we're doing with our tournament friends and playing against each other, right? But this one's an open, since we are giving out the April qualifier invites, and we still see a breakdown like this. That there's 3 mono white aggro, 3 Selesnya tokens, and 2 Esper Control, 2 Azorius Tempo, and then everything else is one-ups.
Yeah, I mean, Rakdos Vampire, Naya Runes, Jeskai Combo, Monolith Midrange, Jund Treasures, Rakdos Sacrifice, Jeskai Treasures. You know, just like there are obviously, again, some crossover in some of these decks for sure, but still awesome to see a nice wide open field.
Now, I think Arne Huschenbeth was one of the people that's labeled Selesnya tokens, but we did see Yasharn, but we also did see the 4/4 Angel. We saw a wedding announcement, so there's some token synergies going on there too.
Yeah, it's not like tokens like, you know, Intangible Virtue, Lingering Souls, tokens, or every card's token. It's just like a mid-rangey deck that has a bit of a token slant.
Right. We do have our round 2 paired right now, so thanks for hanging out with us. We're going to go right on into round 2 and make this as quick for you guys as possible. We have Elliot Dragon that we just saw playing that Dominating Vampire deck. What do you think about watching Dominating Vampire from the start, from the beginning?
But let's do it. Bring it on.
All right. Well, we have Elliot. We have that deck going on here as our features. We have the Esper Control deck going against Jeskai Treasures, which might be that the Goldspan Dragon combo deck. We have an Orzhov Control deck going against an Izzet Control deck, so that might take about 3 years to complete that matchup. Control versus Control. Classic matchup there. But let's go ahead and see if we can get Elliot Dragon here to watch that Dominating Vampire and see if he can dominate, no pun intended, from the start. We see this deck with Dominating Vampire have 4 copies of Immisturm Predator in there. Notably not legendary. So can be copied with Fable of the Mirrorbreaker. Really scary to have that happen if you're an opponent. 2 copies of Valentine, Dean of the Vein.
Yeah, that card's sweet. That card's sweet. It's also a vampire as well. This is definitely interesting. You know, Dominating Vampire, we see a little bit of like a sack synergy here, where you can steal a creature with Dominating Vampire, sack it to Immisturm Predator. That's kind of cool. We see a little vampire synergy here, as obviously there are a lot of vampires in the deck. Dominating Vampire can just, you know, steal their 4/4 and beat them with it. And then, of course, we see the Fable combo. So if you see, as we saw in that game, Dominating Vampire plus Fable means every 1 mana you spend, you get a 3/3 haster, and that's pretty good in the mid game.
Yeah, we like that. That's just such an amazing combo. But there's also a lot of card advantage in this deck too, in card selection, right? We have the card selection, and we see Dracula, Lord of the Blood here, but that card is Voldaren Bloodcaster. That's going to create treasure tokens. That's going to possibly make some flying bats if there's enough blood tokens here. Blood Tithe Harvester. We have a card selection here. Florian has some card advantage. So I don't see Elliot Dragon really running out of gas with this deck.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing a lot of like the themes in the format present in this deck. You know, like we've seen kind of like bloody, sacrificey themes, of course. We've seen sacrifice themes in general with Immersion Predator. We've seen Fable, the Mirror Breaker mid-range decks, and it's sort of just like all the decks rolled into one.
And I like that. I like that there's room to brew in this format. Would you have seen? Would you have foretold that we'd see a Rakdos Vampires deck if I told you Rakdos Vampires did really well in this tournament? Would you believe me? And I don't
Nope.
know. Would you if I told you like Selesnya tokens like did pretty well and like did very well and made top 8 in this tournament? Would you believe me? I don't know. But like, I feel like there's room to brew. There's room to do some really cool things. Like yeah, there's some quote unquote kind of unfair decks, right? Like you have the Goldspan Dragon shenanigans, you have Hanada, Magma Opus stuff, but the mono white decks really do a good job of getting under those and taxing them out of the game. So there's like really good back and forth play in the format there, and I really like that.
Yeah, I agree. Things are open right now. Things seem great. And I'm a big fan of Standard. So it's very nice to see a healthy Standard format.
Now we see this hand from Elliott Dragon. No red source on turn 1 for Darren Epiker. That's also another card that card selection card that I also didn't mention. Copies of Voldaren Epiker, getting that blood token on the battlefield, discarding, get some extra gas, or hit your land drops if you need to. Bloodtithe Harvester, really good to get out here on turn 2. Says, I don't want to play around Jawari Disruption. Maybe they're not even playing it. I don't know. But this is a good thing because it's an open deck list, so you get to know if they're playing it or not.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, if they counter that, then your Fable's good next turn, you know? And Harvester's a good card against control decks. It's just a 3/2 that makes some value, and you can't Banishing Verse it. You know, so it just gets in, deals some damage, gets some value.
Yep, that's one of the reasons why I think people were playing the card that you get to call a card upon cast, and then you draw a card and they lose 3, and your opponent loses 3 life when they cast the card. It's just a 2-mana 3/2 that doesn't get Vanishing Verse. It's a pretty aggressively statted creature. I forgot what the name is off the top of my head, but it's like similar to this Bloodtithe Harvester.
Silver Quill Silencer.
Yeah, I hate that card. I will never like that card. But it is a 2-mana 3/2 in an aggressive mid-range shell that you can maybe sometimes once in an entire tournament draw a card and they lose 3 life off of it, but you're not upset about it being a 3/2 that can't get Vanishing Burst.
Yeah, stat lining its verse there is certainly reasonable. Yeah, so we have this is more of an Orzhov control deck for Bud here. Wait, hold on. I lied. Sorry, I have the last round standings. 1 second. While Melee refreshes here. Come on, Melee, you can do it.
It looks like it has a little bit more blue in it, but it does look pretty straight Esper from where the mana base looks right now. Wedding Announcement comes down, makes a 1/1.
Yes, it's basically just the Orzhov deck splashing for Kaido and a few counter spells. You know, Skyclave, Emperor, Meathook, Wedding Announcement, Vanishing Verse. Yeah, it's the usual. It's a mid-rangey deck.
This is one of the things I really like about this format too is that there's mid-range decks. It can vary so widely. There's an aggressive mid-range deck that you can play with Elite Spellbinder, Skyclave Apparition, kind of what we saw in round 1 that was playing against runes, more of aggressive style with Luminarch Aspirant. But there's also this other side of like almost the exact colors, maybe splashing blue for counter spells in a control version. Like we see Wedding Announcement, which was in both players' decks, right? So they still have those mid-range elements to it, can put some pressure on control decks and things like that, but also just can go on the complete other side of the spectrum and just play Meathook Massacres and Lulths and Sorens.
Yeah, and this deck is definitely a nod to the other mid-range mirrors. You know, cards like Kaido and cards like Negate are really good mid-range mirrors. So by splashing blue in this Orzhov deck, get a little extra game against mid-range, while still having that pretty good plan against aggro with the Massacres and the Vanishing Verses and Skyclaves and so on and so forth.
This could be like a little bit Nambo-y if you draw the cards in a weird way, saying maybe you have to Skyclave early, maybe you have to put some Wedding Announcement tokens in early, and now you have to Meathook Massacre because you're playing the control role in like a game 1 against another aggro deck.
There you go. As the Negate. So hitting Fable there is pretty huge.
Now there's 4 Voldaren Bloodcasters, so we could see some Hasty Bats come into play in a little bit.
Yeah, this attack looks a little massacre-y. Could also be Wandering Emperor, I suppose. Reverse, sure. Maybe not.
Okay, there's a verse there. Maybe there's a Kaido, and that's why we're attacking.
Yep, there you go.
They don't call me the fortune teller in this chat for nothing, Jim.
Yeah, and Kaido's real good here. Of course, can't be attacked. Just a real good card draw engine. You know, it's weird because like Kaido's a pretty good like mid-rangey sort of control-y card, but you want to be playing creatures. So obviously plays really good in these sort of like mid-range board control decks that have like Wedding Announcement and some random creatures and things like that. Just a real good card. And now it looks like our Esper player is in pretty firm control as Elliot is out of gas.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I was kind of surprised of. Elliot kind of running out of gas, but like, even if we draw a land next turn and it's not quote unquote gas, we have 4 looks at another card.
The problem is those bloods are like, the trying to make the bloodcaster better. I mean, there's blood number 5, but now everything is all in on Dracula, Lord of Bats here.
And then we're going to get a draw every turn. There's Howling Mind's ability of Kaido here coming into play. 4 spells in Bud's hand, looks like, with no land drop this turn.
Yeah, that's a lot of resources. That's
a lot. Tainted Adversary are going to make a bunch of 2/2s. 3/3s, actually.
There's a Bugbear in play. There are Bloods in play. This Dracula turns the Bloods into Bats. This actually could be a pretty big swing here.
I believe it only turns it into Bats when you make the blood token, so looking for a way to make a blood token here. Yep, and that's not going to happen with using this for using the 4th blood here.
No, it's at the beginning of combat, your turn, up to 1 target blood token becomes 2/2 flyer.
Oh, it just makes it
happens
if you have 5 bloods or 4 bloods.
Well, it's 5 bloods to flip. On the backside of Bloodbath Summoner says, beginning of your upkeep or beginning of combat on your turn, up to 1 target blood becomes a 2/2 flyer.
Oh, okay. I thought you had to make a blood, then it becomes a haste flyer. So, okay, well, that's better for Elliot. But being at 10...
Right, that's the issue here, is that Elliot can kill Kaido now, but there's just a bajillion power on the board ready to come for the backswing. So not really a way to pressure Kaido. And then this is where Kaido snowballs so hard, because you just can't really pressure it. And then it draws a lot of cards, and now you're behind. You can't really get there anyway.
Elliot, knowing that this Kaido has to leave the battlefield for him to have any chance of winning. But is it... Oh, wow, going for the face.
It's a gutsy attack.
Elliot probably saying, I can't beat this anyway. I have to beat them before they beat me. I have to chump block with 2/2 bats every turn, hope I survive, draw a good card off the top, and see if they can get there.
Bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see how it plays off for him.
Listen, when you're this far behind, you only have bold strategies.
This is 3, 6, 7, 8. It just is lethal. It just 10 damage. So with the Meat of Massacre triggers on the death tokens.
Going to 1?
Yep.
Oh, with it 1 on the tokens. Yep.
All right. Yeah, I mean, pretty good showing from this Esper deck here.
Maybe Elliot was thinking to himself, shouldn't have attacked the Kaido, or shouldn't have attacked face, but like, in a position like that, what can you really do?
I just did. He was just dead. I don't think it matters. So,
all right. So we see in the sideboard here, we see for Elliot 4 copies of Duress, Power Kill, Valky, Nighthawk Scavenger. I don't even know what the other card is. Is that Henrika?
Maybe
yeah, that is Henrika. It's a 1/3 for 4 mana. We see 3 Sorens, a couple Meat Hooks, taking all those Voldaren Bloodcasters out, taking out all the Immerston Predators, knowing that it's really bad against Meat Hook Massacre, essentially.
Yeah, and Skyclave. So yeah, that's a reasonable cut there. Yeah, I mean, the Duresses are going to be huge here. Having Duress able to pick apart the Kaidos, Massacres, things like that a little bit. But gotta be a tough matchup. These black Meat Hook Massacre, Vanishing Verse, etc. decks are pretty good against creature decks. And even though Elliot's like has some cool things going on here, Mabel the Mirrorbreaker is still just a creature. Florian's still just a creature. And these all get killed by removal spells and Massacre. Play a fire, popping in, popping out.
I really do like the fact that he's really thinking about how the game's going to play out and really thinking about it. It's really easy to just have a game plan with just a general game plan against a quote-unquote control deck. The opponent has a kind of unorthodox control deck where it's like a control deck but a mid-range deck at the same time. puts a lot of creatures on the battlefield, and all of a sudden he can be at 10 like he was in last game. So really giving that extra thought. I mean, you have all the time to do that. You might as well take the time.
Yeah, I like the 4-drop switch for sure. The Soren seem pretty good. The Henrique seems pretty good. And gonna try and get in here. I also like Angie a lot. Angie Made Dishonor is a super awesome card.
Yeah,
it's important to notice that 5 toughness. It's hard to massacre. You can't Banishing verse it, and they can just sit there and just throw bloods at your opponent's face.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those cards that is a well positioned card. It's just not very well positioned against say Skyclave Apparition, Brutal Cathar type cards. But it's really one of those cards I think Elliot wants to play as like a haymaker at the end of the game. Sacrifice like 4 blood tokens on your opponent's end step and just take the game.
Yeah, for sure.
So Anya might not be one of those cards that you want in your opening hand necessarily, but you like want to draw it eventually, so this hand's like perfectly fine. I mean, against this Luminarch Aspirant, 5 toughness is going to be a lot with Anya. We have this Dominating Vampire. We do have a second Red Star, so we're casting Dominating Vampire here. Or do you like going for Valky?
I would imagine Valky was brought in to be Tybalt, not Valky.
Right.
Stealing Aspirant here is like, it's kind of cool. It gets in for a decent chunk. We're gonna see it too. You know, play it, put a counter on your Dracula, get it for 5. That's nice. You know, follow it up with the Made of Dishonor. A 3/3 also is reasonable again for Massacre. You know, there are no Deadly Disputes or Shambling Gas in his deck, so you can't really ramp into your Massacres. So sizing up kind of important. Uh-oh. We got a missed land drop for our Esper player here.
Oh my.
Nope.
Oh, no. That looked a lot like a missed land drop.
Yep. And we see Massacre drawn for Elliot, which obviously looks awkward in the creature deck. Looking a little awkward here too, honestly.
We're gonna see if Luminar trades with Dominating Vampire, I guess.
All right, there will be blood.
All right, here we go. Here's my 4/5. The fact that all these cards incidentally make blood tokens is so good, especially in Alchemy with a card like City Stalker Connoisseur that just also incidentally makes a blood token.
All right, well, there's a Legion Angel, which looks phenomenally good here. Put a counter with Aspirant, now blocks everything and trades. This game just changed a lot. And I feel like now Elliot just has to play for Tybalt, because realistically there isn't really a way to get through anymore.
Yeah, this Legion Angel growing to a 5/4 is very relevant. Not being able to attack him with his Anya. Also can't Meathook Massacre, so is it just a big old hive and pass, or do you like just playing Valky here and just going for the Anya Dracula game and taking that Legion Angel out of hand so they can't spiral out of control with it? I don't really know. But going for a Meathook for 2 here, there's really, really smart for Elliot, I think.
Yeah, I like this play. I like this play a lot. Still gets to play the hive tapped. Get rid of this first angel, and then most importantly, get rid of the Aspirant. So now the next angel will only be a 4/3 against the 4/5. Good play here. I like this play a lot.
Yeah, look, that's definitely the best play if the block was made there. So the attack was good because if they block, you can do that play. If they don't block, it's a little bit weird. But we see a Lolth come down here on turn 5 with Legion Angel still in hand. Drawing another land is not bad, but it's not good, but it's also not bad. Like, it's a guaranteed 7 lands for Valky.
Yeah, I think it's actively good. And now the issue is, do you want to fire in the Hive of the Eye Tyrant and potentially lose it to 2 spiders when you really want that 7th land? Now, Elliot knows that he wants this 7th land really bad, right? But Elliot's opponent does not know how important that 7th land is. So trading 2 spiders for a Hive of the Eye Tyrant feels only okay. It does guarantee Lolth dies, which is pretty important. I think you got to jam here. We got to send his Hive in. You know, Valky or Tybalt is the only 7-drop in the entire deck. So right now it looks like Elliot's flooded if you're Bud. But the reality is he's not. He wants the 7th land. But I think you got to send in the Hive here.
Yeah, I think you gotta kill Lolth. Like, you can't just let at 12 life. 12 life is not a lot, but letting the Lolth draw a card every turn, or also potentially them Meathook Massacring themselves and making 2 more tokens, like, it's just not it's not a good look if you leave the Lilith there.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens now. And again, that took a while. That seemed like a pretty obvious play. So Bud might take a second and pause here. All right, why is Elliot so hesitant to get this hive into combat? And gonna go for the block.
Now, Valky's not going to be online next turn, but the turn after.
Correct. And now the thing also is that because there are 2 other creature lands in play, killing that hive doesn't really accomplish much except for Stone Rain. If it had been the only creature land, then you have some desire to
Oh my gosh, this
all right, I
deals
want to
Naya.
get this creature land out of here, but there's still a bunch of other creature lands too. So goes to the block. Elliot gets a little bit punished there, and maybe punished because he took so long to make the choice, and it seemed like the land was very important.
Now, Wandering Emperor gets to die here. The 1/1 gets to stick around off the Den of the Bugbear. Going for the face, the 1/1 can attack the Emperor, which is the best play for sure. And then next turn, you still get the Tibalt.
Yep. So Tibalt's ready to go. 10 life, 24.
I don't know if I would have main faced the Wandering Emperor like Bud did.
Yeah, I mean, like,
not wanting to get drained up on Anya is also a consideration. There's so many blood tokens there.
Yeah, there's 6 damage in play from the Bloods as well. So, all right, here comes Tibbers.
A little bit of League of Legends action there.
I can't imagine blooding a land here. I think that would be unbelievable.
I mean, he could say if I draw a spell, I cast it. If I draw a land, I cast a ball. So it's like good either way.
But there's no spell better to cast than Tibalt, and you can just blood the lands away later anyway. So
here we go.
Yeah. And the only question here is: are you killing the angel, or are you just drawing cards?
Killing the angel is a little bit weird because there's a Hive of the Eye Tyrant there, but being at 10, if Hive of the Eye Tyrant kills Tibalt, you're basically time warping. So you can just do that and then just, put Bud to like 3 life next turn because Bud has to do this.
Yeah, so we see the Bugbear coming next turn for 5, putting Bud to 4 with 2 creatures in play and a Massacre in play. I think I agree.
Yeah, I actually tend to do that style of play a lot. Like, knowing that my thing's going to die, but knowing that my opponent has no choice. And then they just get tempoed out of the game, being at 9 life here.
Yeah, Soren's a pretty good draw, but I think still, once you commit to the play from last turn, you've got to pressure with Bugbear this turn, I think. So
right, I think if you don't you're exactly right. If you don't plus Tibalt last turn to like almost guarantee it doesn't die, you make the tempo play here.
And then next turn, once the mana is up to kill the Bugbear, you can play Soren and Legion Angel. I love playing a land there, making sure that there's 8 mana available next turn for Soren and Angel.
Yep. And right now, if you're Bud, like, yeah, this Meathook Massacre is like not good, but it's also necessary because he would have died if otherwise. I mean, maybe there's like a land plus Legion Angel play here. Maybe there's like a land pass with another Wandering Emperor. Maybe there is another Wandering Emperor because the first one was used so aggressively, but it looks like there isn't, or not another land.
Yeah, I think that now, so I think Vanishing Verse being left up here, at least is being represented by Bud to stop lethal. But now Elliot can just slam Angel and Soren and make a token and say go, which is all pretty awesome. So we'll see if Elliot wants to go for the kill here. Yeah, I'd be pretty surprised to see that. So
do you force them to Vanishing Verse and then afterwards just play out Soren so that didn't get Vanishing Verse?
Wow, I'm surprised going for it here. The thing is that, like, they need to leave up Vanishing Verse every turn. And by doing this now, you're just letting them cast it when you could have just cast 2 threats, I'm surprised by this.
Well, I think his theory here was, yeah, you could just cast 2 threats, but the Soren like guarantees to get Vanishing Verse. And if then Soren if gets Vanishing Verse and there's another Meathook Massacre to get rid of the 2/3 and the Legion Angel, then Elliot's in a bad spot.
Yeah, but like you can just plus Soren or whatever. The thing is that now there's so much mana in play, you could almost double activate the creature lands anyway. So like there's just always this threat of creature lands looming at all times.
Right.
You don't have to minus Soren, you can just plus it and draw a card. There's a lot of things you can do as well otherwise. But we'll see. Angel's only okay here because there's obviously an Angel on Bud's side to block it. But precarious 4 life here for Bud.
But also knowing that this Legion Angel is not going to get another Legion Angel from Elliot's sideboard. That's
Yes.
something going for him.
That would be a little bit of a juke.
All right, so I mean, with a card like Tibalt, like sometimes in best of one, if people play Tibalt, then they'll play, even if they don't play any lesson cards in their sideboard, they'll put lesson cards in there just in case you get something off the top. All right, so Duress, I mean, Duress is looking real nice right now, to be honest. Is there a way that Elliot wins this turn with some lands? I don't think so. Like, I know that Bud can definitely go to 1 with the Hive of the Eye Tyrant, but is that worth it?
This is part of the cost of what I was saying last turn, where because you gave your land to the Vanishing Verse, now we have 1 less land to do more things. Now Bud is tapped out, so the Verse couldn't hit them. If the Verse had hit the Angel or the Sorin, sure, but like now you have more options and more mana. So I don't know. This game went from looking, drastically in Elliot's favor to like, it's not even yet, but it is definitely evening out a little bit.
Yeah, so this is what I was saying. Like, there's that Meat Hook Massacre that I was talking about, and if Sorin, I think the best play, like in hindsight, like knowing for a fact there's a Meat Hook there, or like specifically wanting to play around Meat Hook, you would just play it, do what you said, and play out that Legion Angel, and then play Sorin and plus it, and then Sorin definitely gets Vanishing Verse anyway. You get a draw out of it, and then Meat Hook comes down and kills the 4/3. Like, that's probably what would have happened.
So life's a wash here. Back to 3 for Bud. Another creature in play for Elliot. Still doesn't cast his Sorin yet.
Yeah, 3 life is major stranger danger zone here for Bud. Luminarch going to make this Legion Angel Luminarch is going to be available to block the 1/1. There's a lot of burn potential in Elliot Dragon's deck, right?
Really?
I guess there was Voldaire and Epicure, but he took them out. There's Meat Hook Massacres and floating the board. There's not a lot of burn, but it can at least get there. It can get there.
A lot of the Bernie type stuff was boarded out, and then Angie was one of the big ones too. So I don't think there's really a ton of reach. And the thing is that with both players having a Massacre in play, and then Massacre doesn't really do it either. So
maybe we get a really cool turn player, non-turn player thing with Meat Hook Massacre killing someone.
Yeah, it's just like it's not like, so those who don't know how Meat Hook Massacre works as far as its stacks, and both players have one. Whenever abilities go on the stack at the same time, the active player, who's the player's whose turn it is, abilities go on first. So, if this Goblin were to attack and get blocked by the 1/1, Elliot's trigger would go on the stack, and then Bud's trigger would go on the stack because they're the non-active player. Theirs resolve first, they go to 4, then Elliot's resolves, they go back to 3. So on your turn, dueling Meat Hook Massacres don't work in your favor, basically. So Massacre not doing much for Elliot here. We see a Sorin come down, but like now what's the Sorin going to do? The Angel's in the air to kill the Sorin. Things have really, really shifted.
Yeah, that's one of the things about Legion Angel. Like, we've seen it go in and out of favor sometimes, but sometimes Legion Angel can just take over the game. We see that Legion Angel had to be exiled with the Tibalt, and that let the Hive of the Eye Tyrant kill the Tibalt. Now there's no Tibalt in play. Now this is like, what, the 3rd Legion Angel? And it's just still doing its thing.
Yeah, I mean, you see Hive come in here, which can force a block. Can't be chumped, obviously, it is a menace. We can see the Aspirant and the Token block it, or the Angel and something else block it.
But I think this game is far from over. Like, Elliot Dragon knows it's a Meat Hook Massacre, not going to play into it. Hive's probably going to die, but then the Legion Angel dies. And then there is a Luminarch Aspirant, or Luminarch Aspirant plus the 1/1 blocks it, and that's also a thing. But Legion Angel also can't crack back and kill Sorin. But Legion Angel plus the Hive of the Eye Tyrant can come back and kill Sorin. Then Bud's tapped out for the most part, only has that Meat Hook Massacre. Second Sorin comes down, attack with Den of the Bugbear, and Bud's at 3. So if Bud does choose to attack the Sorin, Bud can definitely die. So Bud has to kind of like parse out how to not die and deal with Sorin at the same time.
Yeah, it's gonna be really, really hard. Sorin on 5 here is pretty unassailable. maybe draw another Luminarch Aspirant, whatever. But you're right; it's gonna be very, very hard to for Bud to pressure the Planeswalker and then stay alive as well.
Now, I think looking back, it was a good play for Bud to use the Wandering Emperor on the Anya because he would have been dead at this point. Anya had to have 6 damage sacrificing those blood tokens. Elliot doing a good job managing the blood tokens here, making sure that whenever he does draw a card that he doesn't want, can pitch that card. But in the last few turns, we saw Tibalt use all the mana. We saw double 4-drop use all the mana. We saw Animate Hive with the Eye Tyrant plus cast Sorin use all the mana. Elliot using all the mana every turn. Really good.
Yeah, his bloods are just sitting there. You're totally right. They've been used. Here comes the Hive. All right. So
I mean, we see this play. Does this telegraph Vanishing Verse?
this is either saying I drew verse or play around me drawing verse. I'm dead otherwise. So
Could just be play a blocker. I guess Wedding Announcement's going to draw a card. Actually, it's not going to make a blocker.
correct. Yeah. So
Or maybe Bud is saying, I'm going to draw off this Wedding Announcement. If I don't draw Vanishing Verse, I lose.
also possible. So this could be I have Vanishing Verse, I need Vanishing Verse, or I'm bluffing Vanishing Verse. And we'll see what Elliot wants to do next turn. I imagine Elliot has enough mana to do most things here. Any land draw will allow Sorin and Den to come in, but
I mean, at 24 life, Elliot can even just afford to just not play around Vanishing Verse, saying if you got it, you got it, and just attack. Because I mean, Elliot's not going to die in the backswing. There's a Meathook Massacre and Sorin left over.
yeah, I agree here. I think you just got to go for it. I think it took a while to make this play for Bud also. So thinking about it for a while sort of says to me that like they were kind of working it out. Or if they just draw in verse, you probably just fire up and attack the Sorin immediately. So this looks like I don't got it or I'm trying to draw it, which means that Elliot is probably clear to go here. And like you said, the upside of going for it is you win the game, and the downside is you keep playing a game where you're ahead. So gonna fire it up.
Yeah, I mean, the downside of playing a game when you're ahead, like, yeah, you have Sorin in your hand here, but I mean, we've seen from last round that like you can think you're ahead and then you just lose. We saw Vanishing Verse not drawn here, but I like the play from Bud though in that situation. You make the play to win the game. The play to win the game is hope Elliot has nothing in hand. We know that he had Sorin, but if you're in that spot of Bud, hope Elliot has nothing in hand. Draw Vanishing Verse literally off the top. Vanishing Verse that last land, and then you can go from there.
Yeah, that was a play to win the game.
Yes.
That was a good play. That was a play good players make. It might look kind of silly from a viewer's perspective if you're not really thinking about it. They just tapped out and let themselves die on board. But that was a play to win the game. Either both A, maybe your opponent plays around Vanishing Verse there, or B, you just draw Vanishing Verse off your trigger. So best chance to win for sure. Good play. Obviously didn't work out, but definitely the right play.
I always say this as we look at the sideboard here for Elliot Dragon going into game 3, but I always say that yeah, you can say, oh, they just got so lucky. Oh, they just drew everything they needed. Oh my god, I can't believe my opponent got so lucky, right? You really fall into that trap if you haven't played like Magic for a long time or don't hang out with people that really don't think that way. But I always believe that the best players put themselves in the best positions to get lucky. They say, I'm going to attack. They do the exact same play that Bud did right there, right? I'm going to attack the Sorin. I'm going to put myself in a position that if I do get lucky and I draw Vanishing Verse, then I win. If not, I wasn't winning the game anyway. So I need to make this play.
Strong agree. There's a reason why good players get lucky more often than bad players.
They put themselves in the position to get lucky. They say, okay, I'm going to make this play because if I draw this one card off the top, then I have a better chance of winning. And then if they draw it, then there you go. If they don't, they weren't going to draw it anyway. So it's good to put yourself in a position to get lucky. But we haven't seen that dominating vampire synergy with Fable of the Mirror Breaker yet. I want to see it in one of these games.
It's going to be extremely difficult. I mean, putting together a creature that's kind of slow and a 3/3 against a deck with a bajillion removal spells is going to be very, very hard. Feels like the kind of combo it's good against runes or mono green or things like that aren't playing a ton of removal. And then both cards are, of course, fine by themselves anyway.
All right, we see the Nine-Heart Scavenger come in. I believe the Voldaren Epicure stayed out there.
Yeah, trying to insulate against Massacre. Those Legion Handles were really, really good. But of course, there's usually one Angel main 3 board. Occasionally, you'll put the second copy main if you really want to draw it. But Legion Angel very, very good. But probably won't be drawn in theory, so we'll see. The Flyers otherwise will be pretty good.
If I'm Elliot, this
here.
is a snapper. Like you creature on turn 2, creature on turn 2. You have Fable Mirror Breaker turn 3. Turn 4, you can attack, cast Florian post combat, maybe hit your land drop. Or Florian has to be cast pre combat, but pre combat turn 4, cast Florian. Okay, we see Haunted Ridge come into play tapped on turn 1. Florian is one of those cards that can kind of get out of control. Vanishing Verse doesn't get rid of it either, so I think that's a key card. If you told me what's the key card in this matchup before the match started, I would say Florian for sure.
Ooh. So missed third land drop for Bud here, and both lands are white. This could be I think this is going to end up being a pretty quick affair.
I think this means no Kaido in hand, but there's an apparition in hand. So don't need that blue, need that double white.
Yeah, I think that's going to be all she wrote here. So, one of the things about Fable is it's a kind of card that needs to be answered on the spot. Florian, very similar, and so far here, nothing being answered, and no land drops for Bud. This game is probably going to snowball out of control pretty fast.
Yeah, we see a Florian here. We see, oh, wow, this is such a good play, I think. You go Dracula plus 2/2 attack. If they chump, you're okay with that. Or if they trade, you're okay with that. If not, you can go you can go like Infernal Grasp. I believe that there's a land drop still to be made. You get you get the Agademes, you bolt it in, and then you hold up Infernal Grasp.
Oh, I'm not sure why you'd want to play the Florian pre-com. Wait, I guess Florian triggers second main phase?
Yeah, it triggers
right,
in the second
right. Okay. You can't play it your second main phase and have it trigger. It has to trigger in the second main phase. Got it.
So I think
you're letting your opponent know, obviously, you have a Florian as far as blocking goes, but it works like that. So
yep. This is what I said. Hitting that land drop that's also a blue and a black source is what you want if you're Bud. And me kind of, predicting the inevitable here of Skyclave Apparition coming down. This Infernal Grasp, the really good play with Florian before coming back to reward Elliot by being able to leave up that Infernal Grasp, using that man on the end step, being able to get that Fable of the Mirror Breaker down with Den of the Bugbear tapped instead of having to play Haunted Ridge to use that Infernal Grasp. Got to use that treasure token last turn from getting the Agademe's Awakening off the Florian. And now it's just like super mana efficiency mode. We're going to get to discard 2 lands off Fable the Mirror Breaker next turn. Like, I don't know what Bud can do here besides go land drop Meat Hook.
Yeah, and even then land Meat Hook, like, while it mobs up some of the board, the 3/3 is still there, the Bugbear is still there, the Kiki is still flipping, Blood's been made. So, yeah, this is just a classic case of just like missing a land drop, falling behind, and getting snowballed pretty hard.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, just fire up the Bugbear, attack with everything, cast the Blood Tithe Harvester problem. I mean, maybe, we'll see. I mean, you could play on Meat Massacre a little bit, but yeah, this is pretty good.
Yeah, at this point, you just go like Sorin plus go.
Yeah, for sure. So there's your trades. So now you don't add anything else to the board because Massacre, even then Massacre can't kill the 3/3 or the Bugbear. It doesn't really matter, honestly. Just play Sorin, plus it, minus it, don't even use it, whatever. Totally fine.
Oh, I see a
no
minus
wrong
here.
answer.
Wow, oh my god. I guess if he's like, okay, well, if you have Meat Hook for 2, I still have 2 3/3s and my Den of Bugbear. Yeah, it's still game. Meat Hook for 2 still game, which is the reason why I still do.
Yeah, so a phenomenal draw for Elliot, and then unfortunately missing a land drop for Bud is just a death knell on the draw.
Like here's the Meat Hook. We kill 2 things, and we still have 3/3, 3/3, and 2/3 left over. There's gonna be 2 life to gain, putting Bud to 8. 3, 4, and that's game on board.
Just dead on board, yeah. So too late here for Bud.
I mean, if there was that land drop, then of course Elliot wouldn't have played into Meat Hook Massacre there. If there was no missed land drop for Bud.
Right, and Elliot can just like play Sword and plus it, and then if the Massacre happens, you still have the Sword in play, flip Kiki in play, and Bugbear in play, and the Bloods in play, and everything else. So a little bit anticlimactic there in Game 3, but good match overall.
That's the thing I want to see in this tournament, right? I want to see the dominating vampire thing happen again, but we might have seen the glimpse of that happening once and for all last round. But if we get, we're definitely gonna be watching Elliot Dragon, our only 2-time Stream League champion, 2-0 right now, going into round 3. Let's go ahead and check out another match and who's still playing here. Let's go ahead and check out someone that we haven't seen before. Let's go ahead and try out to see if that person is had just won the match. We're gonna go ahead and double check to see if there's anybody still playing. That match was a little bit grindy. It didn't seem like that went over pretty. It seems like a lot of people are done playing. We'll see if okay. Arne Hushenbeth is playing still again. We are in game 1. It looks like.
Good old Arnie.
Good old Arnie. Let's go ahead and go over Arne Hushenbeth playing. Oh no! It looks like this is a ladder match. So we're gonna go ahead and go back. That's why it was in game 1. It's a ladder match. Let's see if Nico Prieto is playing. Nope. Okay. Well, it looks like we might just be done with the round. We're gonna. Okay. Yep. Looks like everyone's just playing ladder matches. All right. Can you look at the 1-0s, or if we've already finished the round, look at the 2-0s, and let's see what we like out of the undefeated so far.
All right, so the round hasn't updated just yet, but we have a Hogpog Arya on Jeskai Treasures, and she loves these decks. She loves these Goldspan Dragon, target it with your own stuff, show of confidence.
I don't like those
pseudo
decks.
Combo control decks. So we get that to look forward to. It looks like Arya. Her match is not reported yet. I know that it looked like it just finished, so it probably hasn't updated yet.
Right.
We got Mono White Aggro. We got Izzet Controls, Selesnya Tokens, Arnie on Selesnya Tokens, Esper midrange, Mono White Aggro, Naya Runes, Mono Black midrange. Ooh, we got some slugs here, my friend. 2 Toxroll the Corrosive.
Oh my, who's playing that?
Oh my, indeed. SSJ Zek.
Is he undefeated?
It looks like they won round 1 and they won round 2. So 2-0 right now with Mono Black midrange playing 2 Toxroll. It's kind of exciting. Otherwise, most of the cards you'd expect: Blood of a Snow, Deadly Dispute, and so on and so forth. Elliot with Rakdos Vampires. We have another Jeskai combo deck. So actually, there are 2 of these decks in the tournament. There, one's Treasures, one's combo, but same deck for the most part. Show of Confidence, Goldspan Dragon, and Friends. Celestia Tokens again. We have Azorius Tempo by Juan Alvarez, who's currently now 1-1. We're looking at Wandering Emperor, some flash creatures, a couple counter spells, kind of cool, and then Esper Control by Gonzalo, who lost to Arya last round. So they are 1-1. So real good spread of decks here. Let's see if we get the updated standings here. Yep. All right. So updated standings now. We have 4 players undefeated. We have Arya on Jeskai Treasures, Nate Finley on Mono White Aggro, SSJ on Mono Black Midrange, Elliot Dragon on Rakdos Vampires, Arnie on Selesnya Tokens, and then Dota on Naya Runes. So Runes, Tokens, Vampires, Mono Black, Mono White, Jeskai are our undefeated decks going into round number 3.
Wow. I wouldn't be surprised in this field of Runes being like 1 copy of Runes in this tournament that Runes doesn't take the whole thing. I wouldn't be surprised if they just went undefeated.
Yeah, I mean, my mind is on Arya. Arya is just phenomenally good, and then Arya just like plays this deck a lot, and I feel like this is the kind of deck that works well in a tournament like this. It's kind of weird, a little out there, has a lot of interaction, Fading Hopes and removal spells, Voltage Surge, stuff like that. Also just being individually powerful too, and then should be good against these mid-range decks. Honestly, typically sort of like combo control decks tend to be good against mid-range because they just go over the top what the mid-range deck is trying to do. I don't care how many planeswalkers you got if I sort of like pseudo combo kill you. So combo deck looking pretty good here.
Yeah, the combo deck I know is sometimes they play Sejiri Shelter and sometimes play Valor Stance, things like that to protect their Goldspan Dragon. Well, we're going to see how good Vanishing Verse is against those, and Vanishing Verse being a very top player in these mid-range decks. We've seen Infernal Grasp being played already. We've seen the white 2 damage removal spell that gives the treasure. We've seen that already this tournament. So there's a lot of things that can kill Goldspan Dragon. Is it going to be? It might be a matter of does Arya draw multiple Goldspan Dragons? Does Arya draw the Sejiri Shelter? Is there that key card that's gonna interact with the Goldspan Dragon, right?
Yeah, there are shelters, there are valor stances, there are protection elements. There's a one copy of You See a Guard Approach,
Oh my,
which
that's the
gives us
hexproof card.
hexproof. So quite the spread of cards here for Arya.
You See a Guard Approach is one of those cards that you don't ever want to play in your own deck, but like you really don't like when your opponent plays it.
Yeah, it's a real tilter for sure. You're like, oh crap, I'm playing that card. Come on.
Especially when you don't know what's coming and it's on ladder. And when it's in an open deck list tournament like this, then you know it's there, so you like can play around it. But I was playing against a mono blue tempo deck yesterday in the tournament, and I was clenching, just to say that, you know. There was a Poppet Stitcher on the board, and there was like 3 bounce spells in my opponent's hand. There was You See a Guard Approach, and there was like 2 other cards, and somehow I won that one. But it just knowing that it's in your opponent's deck list like this, and it's not just going to surprise you in the ladder, is not nothing.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. That's one of the cards in the ladder where you're totally right. When your opponent plays it, you're just like, God damn it, not see that one coming. It's so hard to play around at 1 mana too. So
It's hard to see that coming if you're not playing blue, huh? You see what I did there? All right. At least you didn't give us a dab. That we got that going for us.
No dabs. Yeah, I'm too old to dab. I'll call the kid in here to do a dab if we really have to do that. But
right. All right.
That's why my Jim D dab mode is him, not me. He's 10, he can dab. I'm 120 years old, I can't dab.
There's a difference between dab and dad. I know it's like 1 letter difference, but
no dad dabs.
It's
no dad dabs.
Very distinct difference. But what if we watched the Toxrill deck? What do you think about that?
Yes.
Yes, and yes. All right.
Oh gosh, it's my arm. I mean, 2-0. What better thing to do right now on a Sunday afternoon than watch Toxrill at 2-0 in a tournament?
I know, it's the best. Well, speaking of Toxrill, I don't think I would love playing Toxrill in like a format of Vanishing Versus, but we're gonna see Toxrill, see if it can do its thing here. What are some key cards in this deck that you would like to see shine other than Toxrill? What are we looking at here?
Wait, other than Toxrill, or can I just say Toxrill over and over again?
You can say Toxrill over and over again. You can say Toxrill and then Slug.
Toxrill, the Corrosive, and then Toxrill. So, this is a pretty standard looking mono black deck here. You know, mono black Snow, we got Meat of Massacre, Blood of a Snow, Shambling Ghast, Eye Twitch, Deadly Dispute, Infernal Grasp. A lot of the usual mono black cards here. A little bit bigger than usual. We've got a couple copies of Invoke Despair, Shadow's Verdict, and then of course Toxrill. And now Toxrill, as a card, does it's a 7-mana 7/7. Beginning of each end step, put a slime counter on each creature you don't control. Creatures you don't control get -1/-1 for each slime counter on them. And whenever a creature you don't control dies with a slime counter, make a 1/1. So very, very good against decks that go wide. And lucky enough for SSJ, they were playing against Joseph, who's playing Selesnya tokens. So we're looking at Wedding Announcement, Tangled Florahedron, Asika's Chariot. There are a lot of things to get all slimy here.
I do, and real quick, not to interrupt, but I do see Zek being paired with Arne here. Did he pair up against the wrong person on accident?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I do see Zek being paired up against Arne Ushinbeth here.
Are my pairings incorrect here? Yep, I had round 2. My bad. So, let me get the correct deck list up
It's
here.
still probably Tangled Florahedron and things like that, because Arne is also playing Selesnya.
Yeah, Arne's playing a very similar deck, actually. It's almost the exact same build. So, same idea. Wedding Announcement, Prosperous Innkeeper, Luminarch, Asvert, and Friends. So, I'd imagine this is going to line up pretty well for a mono black player. And then, it's funny, if things start to go awry, Toxrill might just come down and slam the door.
That's funny. Oh my gosh. In a world of Skyclave Apparition, which is something that you might see out of Arne Hushinbeth's deck, that can't deal with Toxrill. I mean, Brutal Cathar can, but what are the answers to Toxrill in Arne's deck?
Is it tapped?
Is it?
If it is tapped, for Wandering
you're not playing Toxrill to attack with it.
There are no answers.
Oh
so,
my god!
And the board, there's 2 copies of Valorous Stance. So if our mono black player here is careful with Toxrill, it is unkillable in game 1, and I don't think Arne can beat it if it's in play for longer than like 2 turns.
So Arne probably has to just get a bunch of flyers on board and just start attacking. But yeah, the flyers are going to be neutered every turn.
Yep, and just smaller and smaller, making snails. you know, and then of course with massacre tokens, if there's a massacre in play, you know, the deaths will gain some life and buy some time, and Toxel can keep doing its thing. And as long as Toxel doesn't tap, it cannot be removed from the board in game 1, which is huge.
Oh my gosh. Are we gonna see Toxel just take it over? I mean, isn't this what like every viewer wants to see? If you don't like to see this, I don't even know if you like Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, I'm here for this. I'm here right now. Wouldn't be anywhere else.
I mean, you can't be anywhere else. You're stuck with me.
It's true. I am actually shackled to this chair right now.
You're not supposed to show them the shackles. Just don't show them.
They're on my feet, not my hands are frozen. I'm not shackled. Look, see, I'm not shackled. As I shake the
blink
ball
twice if you're shackled. All right.
Let's go. Let's go, big slug.
All right, let's go. Arne Hugenbeth also undefeated. If you win this round, since there's 5 rounds in this tournament, you have a pretty good chance of making top cut, even if you lose the next 2. It might be close to tiebreakers if you lose the next 2, depending on how your opponents go and how your tiebreakers are. But if you win this one, you have a good shot at making it.
Yeah, this is very close to a winning in. Very, very close to a winning in. Almost assuredly a winning in.
It's we can't just like guarantee it's a winning in though.
Right. All right, here we go. And there you go. Great hand. This is exactly what this deck wants to do. We got Shambling Gas, March, Planeswalker, Blood of a Snow. Needs a little bit more as far as like drawing cards. But on the draw here, and it looks like we got a mulligan for Arnie here.
All right. I mean, this hand for Zach is just like one Deadly Dispute away from just instantly winning the game.
Oh, yeah. Dispute would be phenomenal here. Phenomenal draw. Also, 3 copies of Fellstinger, too. So, a little extra card draw on the sacrificey front.
All right. Is it going to be a Deadly Dispute off the top? If it is, the game's probably over.
Now, especially because you can kill the Innkeeper, too.
How
about a Fellstinger? Is that good enough for you?
Well, you wouldn't kill the Innkeeper because you want to play Lolth on turn 3.
I mean, sure. That's fair, too.
March is one of those awkward cards that it works off power and toughness, so it's kind of like a red removal spell and a black card.
Yeah, and we're going to see it cast here to kill this Innkeeper. It's kind of interesting, honestly. I don't think the Innkeeper is really that important in a matchup like this. Life totals aren't going to matter too much. It gets swept up in the massacres.
Land drop.
Oh, yeah, missed land drop here. This is brutal.
Like, you just attack with Ghast, Fellstinger the Shambling Ghast, maybe even play Eye Twitch or just leave the treasure token up to cast Lolth next turn.
Yeah, probably leave the treasure. We'll see. We'll see if a land's drawn here also, but... So there's your Fellstinger. A little exploiting. Fellstinger kind of card that was hyped up a lot early, but... Alright, so no land, but hasn't missed the land drop yet. So let's next turn to it's Eye Twitch, Shambling Ghast, Deadly Dispute, etc., etc. Arnie does draw a land.
Well, there is a land. There's a land. There's Takanuma in hand.
Oh, sure. My bad. If I controlled spectator mode, I would remove all card styles. Just saying. Just saying.
Yeah, there should be a spectator mode that you can choose which card styles you see, and you can erase them all and things like that. That'd be really good.
Yep.
Let's see. Is there going to be a Lolth here? I mean, that land drop was so crucial for Arne. If Arne missed that land drop, they're assuredly out of the game. With the Seekers Chariot on the board right now, it's a little bit better. Shadow's Verdict can clean things up if it gets too out of hand for Zach or even Blood on the Snow. But if there's no answer to that Chariot, then all Arne has to do is just play Yasharn or a 4/4 Angel and fire up that Seekers Chariot again.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised at that sequence there. Fellstinger on defense is really good against the Chariot, and then if you're scared of a trade, you should probably play Lolth first to get the counter. So look, SSJ wanted to conceal the Lolth before attacking.
Interesting choice for sure.
We'll see how it all plays out. You know, a white land here could make this Foretell card is a Starnheim Unleashed. Is the only Foretell card in the deck, which makes an Angel. And all right, Wandering Emperor plays 2, I suppose.
I think if the Foretold card was Starnheim Unleashed with 4 lands there, It would be interesting to see Chariot and that cat attack Lolth so that the double block for Chariot can't happen here.
Yeah, because killing Chariot's huge. You have a sweeper in your hand. Like we were saying earlier about sweepers, they can be a little awkward because if you leave a Planeswalker and a Chariot in play, you almost didn't want to cast sweeper. So being able to kill the Chariot here is very, very good for SSJ.
I don't know. If it was me, I would probably just play my 4/4 Angel, and then crewed with the Angel and attacked Lolth to kill it. Arne having something else in mind here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that I like the idea of keeping the still no land, geez, of keeping the Starnheim for a little bit later.
Maybe as like a post sweeper.
Right.
Like Zek sweeps, then you have like 9 mana or whatever, and you make like 3 angels or something.
Yeah, this is a little weird too. So, not casting Dispute on SSJ's turn, trying to make that land drop. Going to work out here as a Skyclave comes down to target the Ice Witch. You can sacrifice it in response, but making land drops pretty important when you're playing Blood on the Snow.
Yeah, I guess with the treasure token available to make off of the Shambling Ghast and Arne being put in a position to have to attack Lolth, it almost guarantees the Shambling Ghast token. Invoke Despair is going to do a really good job at getting rid of one of these creatures and getting rid of the Wandering Emperor. With a land in hand, we could see a block on a 2/2 Vigilance and then -1/-1 on there instead of making the treasure token. We'll see what Zek does here.
Yeah, getting in front of the past. Obviously, SSJ didn't know they were going to draw Invoke Despair to kill the Wandering Emperors. Ends up looking a little awkward here, but can always deal with the next Planeswalker too. There are 4 copies of Emperor in this deck. Another Invoke Despair. Wow. It's now interesting. Shadow's Verdict looks pretty good here. Kind of want to get rid of the Emperor. Emperor honestly isn't doing a ton on this board at only 1 loyalty because there's no creatures to pump. So could just see a Shadow's Verdict here.
Shadow's Verdict and technically confront the past of Wandering Emperor, but that doesn't really do anything, right?
Oh, with the treasures?
Yes.
Yeah, that's fair, but I don't think the Emperor is doing much.
Yeah, I mean, Invoke Despair also makes Arne sacrifice the Wandering Emperor anyway.
This is gross. So
yeah, this is gonna be insane.
The full Invoke Despair for all 3 permanents.
Oh my god, no!
Wipe them out. Get out of here.
That's not even a Toxrill though.
Well, we'll get there. We're just ensuring the game will proceed to a Toxrill point. All right.
That was brutal.
Yeah, that was the rare Invoke Despair where all 3 modes hit.
Here we go, Invoke Despair again. Are we gonna see it?
Gotta imagine we're gonna invoke here. This time we'll be able to kill the Planeswalker and the creature and draw a card.
If you're a mono black lover, this just feels so satisfying.
Yeah, and then we also see the Blood of the Snows in hand for this Foretold Angel Maker to mop that up too. Unfortunately, only 4 Snowlands, so can't return the Lolth just yet. But plenty of gas for our black player here. And there you go.
There's a Starnheim. That was a post-sweeper Starnheim, but little does Arne know, there's 3 more sweepers in Zek's hand.
Yeah. So I'd imagine we'll see a Shadow's Verdict here. We could see Blood of the Snow return one of the 1-drops. I'm sorry, they're both gone.
An interesting...
so the verdict exiled the previous. That's a little bit of Nombo, I guess. The verdict exiling the creatures, but...
An interesting thing about this, Blood in the Snow can technically bring back Toxrill if there's a Thalia or Elite Spellbinder on it.
That is pretty funny. So going for the Sorin here,
really interesting.
Just kind of like giving up the Sorin. I mean, trying to bait out more for the Wrath makes sense, but the problem is you have 3 Wraths, so you don't really need to get max value off of all your Wraths because you have so many of them anyway. So kind of tossing Sorin here, not really doing too much with it.
Like being a really good player like Arne is like, well, they cast Sorin here. Are they just trying not to die? Maybe they don't have a sweeper.
Yeah, that's possible. So
And now
baiting
this
a
and
little
now this
more.
makes him commit to the board.
But the wedding just draws a card anyway, which is fine. And then so by doing this, SSJ gets one more creature out of the Shadows Verdict. Just drew like a land for Blood of a Snow now. That's an option too. So still way ahead here. But perhaps, letting a Sorin go somewhat unnecessarily. Maybe. We'll see. Like this turn could have been this and Sorin.
Maybe he was doing that knowing that he was going to blow in the snow the next turn, and knowing there was already 4 snow-covered swamps in play anyway, to just bring the Sorin back regardless.
That makes sense. That kind of makes sense. All right, cute little combo here with Vampire and Announcement. I guess that works.
I would say if you had 2 Blood in the Snows in hand and no other sweeper, that'll be fine. But I think if it was me, I'd just fire off the Shadows Verdict.
Yeah, just an embarrassment of resources here for SSJ.
I mean, that's what happens when you resolve 2 Invoke Despairs.
That is true. That is a lot of card advantage. And
the thing about Standard is that there's no card like City Stalker Connoisseur to hit that card out of your hand almost guaranteed.
Yeah.
We have some more cards here. Aren't they doing a really good job, honestly, of keeping the resources flowing?
Yeah. I mean, this is a turn, though, where we're going to see, we can see an attack, a dispute, a draw of Lala, the Shadows Verdict. I imagine we'll see an attack here, trying to get these things to die naturally, or at least get some damage in before the Wrath. Then we can see dispute plus Shadows Verdict. Of course, Shadows Verdict exiles. So,
yeah, you get to destroy all creatures here. You get to bring back the Sorin. You get to minus the Sorin. You get to it's just embarrassment of riches.
Yeah, lot of resources. Oh wait, yes, no, all right, a lot of resources. So yeah, again, like I said, these black decks do pretty good against these creature decks, and no slugs just yet. But looking at the sideboards here, Slezzy Tokens has a couple Spellbinders, a couple Legion Angels, a couple Valor Stances, a couple Guardian of Faith. A Guardian of Faith, of course, will be very, very good against sweepers, and a Redain. So some stuff to bring in, not a ton. And then on the black side, maybe some Rays or Grasps are possible. Not really a ton, honestly. Main deck looks pretty good in a matchup like this.
One thing I really like about Arne's deck is Arne can go like 2 different axes of winning the game. Actually 3. There's the Planeswalkers that play really well into cards like Farewell. There's also a world where Arne can go wide whenever he needs to go wide, and then go tall whenever he needs to go tall with the red and stuff. And he can either do damage in little bits and pieces or do damage in huge chunks, right? You make a Ren and 7 tree folk. Maybe it's a 5/5, maybe it's a 6/6, and then you attack. They don't deal with it. You pass back to your turn with open mana. You pass back to them, and then all of a sudden they go to deal with it, and there's a Guardian of Faith. Then it goes to your turn, and they're just dead. There's that way to win, and there's also just a lot of chip damage.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of card advantage among these cards. Announcement, Seeker's Chariot, which is partly why these rats are so good for our black player. It's very hard to beat Chariot and Wedding Announcement with spot removal, but when it comes to sweepers, that's where you want to be.
Who would have known what would have happened if Arne had kept the Chariot back against those 2/2s from 2/1s from Lolth?
Yeah, for sure.
Because that's definitely like the nightmare scenario for Zek, right? Like there's a sweeper, and then all of a sudden you're getting hit with a Chariot that makes another token, and then you sweep, and then there's a Chariot making another token, like every turn.
Yeah, that's part of why these Felslingers look pretty good here, because they're able to block these Chariots and kind of stay in play and be that card that can always block it, barring a Wandering Emperor, of course.
It's weird because we saw that attack with Felstinger, actually, looking back at it, and Arne chumped with the 2/2. If Arne had not chumped with the 2/2, he would have killed the Lolth without having to fire up the Chariot, at least, or without having to cast the Wandering Emperor, right? First,
I believe
that was
so,
a really weird sequence.
Yes, for sure. All right. Well, now we see missing that third land drop for SSJ. Now, if anything dies, be it Shambling Gash or Eye Twitch, that can produce a mana, whether it's Treasure or a Environmental Sciences, but not quite there yet. And if you're playing cards like Meat Massacre, Blood of a Snow, and Lolith, you've got to draw your mana.
All right, there's Yasharn. There's a key card in this matchup here, preventing the sacrifice. Notably, it doesn't prevent Felstinger from sacrificing. Because Yasharn says only to activate abilities, and Felstinger is part of the resolution.
I believe you're correct. Yep. So that's great here. Fellstinger sacrificing a Shambling Ghast or Eye Twitch is phenomenal.
Really?
So I think that SSJ might not realize that Fellstinger's available. Let me double read this real fast. Fellstinger.
A little bit of a numbo here with Prosperous Innkeeper making the treasure token, so Yasharn can't tap the treasure tokens, but I think we take those. I mean, honestly, Fellstinger would draw 2 cards to help with the land drop, but Shambling Ghast would not be able to make the treasure to sacrifice it because Yasharn's still there. But at least you get at least you get the Death Toucher. At least you get to at least they either can't attack. Wow, okay, they just don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Gas could have still killed one of the 1/1s, which would have been good too. But now his board's getting super wide. There isn't enough mana available for SSJ to kind of get these wraths going too. So, kind of a weird direction, a little odd. It has to be just SSJ just assuming that Fellstinger will not work because Fellstinger is personally great right now and mostly just needs lands to get things going here. Now, of course, Arnie does have those two copies of Guardian of Fate just to protect against sweepers, and now that they have the time and the mana, if they have one in hand, it's going to be almost unbeatable.
Yeah, it was a really, really good play to use the Fellstinger last turn. Doesn't really. That's kind of an interaction that you just don't see ever until you come up with it. And this might be just his first time his first time interacting with this.
Yeah.
All right, everything dies.
Here a little bit.
Creating a treasure token, you can't sacrifice it, but if you have a way to deal with the Yasharn, then you can sacrifice them. So might as well make them.
Yeah, I think that the -1/-1s on the 2/2s would have been a way to mop this board up a little bit, but the thing's just sort of snowballing here. I would bet this half of bagel on my desk right now that Arnie has a Guardian of Faith for sure.
You're betting the half a bagel? You want to ship it to me? I'll give you my shipping address.
Yeah, it's on the line right now. It is on the line. I'm betting it. It's on the table. Chips in the middle.
All right, you
Arnie
have my address.
100% has a Guardian of Faith in hand.
I think I hear you just environmental sciences for a land, gain 2 life, and then you there's not enough for Arne to kill. Can't use that blood on the snow because you can't sacrifice the treasures because Yasharn's on the board. But environmental sciences, take all the damage, go to 3, play your land, drop blood in the snow, hope they don't have Guardian of Faith.
Yeah, this is a game showing how important it is to make land drops. Sounds kind of silly, but there were plays SSJ could have made on multiple turns this game to try and produce a land drop. And those plays were not made, land drops were missed, and now we're seeing the effects of this where there isn't enough going on to be able to play the Blood of Snow. Again, Arnie has Guardian of Faith in hand anyway. My bagel on it for sure. And don't think it would matter either way at this point, but
depending on what kind of bagel you have. I know I took you up
plain
on that
bagel,
offer, but
lightly toasted with a little bit of butter.
Now we see environmental sciences not be used last turn to get that land drop. Missed it once again. Can't blow in the snow. So even if Arne didn't have the Guardian of Faith, we can't make sure it's there.
Wait. Where's Arne's stream?
You want to see if he had it? It's too late now.
Nope, it's there.
It was there. Okay.
The game Arnie's hand was Guardian of Faith, an Emperor, a Ren and 7, a land, a creature land. So I was right. I will keep my bagel.
Dang it! I wanted it. I'm hungry.
Sorry, my friend.
God, I thought we were cool stuff friends here.
I mean, we are, but you make a bet. Sometimes you'll lose.
All right, I'll take the loss.
It's okay. We still got slugs to watch. Still got game 3 to watch. It's gonna be a good matchup, and we'll see. That was a bit of a stumbling game for our black player here. So, looking for land number 3 on turn 3, and of course Yasharn not as good of a draw to turning off his sacrifice stuff. So, I think we got a good game 3 lined up for us.
Yasharn is that key card, and if it wasn't for that, maybe there was a position where Zek could have gotten that blood in the snow, where Arne didn't have 3 mana left over, for the Guardian of Faith, or didn't draw the Guardian of Faith yet, but that Yasharn being really, really key. Also, ironically, helping Arne hit his land drops.
Yeah, we got a bit of a risky one here for SSJ. Once again, 2-lander, no third land, no way to sacrifice iTwitch.
Yep.
We could see a grasp on the iTwitch end step if there's a desperation attempt for a Sciences, but
well,
no
I don't think so,
devastating.
because we all know that Zek just wants to naturally draw the lands for turn.
That's not a land.
I would have definitely Infernal Grasp my own iTwitch there. Like, there's no chance I didn't do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God. Toxtrol's gonna cost so much mana.
No, Toxtrol's gonna be. Wait. Dang it. I mean, at least Spellbinder could target the Blood in the Snow to be able to bring the Toxtrol back. We have that going for us, huh?
I imagine that the target will be Massacre, and this game is just gonna be ugly. I think. 7-drop, 6-drop, Massacre are gonna be a 5+ drop. Sorin not very good when you're behind. This is tough. This is tough.
Yeah, we saw all of the sweepers and all of the really, really powerful 5-drops and stuff, but this isn't going to be one of those games. Oh no! Not hitting the land drop! No! No land drop! Zach!
So this is very similar to the last game where SSJ just is not prioritizing making these land drops. You know, could main phase that dispute, try and make a land drop, play the land, just keep the lands flowing. And now we're going to see a major mana discrepancy. The Twitch can block the Spellbinder, but you kind of want to cast this dispute, and the Twitch is the only thing that can cast it. So we could see I was just to go here, sure. So end step dispute, but now the problem is that we draw some cards, go up to 8 cards in hand, or 9 cards in hand, haven't played a land yet, and now we're playing Sciences, and there's the land. So we just see a land drop this turn. I mean, we'll see. A lot of cards in hand for Elliot, and didn't play anything.
On the bright side, there was Arne, not Elliot, but I understand. But Arne didn't have the pig there, which telegraphs Wandering Emperor could still have pig. But I mean, on the bright side, Zek's at 20.
Yeah. That's going to be going down. I mean, we see Sorin taken out here.
I honestly don't even know that I'd cast Sorin there if I was Zek. I would just leave the treasure token there, maybe, and just, like, Environmental Sciences.
I agree.
Because, like, you really, really want this Blood in the Snow. Like, as fast as possible.
No. You want a Toxtrol as fast as possible.
Yeah, the Blood in the Snow brings back the Toxtrol. We're still gonna get the Toxtrol. We get a Blood in the Snow, bring back the Sorin, which is what we're setting up, and then play the Toxtrol, and then win the game. You're getting confused. Toxtrol's the win condition. This isn't the mid-game play. This is the all-out win the game play. No answer. We already went over this. There's no answer for Arne for the Toxtrol. You got to get the Toxtrol out at the end of the game. You got to win with it. Give us this game. We need this.
Yeah, there's just so many missed land drops, and now we see the Sciences cast, but not much else cast. There is an Infernal Grass available here, which isn't too bad.
Honestly, I think you just block with this 2/3 to the Vigilance and kill the Infernal Grass, gain some life. Who cares about the 2/3? You're going to sweep the board anyway.
I think I would have liked to have seen the 2/3 on the 4/2 flyer and then grass the 3/3.
Yeah, either one of those.
All right, there's a Marius Call for 2 4/4s.
Now the 3/3 is indestructible. All right. This is our chance.
I mean,
block a 4/4, Infernal Graph's Lair of the Hydra.
Well, there's Field of Ruin also. We can see, in Field of Ruin, the Lair of a Hydra, grasp a 4/4, block a 4/4, untap Blood of the Snow.
Let's go.
So there's still a path here for sure. I mean, we're 2 lands away from Toxtrol. Toxtrol, there are 2 copies of Valorous Stance in the board for this Selesnya deck, so there are answers for it, and I imagine they probably came in.
Because knowing that it can also just kill the Toxtrol too, let alone like also being good insurance for killing stuff.
I'm pretty surprised to not see a Grasp here. I mean, Blood on the Snow can, in theory, mop things up, but if there's a Guardian of Faith, the game just ends. Blood on the Snow is also Destroy, so a Valor stance would also save an Angel here, too. So being a little bit greedy with the Blood on the Snow here, really putting all the eggs in the Blood on the Snow basket. Okay. Well, this might end up working out. Think smart play to play the Planeswalker and not make creature. All right, I mean, this isn't that bad. So now you can see end step Field of Ruin on the layer of a Hydra, untap, play Blood on the Snow, return the sword and kill everything. This actually is a path. There are still 2 Planeswalkers in play, but Toxtrol's pretty good. Toxtrol's pretty good. All right,
here we go. Blood on the Snow, only 1 mana available. It's okay. Here we go. Bring back the Sorin, minus the Sorin.
Is it Toxie time?
Is it?
About to get Toxie-Turvy?
Toxie-Turvy, that's a good one. That just should be the deck name. Okay, that's going on my YouTube thumbnail.
Sounds good. the PayPal bill's in the mail.
Wait, with the bagel? With the bagel?
With the bagel? Nah, that's gonna be extra, right?
I mean, Arne specifically chose not to leave up an additional mana. If he had Valor Stance, you'd think he'd leave it up.
Yeah, I mean, could be just the Toxtrol is face up, so it could be a insurance policy for Toxtrol, you know.
Here's the Chariot. This protects against the Blood on the Snow.
And a Chariot.
See, I like plussing Ren last turn, like Arne did, because then you can make 2 Tree Folks in a row instead of having to take a turn off plussing. Especially since Arne already had the board anyway, doesn't really need to make a Tree Folk on that board. But Blood in the Snow can come down, sweep everything, and then all of a sudden now there's a Chariot. You can minus the Ren, kill the Ren, who cares, and then fire up the Chariot afterwards and kill the Sorin.
So probably need to sweep again here. However, there, like you're saying, there's the Ren and a Chariot available too to get that going. Let's see what happens here. I mean, I imagine just see an attack, gain,
attack here, gain some life.
And then Blood on the Snow again. Isn't really much good to do with the Blood on the Snow.
Like, Arne could just be going for the, I don't care about Toxtrol, I'm just going wide. With a bunch of really powerful attackers. Maybe that's the thing.
Yeah, it sucks that there's 1 land short here, because if his Grasp was up 2 for the Chariot, I think that SSJ would be in phenomenal shape. But
yep. There is 2 flyers here, so the iTwitch can trump the Chariot. There's going to be an additional Tree Folk, so no Planeswalkers getting hit next turn. The Ren can kill itself, can plus again. Just depends on it. Depends. I think it depends really what Arne has in hand right now, whether he chooses to plus or minus this Ren.
Well, the problem is that the Toxtrol is great and all, but it doesn't really line up well against like 9/9 Tree Folk. So I think that Arne's doing a really good job here of like making it so Toxtrol won't matter that much. Toxtrol is very good against most of the deck, but Ren making 8/8s is definitely one of the factors that is not going to work out in Toxtrol's favor. So interesting spot. And again, this is the kind of power about having information plays in a game. You know, Arne knew the entire game about Toxtrol, the entire game since turn 3, and is able to sculpt the entire game around it.
That's what's so powerful about these cards. Like, anything that looks into your opponent's hand. Like, I've boarded in Duress before just to see if there was a certain card in my opponent's hand that I needed to play around. Different things like Elite Spellbinder just being so strong, not only taxing a card, but learning your opponent's hand and learning how to play around it. And if anyone can play around a card that they need to play around, Arne is the one to do that. Very, very talented player.
Yeah, that's a lot of 9/9s.
I don't know if Toxtrol can beat 9/9s. Well, I guess it can neuter them over time, but lands also make them bigger.
Yeah, and the problem is that like if Toxtrol can make some chump blockers to block them and buy more time, because any creature that dies from Toxtrol make a 1/1 slug, that could work. But there isn't anything small in play. Everything's real big.
I think this is like part of the game plan that Arne wanted to do the entire game. Like you said, sculpting the entire game around Toxtrol being in hand, wanting to make the card as bad as possible. You start necrotic fuming 9/9s? I don't think that's. I don't know.
Seems like there isn't really any good fodder. So
I mean, the fodder is like Sorin. The Sorin.
Yeah, I honestly think I would have liked a no block that turn and just save both blockers for the 9/9s next turn. I'm not even sure what's good enough though, honestly. So Massacre right now is good for X equals 4, which unfortunately is just a little bit short again. And of course, Chariot's very good against sweepers. So yeah, I don't think that there's Toxtrol is still okay here.
I think I like to see. I don't even know if like Toxtril is just like you can play Toxtril. Well, at that point you just play the Hive, right? So that land was a little bit premature, I guess, not knowing whether you wanted to play the Meathook or the Toxtril and then deciding on Toxtril. In that case, Hive's better. But I think the plan here is to like, oh, is a Valor stance on the Toxtril here? Maybe.
I mean, it wouldn't have allowed the slime thing to happen, I don't think, so.
Oh, wow.
That's cute. Guardian of the Face says, "You will not slime my people today." Good
well,
slug.
I guess you can block a block an 11/11, and then block a Yasharn. But if you do that, you still die to an attack all here.
Yeah, I think that I think this game's just over. So we see the Angel come down. It can crew the Chariot.
Well, Legion Angel's gonna crew, right?
Yeah, that's 12 damage, 13, 4, 5, 16. That's a lot. I guess they gain 2. But I think it's lethal. I didn't do the math. We'll find out about 1 second. So
that is -1, I believe, or -2. Wow, aren't they making Toxtril irrelevant?
Yeah, I think the tail of this game, though, you're right. Good math. But was just both game 2 and 3. SSJ would just not make the plays. They're not necessarily great plays, but not make the plays to make land drops. To make those sacrifices and be like, listen. This is not the best W speed ever, but I got to cast it right now because I got to make these land drops. Really prioritizing that. And we saw both games just fell behind on mana. And because of that, Arnie was able to kind of craft a game plan under not a lot of pressure, not a lot of duress, and just overcome all the many powerful cards that on paper should be really, really good against them.
Yep. All right, it looks like Adam the Ant just finished. Let's go ahead and go and see if we can find Airball here playing. Also did some commentating yesterday for the DGen Open with MTG Nerd Girl. We see we're seeing game 2 here. Let's go to Airball playing Esper against looks like an Orzhov midrange, Orzhov control.
Yes, we see the benefit of the blue splash immediately. Kaido in play, Disable Stroke in hand, both incredibly good in mid-range mirrors.
Here we go. Here's the okay.
There you go. I mean,
you said it.
2 mana to exchange for your big play it's just really, really good. There's nothing much to say about it.
And then Record of Bankbuster has already drawn 3 cards. Got that going. Also, there's 2 Record of Bankbuster tokens, which means that's not the first Record of Bankbuster that has drawn 3 cards, right?
There's 2 Bankbuster tokens?
There's 2 Record of Bankbuster treasures.
Oh, treasures. Gotcha. Yes. Yeah, so bank busting all the way to the bank. We can see that with a lot of lands in play too for Airball here.
I'm tempted to go Wandering Emperor +1 on the unblockable, kill Wandering Emperor, Meathook or Doomscar, either one. But we're gonna see leaving the Wandering Emperor alive.
Yeah, I strongly agree with you. I think that kill Emperor, rat the board, leave the board, my Emperor, my Kaido, my vehicle versus your nothing. Seems pretty good. There is a Hive of the Eye Tyrant across the way, but
All right, so you can still animate the hive, but that's not going to save the Kaido, not going to save the Wandering Emperor. Well, actually, it will with the minus here.
Yeah, but it can get first strike from the Emperor.
Yeah, it does get first strike.
So we're double chump blocking.
It will get first strike and it will be a 4/4, which doesn't kill both things. It just kills one thing. So I guess they can trade. They can. It's basically chumping a hive, right? In this situation.
Yeah, and we can see that the effect on this game of all the card draw, very obviously apparent. Cool. Goat has 7 lands in play, and Airball has over 10 lands in play, which is huge.
I'm really surprised at this. With that draw, that let the double chump block be a double kill.
Yeah, that is very fair.
Because you can Luminar the hive +1 the hive. Then the hive's a 5/5, and then now Airball just has to let one of the planeswalkers die and not block. And Gothulu over here on the other side of the board is at 18 life. Not really scared about a crackback. You can just keep doing that every turn. And then Doomscar and Meathook Massacre in Airball's hand.
The Angels are not indestructible.
We paid 7 mana to keep our 2/2 alive, Jim.
Yes. I mean, still in an absolutely dominating position. So, probably still fine. But a mistake that I've made multiple times, too. Just feel like they should be, but they're not. So,
I was fine with the Village Vigilance attack here. It's a 3/3 first strike.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tapping down, so no blockers.
Well, I guess now Hive can chump, but like you don't really want Hive to chump anyway. You just like let the Wandering Emperor die, I guess. Deal a little oops from Airball. No, keep in mind this is game 2 and Airball's at 9 minutes.
Yep.
So
Airball's got some work to do.
I would honestly like. I don't know. I think it's in Gothulu's best interest just to like pass every turn and just wait for Airball to kill him.
I mean, in that case, then like I think blocking makes sense because you're just like making a token with Wandering Emperor, saying go, forcing more game actions, etc., etc.
Yep, exactly. I think Gothulu realizing there's 9 minutes on Airball's clock in game 2. Make another 2/2. Maybe Field of Ruin a Hive, play a creature, or like have a Vanishing Verse or something. Just like draw out the game as much as possible. It doesn't feel good. Here's the 3rd Reckoner Bankbuster of the game.
Yeah, this is a embarrassment of riches.
Not the first time you said that today.
Yeah, there are a lot of powerful cards in Standard, and there are definitely spots where, you can get pretty far ahead. It happens a lot in mid-range matchups, where both players are kind of just like chucking haymakers. One player starts to get ahead. Mid-range decks are known for their snowballing potential, where they kind of just start to get rolling, and the advantage kind of gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, as we're seeing here. The more planeswalkers you have, the more lands you have, the more cards you have.
The more interaction you have, the more spells you can cast. Like it just keeps snowballing like that.
Right, and then they're not, the decks aren't really playing any like really powerful synergies where you can all of a sudden just like pull this crazy combo off or put together these combination of cards to draw you a million cards. It doesn't really exist. It's a very fair kind of back and forth game. So once you get really ahead, it's kind of hard for your opponent to catch back up.
Yeah, well, when you're both playing fair cards, but one person has more fair cards than the other person, the person with more cards just gonna win the game.
Yep.
Unless there's some kind of crazy
Airball, of course, is down to 8 minutes and has to win 2 games. So
unless there's some kind of crazy tempo play that goes on, the player with less cards could win. But usually the person with the more cards can win. We're gonna win.
Yeah, I mean the good news for Airball is this game will be over very, very soon. So
you said that.
I mean, it's still like just verse one of the tokens, plus things up, attack, draw. Like the Bankbusters are ready to go. That was probably the best play. You're not going to cast the verse? Sure, whatever. That was in a March, so...
I mean, you could just, like, verse plus March.
Do it fast, Airball. Just shoot the J,
Verse plus March plus grow the 2/2, crew the Bankbuster. Like, let's go.
Yeah.
And he's realizing he has to go fast, but it might be too little too late. But we have seen control decks win 2 games in less time.
This feels a little
Oh.
like a little much. We're plussing up 6 damage into 8 damage at the cost of drawing cards. I guess it's fine. Whatever. At this point, I'm sure that could take basically random actions to still win the game.
As some people like to say, there's many ways to eat this Reese's.
Yeah. Make
All
a
right.
token.
If I was him, I would just not activate Planeswalker loyalty abilities at all. I would just
It's time of Space Jam.
No time to think.
Time of Space Jam, Airball. Come on. You should be ready to Space Jam. Your name's Airball.
His name is Airball. He can't Space Jam.
Yeah. There it is. And okay. So
There we go.
7 minutes, 23 seconds to win another game of Magic the Gathering, which is very, very possible. 7 minutes is totally reasonable.
Well, I mean, we've seen... Who was it? Tomas Percorni? Almost get 2 games in a control mirror in 7 minutes.
Yeah, for sure. 7 is plenty. If we were like the 4:30 range, I would start to get a little worried. But 7.5 is like a plenty amount of time.
You still have to play like really fast, though.
Yeah, you got to be aware of it for sure. But that's plenty of time to finish, you know.
Wait, is there 4 cards in this sideboard? Oh, no, it's an arrow. Okay, I almost got scared for a second.
Yeah, it's the larger picture sideboarding, which throws me off, too.
See, Arena can make changes like that. Make it a larger or smaller way to view your sideboard in this situation, which definitely makes it more confusing, but doesn't add a spectator mode. Anyways.
There is quite the long list. Yes, quite the long list. I mean, I've probably wasted about maybe 35 days of my life scrolling past all the basic lands to build my decks. So
I think I'm pretty close to the 35-day mark. I might be at 33 and a half days right now.
Yeah.
Also, the sideboarding thing that somehow, the sideboarding like top 7, like how you used to be able to plus and minus on the sideboard, and now you just can't. Nice.
Yes.
Making it harder for us. I see. Airball versus Cthulhu for Game 3.
All right. Airball's got to play fast. Yeah, it's fine.
These Bank Busters have been really, really good. Drawing 3 of them in Game 1, especially in these mirror matches. Oh, there's a Bank Buster on the other side of the table.
Now, the difference here, of course, is that Airball has counterspells in their deck. So Bank Buster plays really well with the counterspells.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you're going to play on my counterspell? No? Okay, draw a card.
Yep.
Plays really well with Wandering Emperor, too. Like, doesn't play into Emperor. Okay, cool, draw a card.
So the only bad news for Airball here, of course, is that this sort of really slow draw much cards game can bog down a little bit. But 2 Emperors in play, a couple removal spells, drawing cards.
There's an Edgar, which can get marched, but really difficult to march that, having to exile another Wandering Emperor out of your hand. Don't really know if you want to do that.
We got an aggro Bank Buster here.
I don't know if that's worth. I mean, this march on the Bank Buster is extremely worth it. Oh my goodness! And then next turn, when Edgar attacks, you get to Wandering Emperor it. So like, it's all looking up for Airball here. You just wait for this Edgar to attack, right?
Yep, and then also that Bank Buster was not able.
Oh, I guess you can do it now.
Sure, this is fair too.
But that leaves the Wandering Emperor to die to Hive, though.
Correct. So yeah, there's a big cost to that as far as you're gonna. But like, at the same time, trading Emperor for Edgar and a Time Walk isn't really bad either.
Also, we can see. Well, I guess main phase Vanishing Verse on that. I mean, okay. The wedding announcement's kind of annoying. Well, wow, it's an incredible draw.
Yeah. Now Duress Emperor's up. Let's see what the Duress reveals.
Oh, wow. There we go. All right, go. Go, Airball, go. Fast.
Yes, now Airball's job is to make plays quickly. Definitely very ahead this game.
And then Wandering Emperor comes down next turn.
Ready. Card draws there.
Yeah, the next turn, land drop means Kaido plus Soul Shatter. Like, let's go. wait till Wandering Emperor end step because we know it's a Blood Chief's Thirst deck can kill the Wandering Emperor here. Wedding Announcement makes a 1/1. A Wandering Emperor going to make a 2/2 here. The next 2/2 can crew the Bankbuster to attack, but I don't think you really want to do that. And there's another duress. I don't know how good this duress is, but at least it can get rid of a Blood Chief's Thirst. Wow, a top deck Wandering Emperor that's going to get Soul Shattered.
This is actually pretty good. So that mucks things up a lot here. Now he can shatter the Emperor, but still get a 2/2.
That was probably one of the best draws in the deck for Cthulhu.
Yeah, for sure. And now there isn't really much else to do. Can't play Kaido, can't Bankbuster draw.
The old Thoughtseize bug happened.
And still the castle in hand to kill stuff as well, and the creature lands.
Yep, that's one thing that you can't duress. Here's a creature land. It's flying. It's definitely going to kill this Emperor here. And Airball's at 5.5 minutes.
That's the problem. Clock's ticking.
Oh, wow. Whoa.
Just going to throw away a creature here to try and draw a card of announcement.
Yeah, true.
Valuing the card over the 1/1.
I'm never done for good.
That's really good. Oh, wow. You can play Kaido like you're going to just attack just to draw a card, and then Vanishing versus the Wedding Festivity. That's actually really good. I might have just played the Kaido first, just to like tell your opponent I'm just doing this to draw a card, so they block.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty sketchy. Because like, why would you play the Kaido first normally if you didn't have it? Like, but either way, it looks pretty good.
Because I think it's because it like has a weird chance of like maybe your opponent blocks now. Because
if your opponent thinks about it logically, they would say, well, why did they cast Kaido pre-combat? There's no reason to do that except to try and like induce me to do something, you know.
True.
A little bit of like leveling there. Gonna play. Oh, okay. Castle is a land. And here comes.
Okay, here we go. Now the Lul's gonna block the 4/4s, which is really strong.
This doesn't do anything though because they're indestructible. So now there's just 2 4/4 angels currently unopposed.
I think at this point you just like have the block on the 2/2. It stays there. You can cast Lulth here, minus. There's a lot of pressure on Cthulhu's side, but not a lot of cards in hand, and if the card advantage is swinging in the favor of Airball here. Making another chump blocker, play the land, make sure you can draw a card off Record or Bankbuster, and try not to get your Planeswalkers killed here so they can start accruing card advantage.
I mean, this is kind of a tough sell. There's also a Haven, a Frost Dragon land. One Planeswalker's dying here no matter what. These 4/4s currently have no answer.
I mean, if there's an all-out attack, you have one Vigilance creature, and Cthulhu's at 16. I think if you're Airball, you want them to all attack at your Planeswalkers so you can, like, get in. You have to end this game as fast as possible. I think sacrificing a Planeswalker is, like, actively good for Airball.
All right, well, here they come. By splitting the attacks, this gives Airball the option to save one of the Planeswalkers.
Question is, are you killing an angel? Saving Kaido.
All right.
I mean, I like this play from Airball, all things considered. I mean, like, you want them to go after your Planeswalker so that you can try to get in. There's almost 3.5 minutes left, teetering down here to 3.5 minutes. 16 life. Like, at this point, time has entered the point in the game where you just have to go.
All right, not the best draws.
Also at a weird spot.
Bankbuster's available. Doesn't draw a card off of it.
Not drawing a card off Bankbuster is interesting, but you can draw cards like the rest or whatever.
Oh, Airball with the 4D chess. Doesn't draw a card off Bankbuster because I don't want to get the rest. There you go.
All right, well, he's more 5-head than I am. Going to 9 minutes for Cthulhu. Now, we have some good attacks here. 13 isn't the worst. And you still have the Cave of the Frost Dragon back to block. The
Big draw here.
Bankbuster draws a card now.
Emperor? Doomscar.
Doomscar's not bad. Because here you can Doomscar. Well, you can't Doomscar and fire up the Hive of the Eye Tyrant, but you can Doomscar and Reckoner Bankbuster. Okay, Doomscar's a lot worse now. Oh my gosh. You really wanted that disdainful stroke last turn. Oh, I guess he would have drawn a card off Reckoner Bankbuster. Never mind, he would have drawn the Doomscar. Another Bankbuster. This is a point in the game where things can spiral out of control for Airball in the card advantage department, but the problem is at 3 minutes.
Yeah, clock's ticking. No Doomscar. Okay, I'm gonna milk this Doomscar a little bit here. This is a pretty big attack. It's a draw off the Bankbuster, which is pretty good too, though, and leave stroke up. So we'll see Chump and Doom. I can only assume here.
Chump and Doom, the things you like to hear.
Airball is definitely way ahead right now, as far as like the actual game Magic the Gathering goes. As far as the chess clock goes, though.
Oh my gosh, that's so good. Two and a half minutes. You gotta go. I don't know what play I would have liked there. I don't know if I would have liked the foretelling that plus play Lolth, minusing Lolth, and then making sure that you can march plus Doomscar next turn. Like march Edgar and Doomscar. But these creature lands are going to be a little bit...
but
these creature lands are really aggressive here. There's a march for 0 hitting this cave. I would have liked the march on the Edgar, but I guess there's no time to do that.
I mean, Lolth and the Bankbusters can definitely overpower one token a turn, you know?
2 minutes left. There's a Wandering Emperor. That can kill the Edgar in a little bit. Vanishing Verse. Gotta go. Gotta go if you're Airball. You can't be messing around with activating loyalty abilities or drawing cards unless you really have to.
No think, only play.
No think, only play. Also gonna wanna... The Vanishing Verse draw there was so good. Making sure the Hive of the Eye Tyrant can't get through. Screwing again here is...
I like this. Just shove him in.
Yep, shove him in. Hit for 8. Lolth dies. I don't care. There's 1 minute and 49 seconds left. Gonna see the block here. They're gonna go after Lolth. It's gonna get Vanishing Verse and see if we can hit for 8 in the backswing. There's a lifelink here, but there's a 1/1 token. There's a 2/2/1s and a 1/1 and a Hive of the Eye Tyrant. So looking up
with
for
the
Airball,
first,
all
the
things
Stroke
considered.
and the Emperor, Airball's gonna win this game with more than 1 minute left.
Just a dominating position, really showing how good Reckoner Bankbuster is in these mirror matches. And Cthulhu choosing to attack with the Reckoner Bankbuster, getting the Reckoner Bankbuster March of Otherworldly Lighted, so it didn't draw 3 cards. Whoa.
I mean, if you want to crew, it's too late. Just freaking attack.
I think that's what he did, right? He's like, I wanted to crew,
Yeah.
but we're in combat.
All right.
Learned much during
2 more points of damage.
Let me show you strike fast and strike hard.
About to play 3rd Planeswalker.
There are many secrets I don't know. Not for long. Our eyes are everywhere.
My children will take care of you.
That's a farewell.
Probably not playing farewell here.
Minute 10. What is this off the top for Cthulhu? Their copy of Farewell? Are we firing up this Hive of the Eye Tyrant? We're thinking about loyalty abilities.
No think, only play.
57 seconds. 57 seconds. Making a token. Okay. Screwing the Bankbuster with it, I guess. Come on! 48 seconds! If this is a Wandering Emperor for Cthulhu, he's not going to get another turn if he keeps doing this. firing up the hive. Vanishing versus the can't vanishing versus that. Go 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 go! 37 seconds. I think Airball might have just threw a turn away by taking that time.
I think that's still we're still in pretty good shape here. It's gonna take 2 turns, but obviously now the problem is if Goat draws a Meat Massacre or some way to kind of like reset the board here, there's no chance for Airball to win in time. But I think as it stands, it's just Meat Massacre or bust for Goat.
I think if this was a Hive of the Eye Tyrant attack, the game would be over. Come on. Come on!
18 seconds.
17. I think we wasted a turn here. Too many loyalty abilities. Pass. Auto pass. The record of Bankbuster is also giving priority.
Space Jam, Airball.
Yeah, this might be a good old. Oh, come on! Priority.
Space Jam.
Hive of the Eye Tyrant attack. Oh my gosh! No! Come on! No! Swing!
3 seconds.
Go 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 go! 2 seconds.
Woo! Oh. All right. There you go. 2 seconds on the clock.
Wow. Really giving us a run for our commentating money here.
It's
You
hard
know what?
to
You know
get it
what?
much closer than that. I guess the game could have been close too. Like that was a very lopsided game in Airball's favor. But folks, don't try that at home. Don't let your clock. Winning with 2 seconds is not all it's cracked up to be. It looks fun on TV, but it's a pretty risky endeavor.
Yeah, and Airball being a content creator maybe was just trying to,
Just
create
time it
some
perfect.
nice content, You never know. Maybe he already knew he had it in the bag. But if anybody knows to not do that, it's me. If you haven't seen the clip before, the person right next to me in the booth was commentating my match, where I was attacking for Exact Lethal, and ran out of time in the finals of the Hooglandia Open, and lost. So if anybody knows how scary that is, it's me. That's why you see me freaking out and not Jim as much. Because he probably doesn't run out of time as much as I do.
No comment on that. I have no comments.
All right. So let's go ahead and see if I believe we have one more match playing. They started a little bit late, but I don't know if they are sharing their screen. So give us 1 second, and we might. Was that round 4 already?
That was round 4, right? We're flying today.
All right. So do you have? Well, we don't have standings for this round because the round isn't technically over yet. Oh, I guess we can pair the next round. Are you ready? You have to use a quick bathroom break or anything? Or we can do a bathroom break after round 5 into top 8.
Yeah, let's go.
Cool. Well, yeah, let's do it. This is going to be the fastest stream leg ever.
Came here to watch some magic and chew bubblegum. I actually just don't have any bubblegum. So let's watch some magic.
You have something that's better than bubblegum.
I do have a bagel. This bagel is looking a little lonely, I'm not going to lie. But listen, top 8 break. Don't you worry, okay?
You've wanted to eat that for a long time.
That was second breakfast. Yeah, I went out this morning. Me and Nicole had to bring the dog to the groomer. Got a bacon, egg, and cheese. I was like, I'm going to get a bagel, too, for a little bit later. So that's that second breakfast.
All right, there we go. So let's go ahead and see if we can get the next round paired. They're working on the pairings right now. That means the last round was finished. Do you have what is the undefeated so far? If I can refresh this and look at it real quick. I wouldn't be surprised if Arya playing the Goldspan Shenanigans deck was still undefeated, but it looks like they haven't been completed yet from the last round, but they will be momentarily. We have Arna Hugenbeth, we have Elliot Dragon, we have Joe Terrell, undefeated, playing Naya Runes. That is, Joe Terrell is Joseph Medicus, so Medicus Dota, which is one of the ones we covered in round 1, is still undefeated. And then we have those other two, playing Rakdos Vampires for Elliot Dragon and Selesnya Tokens from Arna Hugenbeth.
Yes, so trying to get the refresh here, but yeah. So going into that round, I mean, I can tell you the results. We have actually Dota and Arnie are. Wait, is this round 4 or round 5?
That right there, I believe, was round 4.
I think it might have been round 3.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think we're getting a little ahead of ourselves here. Yeah, because they all have nothing reported for match 4 yet. So, yeah, we currently have 3 undefeated players. Arnie playing Cecilian Tokens, Elliot playing Rakdos Vampires, and Dota playing Naya Runes. We have a bunch of X1s here with a variety of decks. Arya among the X1s. SSJ Mono Black. We just saw Airball now X1. And we're, I believe, going into round number 4. Yes, going to round number 4. Got a little ahead of ourselves. We are going fast. It's a smoothly run tournament, but we're not going that fast. We're not going to skip anything.
Well, I mean,
So
we've
round 4 is
covered so
coming up,
many
and we're
different
gonna
matches.
have,
I thought we were around 4 already. We've covered so many.
We could have only one undefeated player left after this round.
Wow. All right, and just to let you guys know what we're playing for here, $1,000 of CoolStuffInc.com store credit given out to the top 8. Also, 9,000 MTG Arena Gems thanks to our partners with MTG Melee being able to do this for us. And also, speaking of MTG Melee, giving us the opportunity of partner with Wizards of the Coast to be able to give out the top 4 have April qualifier New Capenna invites. So, gonna skip the line and getting top 1,200. They can be number 7,000 bronze if they would like to, but they're still qualified. And we all know that, you know, Jim, you can play your bronze to mythic and just never make mythic, and then you can play.
Skipping the line's great. Making top 1,200 is stressful, especially if you're like you want to just play and have a little fun as well. It's sort of like I know pro StarCraft players often have 2 accounts where they have their like real serious ladder account and their secondary account to kind of like try things on, mess around. Some will warm up, will like play a few games to warm up on their second account and then play on their main account. Arena is a little more difficult because of collections and stuff like that. So, you know, you want to play some fun decks, but you're like, you know, 900 mythic, you don't want to play anymore. So skipping the line's a pretty big perk.
Now let's see if we can catch. Okay, let's go ahead and catch a deck we haven't caught before, and they're on turn 2 right now. So let's go ahead and catch Adam the Ant playing a blue-white deck.
All right, what do we got here? Let's take a look at this.
They're currently on turn 3 here with a Spell Pierce against a Wedding Announcement. We have a couple Usher of the Fallens in play. Spell Pierce comes down on this Wedding Announcement. We have Behold the Multiverse coming up next turn, paired with a Jawari Disruption, which is really nice. Catilda on the other side of the board. Crossroads Innkeeper in play. Brutal Cathar looks like a blue-white aggro deck.
It's just like a Azorius tempo deck. You've got, you know, aggressive white creatures, Wandering Emperor's got flash, couple of Behold the Multiverse, couple counter spells, Spell Pierce, Spectral Adversary for a little more flash action. Kind of like a blue-white, sort of flashy, disruptive creature deck.
I was gonna see if we can look at Arya playing the Goldspan Dragon deck, but I was not able to find her in the feature.
See if we can't correct that. Uh-oh. So a little bit of a telegraphed disruption there from Adam Ant, obviously not activating the Usher of the Fallen, but Jub plays into it as a tap land instead. Oh, that was an Emeria also coming in tapped.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Ow.
Ouch.
All right, so Usher of the Fallen makes the 1/1. Really good blocker against Catilda here. Catilda is one of those cards that is a little bit risky to play, but when it goes off, it really goes off.
Yeah, kind of a cool card. You know, just a little mana accelerator. It's also a sync, which is kind of nice. Little pro werewolves action, which can come up occasionally. Of course, Brutal Cathar cannot hit the Dawn Hard Prime. Which is kind of cute. Innkeeper, not a human, a halfling. They know all about Second Breakfast. And then we got Portable Hole, Wedding Announcement. This is a lot of stuff. This is sort of the issue with a deck like this blue-white tempo deck, where it's not as aggressive as the white decks are. And counter spells like Spell Pierce, Disruption are super great when they work. But once something slips through that's really, really powerful, things can get awkward because things can snowball out of control pretty hard. This is not Legacy. It's not Modern where you can like play a Delver, spell pierce some stuff. So strategically, the kind of deck where if things go right, Adam will crush people. But once things start to go wrong, they're going to snowball and start to go really wrong. This is starting to happen in this game. So yeah, I mean the Seed of the Empire can kill something maybe. Brutal Cathar can sort of kill something, but not a lot else going on. Then Jub, of course, has the Mana Snake in play, has the Wedding Announcement in play. Brutal Cathar also kind of cool with that because it plays, obviously the werewolves play very well with flash stuff. You get to just like say go, flip it, and then play your flash spell. Fortunately, the attacks just aren't really great for Adam here.
That's not great for Adam. We had the Wedding Announcement doing its thing. Agano could be useful in a second. It could be a spot where remember when Jub jammed the Yasharn into the counterspell there? A pretty obvious counterspell. It could have been because Jub just had a bunch of stuff to play in hand anyway. Usually I tend to do that when I just have a bunch of like clunky cards. I just like play this into a counterspell, sure, it gets countered. Play this into a counterspell, sure, it gets countered. Okay, finally I resolve my card.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a miscue, honestly, because the Emeria was played tapped after.
Yeah.
So could have just played it on tap for 3 and had the mana to protect it. Now, there are 2 Disruptions and 2 Spell Pierces in a deck, so that wouldn't have played against Spell Pierce. So there's a cost, obviously, of 3 life there, but either or. That last card for Jub is good here. Things could get pretty ugly.
And if it's not a card, if it's just land, then Brutal Cathar could be ugly.
Yeah, that's true. That's part of the allure of the Flash deck here is that you can keep flipping the Cathar over, but there you go. So Cathar's no more.
Do this,
and now
get a 2/2.
Adamant's board is no more.
Yep. Gonna go. I would get in for 2, draw a card. Maybe the Catilda dies to Agano. You know. This is the second copy of Agano. The one's already on the board. What do you think? What's your stance on playing multiple of these legendary lands in decks?
They are very good. There are actually 3 copies in this deck, and I think it mostly just depends on like, is the land doing something that really helps you? So, for example, this blue-white deck, not a lot of removal in it, so having an extra removal spell on your land base is pretty sweet. But something like the black one or the red one, you know, there's diminishing returns. You don't want to keep doing them over and over again. So, white one, probably the one you'll see most often as a multiple, and maybe Beseiju as well. So. Again, 3 in this deck. 3 is a lot. I think 2 is very reasonable, though. There's a Cave of the Frost Giant here in play, which can get in for 7, but many chump blockers available for Jub.
Now, there's a Cave of the Frost Dragon, so I don't think Jub's getting in anytime soon. There's also Agano. But at the same time, like, Jub's at 10, so you attack with Hollow, you chump with the Prosperous Innkeeper, keep gaining card advantage from Wedding Announcement. Game should be over quite quickly if there's a good spell in Jub's hand.
Yeah, this is what I was saying.
Oh, that's a good spell.
Once something slips through, Adamant is sacrificing power level for interaction here, you know, and that'll work when Spell Pierce lines up well and your curve lines up well. But once things don't line up anymore, it's just a slugfest. You brought a knife to a gunfight kind of thing.
Yep. And I kind of like decks like this. This is similar to the deck that Arne Huschenbeth was playing. Like, all these cards are good cards. I mean, Catilda has a chance of being like kind of bad, but when you have a lot of mana, it's also not that bad. Ashika's Chariot, good card. Wedding Festivity, good card. Portable Hole, Cyclone Apparition. Just playing a bunch of good cards back to back to back is never a bad strategy.
Yeah, and Catilda, worst case scenario, is just a mana rock, right? Just a one mana elf for 2, which is totally fine.
Right. But it could just be way more than that. You could definitely see a situation where like 1-drop on turn 1, Catilda on turn 2, turn 3 or 4 like Amaria's Call. And that's where
For
it
sure.
kind of gets out of hand. All right, Tangled Veil comes in tap. Instead of it being a creature, which might mean that there's an Amaria's Call.
Yeah, I mean, this is just an old-fashioned shellacking here.
Gosh, put a counter on everything. Wow. Where's the hardened scales?
Yeah, I think that would be a little overkill at this point. Now, of course, Jubb has to be aware of his Hall of the Storm Giant, both on offense and on defense. But I mean, there's just so much stuff in play.
Yeah, I mean it's a weird attack, right? Because like if you attack with everything, then the block with Hall of Storm Giant and Chump, Adam goes to 11. If you attack with Chariot, then you can get to make a token, but it gets blocked by the Hall. Also okay with the Frost Dragon there, and you really want to leave like 2 blockers back so that they don't draw like a portable hole and then hit you for 7. But that's kind of the only way that Adamant can win is by like sneaking in the 7 if like Jubb taps out somehow.
Yeah.
Which is highly, highly unlikely. You can just attack with 2 things, make a copy of like a cat.
The thing is, at this
copy
point,
of
if you're
the human,
attacking with 2
whatever.
things, you're just like throwing away a Chariot for a cat and 4 damage, which seems awkward. So
Yeah.
I feel like if you're crewing, you're attacking with everything and just saying, all right, I'll just make a creature, get her my Chariot, I have a blocker.
Good thing that this Iganyo can't hit the Chariot because of that Wedding Festivity on 3 counters.
All right.
All right, that will do it. Is that game on board?
I mean, looks pretty good to me.
7
We've
on the
got
4,
2
3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17. Yep, that is game on board. Game 1's going to go to Jubb. These players do not have a chance in making top cut, right?
No.
So after this game, we're going to go to Arya, since Arya is sharing in Discord now, and we're going to go ahead and see the Goldspan Dragon combo deck do the thing.
Hopefully.
We're gonna try our best to cover matches that are in the running. This one just didn't end up working out in the beginning, so we're gonna catch this game until we get to Arya's game. Iganyo can hit the Skyclave Apparition, getting a 3/3 from the Brutal Cathar, and that's still exact lethal. Also, Catilda can pump everything.
So, yeah, like
Catilda right now.
Yeah. It's a lot of stuff.
It is a lot of stuff. All right, that'll do it for game 1 for Jubb. Congrats on the game 1. We're going to go ahead and go over to Arya and see what game she's currently in right now. Looks like we are in game... Whoa. It looks like we're in game number 2. With Arya as a Goldspan Dragon, Burn on the House, Unexpected Windfall, and Smoldering Egg, but with 3 lands in play, that's looks like an Elite Spellbinder came down on an Expressive Iteration earlier on in the game and really screwed up the plans for Hogpog. It seemed like Hogpog was going for a on the draw turn 3 Expressive Iteration, and then on turn 3 got Elite Spellbindered, and then never hit a land trap after that.
Yeah, and honestly, this is almost the exact same deck we just saw from Juan Alvarez here. Azorius Tempo. Same idea, white creatures, couple counter spells, 2 Spell Pierce,
yeah, and
Fading Hope here.
And JP Cube here, Juan Alvarez, is in the running for making top 8. They're currently 2-1 right now.
Yeah, and I mean, this is gonna line up pretty well against the combo control deck. Spell Pierce, Thalia. We saw the Malevolent Hermits in play, Est of Talents, Negate. That's a lot of tools.
All right, so you know these decks better than I do, because I personally don't like playing these decks. I don't like playing against them either. I don't know what it is, but I guess it's the play pattern or something. But the Smoldering Egg on turn 2 is definitely where you want to be against this turn 1/2 on here.
Yeah, Egg is great. Hazard's great. Goldspan and Lear are pretty good too. So a good start for sure. Slow things down. Dahlia is where JP wants to be, but Spikefield Hazard is the answer. Now, of course, the problem is Ari needs to draw some lands here. So there's the question of, do you want to play this as a Spike Field Hazard or as a land? Needs that 4th land pretty bad. Then needs the 5th land pretty bad also.
Spikefield Hazard on the Thalia is where you want to be as well. And notably, Spikefield Hazard giving Smoldering Egg 2 counters since it was 2 mana to cast. And Smoldering Egg caring about that, not the actual mana value of the card.
Yeah, a little fun anti-synergy with Thalia. It's pretty funny.
Now we're see the Smoldering Egg here for on the Usher of the Fallen. Is there any 1 mana blue cards that JP Cube can play here?
2 Spell Pierce.
If you are Arya, you really, really wanted that land drop, but you see a guard approach, and then you don't hit the land drop.
Yeah, this is tough. So, gonna see a tap here. Just try to buy some time, put some counters on the Smoldering Egg. But if we don't see a land for Arya, probably next turn, this game is going to snowball out of control. And the fear is that if this Windfall gets countered by a Spell Pierce or a Negate, S-Talent, etc., things are ugly. So there's your land. Well, now Ari needs to be very, very careful to not have his Windfall countered. However,
yep, the Smoldering Egg's gonna grow.
The egg.
It's basically it's kind of like a sunny side up egg right now, but you want it to be over medium, so like you need to flip it over.
Very fair, very fair. Gonna go for it. I can't see this resolving. 2 Negate, 2 S-Talents, 2 Spell Pierce.
If this gets Test of Talent, that's huge. But I think if you're JP Cube, you might want to save Test of Talents for like their actual combo spell. But there's a Spell Pierce.
Wow,
now that's
all right, so
disaster.
Doesn't resolve, but didn't have a plan for the.
Oh wow.
Interesting. So could have played the Skyclave pre-combat. Maybe a bit of misstep there. And there's land 5. And now we're off to the races.
And then there's Lear. And then if Lear can't get outed by like a Brutal Cathar or something, then all of a sudden you get to cast Unexpected Windfall again next turn.
Yeah, this is there aren't many ways to kill this dragon. There's 1 Valor Stance. And that's pretty much
Hermit's really bad against Lear.
Yeah, I guess there are Wandering Emperors, but all right.
There's a shelter.
Also. Of course, Lear can be countered by nothing.
Gosh, the only thing the only thing Hogpog
Test Talents. There are no ways to counter a Lear.
The one thing that Hogpog wanted really happened with the drawing 2 lands in a row.
Yep, absolutely.
Because on 3 lands, drawing you see a guard approach, having to tap down a creature, that's a recipe for disaster right there.
Yeah, not where we want to be.
Discarding this Shijiri Shelter, this Unexpected Windfall is free, since you do have the Goldspan Dragon there to make 2 more tokens. So, what is Hogpog looking for here with this Unexpected Windfall?
This is risky. I'm sorry, I can't be countered because of Lear, right? Duh. So,
Can be countered. If Goldspan Dragon gets targeted, the Shijiri Shelter's there anyway. This is not Alchemy, so it does get a treasure token for getting targeted.
Yeah, this is really good. This is a really good place to be. That Usher's still a little bigger than Ari would like, but all in all, in pretty good shape.
Do you like Galvanic Iteration, Spike Field Hazard? Galvanic Iteration, you see a guard approach? If you Galvanic Iteration, you see a guard approach. That means you can't hold up Shijiri Shelter, and I'd be very surprised if Arya decided to do that.
Yeah, you just take 4 here. The thing about this white deck is that there's no reach, really. Oh, wow.
Oh, they're going to go Shijiri Shelter on white.
Sure, that's fair. With you see a guard approach as a backup blind, this is totally reasonable. Why is it so fiery?
I don't. The shelter doesn't. Oh,
all right.
Oh,
so,
you see a guard approach being really, really good here.
Is it like a new animation for Lear?
Is that for Lear or for Shijiri Shelter?
It was for both. It was for the you see a guard too.
Oh wow, the Usher is on fire.
Everything's on fire. What's going on? All right, so pretty good exchange. Now you see the Hall of Storm Giants also available too.
In Galvanic Spike Field to hit the Hermit and the 1/1. Not that she really cares about that right now, though. I guess you could do that and fire up the Hall of Storm Giants. Does that work like that? You could do that, right? Play the land,
yeah.
fire up the Hall, get 2 more. No, that's not enough mana.
Nah, one short.
Yeah. We are going to see... Oh, the double Galvanic iteration. Spike Field Hazard. Oh, wait. I don't know why the double Galvanic iteration here, unless you're planning on going face or something. Or just killing the Skyclave, I guess.
Could kill Skyclave, I guess. Yes, is sure.
The chance Skyclave chump blocks anyway, but...
All right, so... like I was saying in the last game, the blue-white deck, if it's able to get ahead, can do some cool stuff, but once you fall behind, there isn't really a way to come back. This is a pretty dominating position by Ari. Now, to be fair, there's nothing left. There's no more protection spells, but there is a Hall of Storm Giants. Now JP's at 5. There are 2 must-kill cards in play. Yeah, that's going to do it. There you go. Close one. Definitely on the edge of a knife there a little bit for Arya, not having that 4th land, but finds a land or 2 and pulls it out.
Well, let's go ahead and... Okay, I believe that person's done playing. Anybody else still playing is still in the running for making Top Cut. We have our 3-0s, Arne Hushin, Beth Selesnya tokens, Elliot Dragon, and Naya Runes. We also have Mono White aggro from Nate Fennelly that has already completed their match. We just finished watching Arya. Nicholas Prieto, our previous champion from Stream League 9. Let's see if they're still playing. Looks like Nico is still playing against Garrett Askin. We've already seen Garrett Askin played here, playing the Naya aggro deck that lost to Runes in round 1. Still has a chance of making Top Cut here. Playing against Bud, that is also has a chance of making Top Cut. I believe they're both 2-1.
Oh boy, we've walked into a game here.
We could be the Harbingers of Doom again. Garrett winning game 1 against this deck for Bud, and Bud being at 1 life.
I mean, 1 life or not, this board looks pretty good for Bud. Again, we've been seeing this most of the tournament, these blue cards being insanely good in these mid-range mirrors. Spiders to block, Raven Beetlement, Meat-Oak Massacre, Double Planeswalker. These creatures are pretty huge, but...
I don't know. Meat-Oak Massacre can't deal with these cards. There's a Raidane taxing everything. The lands come in tapped. Not that Bud needs any more lands. But Kaido's at 7 loyalty. So if Bud has any blue or black creatures in the deck, they will be able to get put on the battlefield when something deals combat damage. And honestly, I don't even hate an attack with like ultimate and then attack with one of the spiders. If it gets double blocked, put the damage on Archon and then kill the Archon with Meat-Hook Massacre. But then you probably just die to Raidane, right? So I don't even know if you want to do that. Well, if you kill the Archon with Meat-Hook Massacre, you might be able to Raven people also, right?
Like there are not a lot of blue and black creatures in this deck, so
if Archon, if the 4/3 attacks gets double blocked, put the damage on Archon. 9 goes to 5. Meat-Hook for 5 it costs 7 mana. And then you can, it costs 8 mana to Meat-Hook for 6. Put Raidane to 4, and then you have 1 mana left over for Raven Femlet. I actually think if they block here, then Bud gets rid of Raidane and Archon.
Yeah, the thing is that blocking there at 24 life or whatever seems a little suspect. So, here's Kaido.
Can't afford to zero the Lolth or else they'll die.
Can afford it, but it is a legal game action
at the price of death.
Yes. Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8.
All these counters are probably put on these Raidane and Archon because of like a back-to-back showdown or something. It looks like.
Yeah, there's 11 mana available for Bud, and it's like still just not enough, which is pretty hilarious. Hello.
Oh, looks like we have a
So
frozen client here. Let's. Oh, okay, never mind. Not frozen anymore.
just one off of killing Archon here with the Ray. But this does just reset Lawleth for more spiders, which is pretty good. Still seeing cards drawn off of the Kaido, which is still pretty good.
Drawing off of a wedding announcement as well. So, can't double block the spider anymore. Wedding announcement's not a bad draw, except for it doesn't block Raydane or Archon, but it does insulate against dying to this Den of the Bugbear as soon as Garrett gets another red mana. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. Meat hook for... You can only meat hook for 5 right now. Because Raydane taxes and Deserted Beach will come in tap due to Archon. We're going to see a potential Kaido ultimate? What are the blue and black creatures?
2 Tainted Adversary.
Well, those things don't block.
That's it. Unless I'm looking at the wrong deck list here, it is 2 Tainted Adversary, and that is the only, the only blue and black creatures in the entire deck.
That's how you know that Kaido should never be ultimated. You just get booted out of arena.
Yeah.
Well,
seems like drawing a card is much preferable to putting an adversary in play.
Well, this person's client is being Yikes right now. Let's go ahead and go to Gask, which is Garrett Askin here, and watch it from their point of view and see what they have going on in hand. Okay, they have minimized their application. Okay. I would love to watch this. Let us watch this.
Okay. It's a pretty tight game. Kind of want to know what's happening.
Spectator mode wins, so we don't have to deal with this? Okay, well, alright, well, that was a fantastic match to watch and never see the end of. Alright, we can speculate. Who's gonna win? We don't know. We'll find out after this round, I guess. Who do you think would win that match?
It looked like the Naya deck was just about to get there over the top. I really want to see the result of that Kaido ultimate because I just don't. Maybe it's like a bluff to try and that doesn't make any sense. Like try to induce a block because like this open deck lists, there's only 2 Tainted Adversaries. Like maybe they think it's like any creature and they wanted to get like their own Legionator or something like that. But I don't know. I would like to know what happened.
Okay, well we might just go over to another player playing and get you into these matches because I want to see the matches too. I want to see how that ended. Oh well. We are going to fix that as soon as we can. Let's go ahead and get over to somebody that can guarantee their slot into the top cut by winning this. That is Elliot Dragon. Currently undefeated right now. Well, I guess they're done with their match already. They're just playing a random game. Let's go ahead and get someone that has a chance at making it into the top cut. Go ahead and double check this person here. See if their stream is back up and running. Looks like they restarted their client. Let's go ahead and see if Arne Huschenbeth is still playing. He does have a chance if he wins this to make it, playing against Medicus Dota. Let's go ahead and go over to here. We are in game 3, and looks like Runes is going crazy.
That's a lot of stuff in play for both players, honestly. Some 5/5s rip apart, and that is one honky chonky Rune Forge. That's a Rune Forge champion that's eating a lot of beef. All right. It's big enough. Big enough to at least do some damage.
Now, one thing that Arne has going for him, I obviously flooded out here a little bit. I say flooded out, but probably got those lands off of the Planeswalker anyway. Couple Chariots, couple Wandering Emperors in the bin already. 21 trample lifelink.
It's Clash of the Titans.
Now, are we going to see a huge block with all of the tree folk? I don't know. Probably not. Maybe? Okay, just...
So I think what we're saying here is that I need to draw Wandering Emperor or way to kill this, or I can't win.
A Marius Call's not bad. There is enough mana to cast that.
That wasn't bad at all. Yeah, I would...
It gives things indestructible. It does gain a couple life. There's 6/6 tree folk now. I don't know how you're gonna survive this 21-22 though.
Yeah, the problem is, so I mean, could have thrown away Ren for another tree folk, but didn't do it pre-call. Now if it's done, it will not have indestructible. And with that large of a trampler coming, I don't think there's enough power to just block this. Especially because next turn is going to be a bunch more spells cast, a bunch more counters.
Yeah, realistically, this Room 4 champion
here
could be a 26/26 or something crazy, and Kami of Transience also gets counters, and that's also a trampler. So you have to deal with 2 tramplers.
Yeah.
I think Arne realizing this about the indestructible on the tree folk, but probably just going to capture it in anyway to make sure he doesn't die and try to draw Wandering Emperor. But it might just be too many tramplers at this point, with Kami of Transience also coming down next turn.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. It's a tough spot. Yeah, so recognizing the mistake, doing the best to correct it. Little oopsies.
The oops might actually just be huge with having to block the tramplers afterwards, and really wants to keep that 6/6 alive again. It's just going to matter about the top of the deck right now for Arne.
Pretty big mistake. May end up not mattering, but
oh my goodness. God. Medicus Dota might have not boarded out the other copy of Showdown in this match.
Yeah. Okay.
That might be the 3rd Showdown. Oh my gosh! And there's a Hallowed Haunting, and it's out of control.
Yeah.
The Hallowed Haunting is almost guaranteed going to be making everything flying next turn too. I mean, there are Reachers and Flyers on Arne's board, but that means the 2/2 Cast, Innkeeper, and Tangled for Edron can't block.
So 23 power. Just gonna hold it home. Could have attacked and like maybe force the Angels to block and stuff like that, but just don't really need to. You know, just can wait till things can actually die. The champions will be even bigger next turn. This is the kind of game where I was saying where, you know, realistically the Runes deck is just going way over the top of the mid-range deck here.
In order for a mid-range deck to have good play against a deck like Runes that can go over the top, is just play a lot of things that answer everything.
Not even going to play anymore. Yeah. There you go.
Arne's still in the running for making top cut. Just going to be a little bit harder to get in there. Arne does move down to 3-1, so Arne still has a chance even if he loses next round, but a win next round in round 5 solidifies Arne's spot in the top cut. Medicus Dota, I believe, was also undefeated, if not 2-1, and moves up to either 4-0 or 3-1 with that win over Arne Huschenbeck.
Yes. Dota's now one of our 2 undefeated players, as Elliot Dragon was also able to win their match. So we have 2 undefeateds left. Elliot and Dota on a collision course here on round number 5.
All right, let's go ahead and see if we can get back to the match where we wanted to see the end of it. But we might not be able to see that. Let's go over to Nicholas Prieto and see if that match is going on right now so we can get back to that one. It looks like neither of them Discords are working, unfortunately. Well, we are doing our best to make sure to get that match back to you.
We'll never know, folks.
We'll just never know how that ended, huh? We'll just never know. All right. You know what match might be still going on? Toxrill. Nope. Didn't get not going on. I thought we were gonna get a chance to see Toxrill again, but I guess not. That might be the last match of the round if we don't have another match going on. We do actually have a game 2 going on with John Ramos against Lord Kaiju. So we'll get you this match. I don't know if they have a chance at making Top Cut, but we will double check on that. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and watch some Orzhov Planeswalkers against Izzet Galvanic Iteration.
Lord.
That is
both these players are 1 and 2, so with a win, then another win, they could definitely have an outside shot at top 8 for sure. That's a lot of triggers. Not enough, but a lot. Down to 1 for John. And yep, that'll do it. So John dead to the token, also dead to killing the token. And yeah, looks like Lord Kaiju will keep themselves alive in this tournament. Now moving to 2 and 2. They win that last round. They have a chance to sneak in at 7th or 8th place if their tiebreakers are able to hold up. John looking things over, but there is no castable spell here that makes a difference in the battlefield, as well as no things to activate. So Lord Kaiju, 2 and 2. It's got a shot. It's got a shot.
And this is Lord Kaiju's first ever Stream League, and also a member of DGen Gaming. If you want to find out the members of DGen Gaming, all of them, you can type in !DGen in chat. A link will come up. Click the link, and you'll see everyone that's currently streaming playing DGen, and also people that aren't streaming. So Lord Kaiju, one of the teammates there. Let's go ahead and see if anyone else is currently playing, and then we can go on to round number 5. There are 2 matches left. Airball is playing, and Nicholas Prieto is playing that match still. So we're going to go ahead and see if we can catch Nicholas Prieto once again. Hopefully we get to see it. That Nicholas is currently working. So the Garrett Askin versus Bud is back in action, and we get to watch the conclusion of this Game 3. Unfortunately, we had to miss Game 2.
Sure, it was very exciting.
I'm sure it was exciting, and it was very nail-bitey, and we predicted exactly what happened. But anyways, this game here, we have an Archon of Emeria, getting exiled by the Skyclave Apparition, going to get a 3/3 on the board. There's a Chariot. Looks like Garrett is pretty far ahead. Garrett's going to have to not play into a Wandering Emperor, knowing that it's in Bud's deck. We have a pretty good 5-mana play here in Luminarch Aspirant and Skyclave if you want to Skyclave that. Isika's Chariot. We can also meet Hook for 3.
Hook looks pretty good here. Hook looks pretty good here.
Could also maybe try to do nothing and catch Chariot attacking, but if I was Garrett, I just wouldn't attack with Chariot in that case, knowing there's multiple copies of Wandering Emperor in Bud's deck.
Yeah, definitely agree. You know, that's a Wandering Emperor is very, very good, but it's often very telegraphed when you just kind of say go and attack like this with no instance in it otherwise. Some instance, but not like a ton.
Right, especially when your deck of Lunarch Aspirants and Skyclave Apparitions and Meathook Massacres just says go.
Right.
I have all sorcery speed cards except for this one instant speed card, and I'm passing. Nothing to see here. I'm flooded.
And if they play into, I mean, they're playing into the Massacre, I guess sort of not, because the counter from Luminarch Aspirant can pop up. We're crewing here. We're going in.
Oh my.
Oh god, here we go.
Oh my.
Oh boy, so this is gonna be.
Oh god, this is like the dream scenario for Bud.
Oh, the counter with the Chariot too. Oh god, folks, don't look.
We've witnessed the massacre. Wow, the dream scenario. Oh god,
have like a sneaky snakeskin down here or something like that.
I don't think that was the right play to just pass from Bud, but also Garrett definitely just like did his best to play into it. Unless it was Tameo safekeeping or something.
Well, I mean, all right. Still gonna be a pretty good massacre, but
I mean that's definitely the reason to do that play if you have Tameo safekeeping. But this is going to be a huge meat hook.
Now, big question is, what's the follow-up? There's a good follow-up here, and the activate Chariot attack. That's huge. If not, we'll see.
Cashing in the Wandering Emperor. One more Wandering Emperor there. I think I might have plussed it just to like make them attack it if they can, but
Wow, no backup plan.
wow. With no backup plan, knowing that there's Meat Hook Massacre in the deck being open deck lists, I don't even know if I would have gone all in like that if I was Garrett.
Yeah, I mean, having a save even was pretty great, but not having anything else behind is Chariot just sitting there. It's a car with no one at the wheel.
At that point, I would have just done the same play, but just not play the Luminarch Aspen or the 1/1 last turn. Apparition gets rid of this Chariot, and now we're solid. There's got to be a showdown here for Garrett to save him. I mean, Apparition's going to target this Apparition, get a 4/4, which is not bad, but this Wandering Emperor is probably going to take over the game. I probably don't cast the Wandering there.
Astral size that pretty well.
I probably wouldn't cast the Emperor there. Wait for them to attack or something. But making multiple 2/2s at this point in the game is just really strong. Give the Vigilance +1/+1 and first strike, and then make it a 4/4 maybe.
I'm surprised at the making a token. I think you would want to pump up one of the things to a 4/4.
Yep.
Attack with the Vigilance creature with first strike, and then have a 4/4 on defense for the 4/4.
Yep, and also if they decide to, it makes it harder and harder for Garrett to attack because the Wandering Emperor would be at 3 loyalty, to where the Wandering Emperor could just exile anything that attacked.
Yep. So either way, this is still fine though.
It's the only way it's not fine is if you keep drawing lands. But I mean, Wandering Emperor here is just going to take over the game. Give something first strike, deal some damage, make a 2/2, first strike 2/2, first strike 2/2. Just keep doing that over and over again.
It could be exposing here to Valor Stance. There you go. So fourth up that's now exposed to Valor Stance. Maybe went a little too deep on the 4/4. Could have spread those counters out a little bit. It didn't need to be a 5/5. 4/4 first striker still beats this board pretty well. So maybe a little greedy there. Gets punished.
Right, especially because if you made that other thing a 3/3, it could block the Skyclave. So Skyclave's not going to trade with a 2/2 Vigilance anyway. But just different little sequences that can mean a lot. We saw Bud hold the full control with that land in hand, doing a little bit of bluffing. Could be a Wandering Emperor for Garrett's side.
Here we go. Nope, just safekeeping again.
Another safekeeping.
So chipping away. Definitely Bud looking for a spell here.
I mean, all things considered, I mean, Garrett's board looks pretty daunting right now. I mean, it's not the best, but it's also just not the worst.
Could have cashed in the Emperor to exile the Skyclave or the 4/4 there. Wow, ooh, that's a good draw.
This went from looking unlosable for Bud to just like being way behind.
Yeah, I mean, with a Chariot has a 4/4 copy also.
Yeah, lands is just not what you want to be drawing if you're Bud here. And there was a land in the last couple draws, at least 2 draws.
Yeah, almost all the last few draws have been lands.
I think you might just like let the Emperor go.
Yeah, so I mean, if the Emperor had been cashed in last turn to kill the 4/4 of a Skyclave, would have looked better for this turn by like a lot. Now just losing the Emperor for a +1/+1 counter, which isn't great.
Oh my goodness.
Another land. So obviously not ideal drawing this many lands, but maybe a little bit of a spot here or there. Things could have been a little bit, kind of squeeze a little more value out of the cards. But Garrett here, 5 lands, all spells, just kind of cruising.
Oh my.
Yep, 5 lands, all spells, just killing it.
There's got to be some point in time where Garrett just draws 4 lands in a row. Making a 4/4 copy illusion token is like really, really strong. I mean, hey, you wouldn't be able to do that if we exiled it.
Yep.
Taking 8 damage to the face. Gonna need to draw a Meat Hook Massacre. Maybe that copy of Farewell is sideboarded in. That would be insane.
Hope so for Bud's sake, because
that's an Apparition. It's not the worst. You can make a couple blockers. You can get rid of the Chariot or the Valkmira if you wanted to. Not going to deal with these 4/4s though. This 4/4 Vigilance might become a 5/5, which is actually a pretty good blocker to these 4/4s. It makes them really not want to attack with them. Doesn't really want to attack with the Skyclave either. So like honestly, that's one of the better draws. It's got the apparition here.
Yeah, and honestly, Garrett's due to draw a land or two, so
On the 4/4. Oh my, oh my. Well, now the 4/4s have great attacks.
yeah, it's a little strange because now the 4/4 can't trade, of course, with the shield in play. The 4/4s on the Garrett side are basically 4/5s. Oh my god.
Drawing spells.
Yeah, this is
Like right here, you're okay with the cat attacking, so like giving a counter to apparition's fine, but you'd be able to eat the 4/4. And now you can't even trade with it. It does 3 damage. No.
yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Now the problem is the Skyclave gives back a 4/4.
I mean, that was a great draw. But like, it didn't have to be this way.
I guess that Bud's getting back a 3/3 off of the Massacre, so yeah, they have to cast it or here's dead otherwise. But
I mean, you know how good that 5/5 token would have been with this Meathook Massacre for 4?
Yep, absolutely. So, I mean, I probably pump Skyclave and hope they just block with the Angel like you screwed up. Taking way too long to do it though. Something's clearly up here.
Also, like they're not going to block the apparition because Wandering Emperor could be a card, but then again, it would still only do 3 damage because of Valkmira, even if there was a Wandering Emperor. And now it's going to be a 4/4 for Garrett's side and a Valkmira, and then Bud's going to have 4 life because of the gaining 4 life here. So attack for 4, gain the life, and then be top decking again.
Yeah, still honestly a pretty good spot, all things considered. I wasn't really counting the life gain in the 3/3 also. So now Bud at least has a turn or two to kind of like draw something else.
I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that block because like you can draw like a Sorin or something to maybe double block it. Because like that would have killed the 4/4, even double blocking it through Valkmira still does that. Raven Feeblement, that's not a white card.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been able to work together with the 3/3 to kill it because of the shield. But
what would have it though? 3/3 gives the thing -2/2, and then you deal 3 damage to it. No, you do 2 damage.
Ray is -4/-1.
-4/-1. Okay. Kaido, maybe that makes it has to make a chump blocker to guarantee living, or you can just like +1 and hope. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. I think I would.
The Ray can fog the 4/4 for a turn, so
I think I make the 1/1 there. I like the guarantee of living.
I think it's just keep the one. So like you keep the 1/1 here. Your Ray, because what would you rather have right now? A Ray or draw 2 cards off Kaido? I guess you could still loot with Kaido because you have a dead land in your hand anyway. But
that's a trump blocker. I mean, Garrett drew a couple lands in a row. That's a Lolth.
Oh
my.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Okay, you can also Lolth minus and Wedding Announcement and play Raven Feeblement on the Prosperous Innkeeper to kill it if you really needed to, and pay the life off pay the mana off Valkmira to do it. Yeah, okay, well this game has been a game of swings. Like, give me a playground or something. I mean, put a stop on their main phase. Luminarch Aspirant gets hit by Raven Feeblement. I mean,
like, sure, this is necessary, but
it's not the worst. Like, what else are you gonna stop? I guess you can stop like a big flyer or something, like a 4/4 angel, probably.
Yeah, like it just, you're just shell blocking forever anyway. So,
and this is not going to be a good double block.
So we see a chump here, kill the innkeeper. Lolth goes back up.
This is the second time Valkmira has been extremely annoying. Here we go. At least you get to loot cards away.
Yeah, I don't believe my lands drawn here. That
okay,
plays.
Vanishing Verse.
Go to 4, draw the card. No cowards here. Come on.
You're gonna block that. No worries. Just go to. Well, I guess he's playing. I guess if they have a removal spell and they go for a game, you can just Vanishing Verse the illusion. So you just draw a card here. Okay. I guess you're making another chump blocker and wedding announcement anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Whoa, attacking. Hello?
Attacking's great. What do you mean? Just get in. Kill the 4/4. They got nothing.
If you're gonna do that, then do it before you Kaido, right?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, the drawing of the verse is what allowed the attack to happen in the first place.
Yeah, that's true.
So if you attack with Kaido and don't draw the verse, then you're in trouble. So I guess there's the wedding announcement too, but for sure. Either way, and now Garrett's finally drawing lands, having gone 10 turns without drawing a land, and now it's over now. It's over. That's it. Knock it out.
Wow. Well, didn't I say that Garrett was due to draw 4 lands in a row, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I mean, just all spells for a large majority of the game. Go to 3, no problem.
There's the farewell I was talking about.
Could play it and name artifact.
All right, here we go. Haste multicolored card.
That has more than 4 power. Not quite. Go to 2.
Well, this game has spiraled out of control.
Yeah.
Couple of questionable decisions with the Wandering Emperors, but that top deck Meat Hook Massacre was really insane. Followed by the Lulth, followed by the Vanishing Verse, and then, as you said earlier in the tournament, it kind of spirals out of control. Kind of feeds over itself. Another wedding announcement. Hive comes down, and we're gonna have a miracle from Garrett to win this one.
Yeah. All right, what a comeback. Kaido and friends, mid-range, showing him who's boss.
Wow. All right. Well, that was the last match in round 4. So round 5 is coming up. We're going to go ahead and pair it and go right into round 5. And we'll have about a 5-minute break going from round 5 into top 8. That's okay with you, Jim?
That works for me.
I know that bagel's just literally chilling, and it's probably really cold right now. Like, really cold.
It's been cold for a while. It's okay. It's okay.
All right. All in favor of cold bagels, say aye. A little bit of butter, a little bit of sour cream. We'll get there. We're going to go ahead and pair the next round. Go right into round 5. All right. Let's go ahead and take a quick look. If we have all the standings ready for the past 4 rounds and see what's rising to the top. We have Elliot Dragon playing Rakdos Vampires at 4-0. When does he not do good in Stream Leagues? Is there a Stream League where he hasn't done good? He's our only 2-time champion is still undefeated with Rakdos Vampires. Naya Runes, which is the one we just saw this in this round here. Medicus Dota being undefeated as the only 2 undefeated. Hit players in the running. Nate Fenley playing Mono White Aggro. I don't think he's topped one of these before, but Mono White Aggro showing its face here in the top 3 here being 3-1. Arya playing the Jeskai Treasures combo deck at 3-1. Arne Hushenbeth that we just watched lose with Selesnya tokens 3-1. Nicholas Prieto, the reigning champion and new Hall of Famer for Stream League. Nicholas Prieto playing Esper midrange at 3-1. 3-1 for Andrea Del Moro, which is Delmo, Il Delmo on Twitch, Italian streamer. He's playing Mono White at 3-1. Andrew Morrison here on Esper Planeswalkers at 3-1, and Andrew Morrison's Twitch name is that's Airball. Okay, Airball is 3-1 with Esper Planeswalkers. Now, a lot of players in the running at 2-2 that if they win round 5 have a pretty good shot, depending on tiebreakers, to get into the top cut. We have Orzhov Control, Mono Black midrange, Izzet Control, Abzan midrange, Azorius Tempo, Selesnya tokens, Esper Control, and Orzhov Planeswalkers. So many decks in this standard. It's just so fun to watch these games and so many different builds of different decks. The player playing Orzhov Control is Goathulu that we've seen play. Mono Black midrange is William Wood. Izzet Control is from Berserksea. Abzan midrange is from Justin Capel. Azorius Tempo by Juan Alvarez. Selesnya tokens by member of Twitch chat here, Visetto, that also spent some time in Jaffer's chat. I remember them. Then we have Esper Control played by Gonzalo Santiago, and Orzhov Planeswalkers is by Stephen Bell, which is Lord Kaiju, still in the running for top cut. Out of all these decks, I know you're watching them right now. Who you got? Who do you want to slip into top 8? Number one. And number two, who do you think out of the people that probably make it into top 8 out of the 4-0s and 3-1s, who are your favorites?
So we're gonna have 3-3-2s make it into top 8. So there's a lot of spots up for grab. Tiebreakers will be a factor, obviously, but I always want to see more and more of the Toxtrol deck. And the mono black deck's already pretty solid in general, and Toxtrol looks quite good against all of these token decks. I know that Arnie was able to play really well again around it in that match, but still looks really good against all these tokens, wedding announcements, and friends, and so on and so forth. And then as far as my pick, I'm gonna stay with Arya. Treasures. Kind of a combo-y control deck. Arya is very, very good. These combo-y decks play well against mid-range decks. There's a lot of mid-range decks in the tournament. And that's my pick. That's what I got.
All right. I'm going to go a little off the cuff here. Didn't think I'd say this, but Runes is my pick to win it all today. That's going to be Metagame, currently undefeated, playing Runes. So, with that said, round 5 is paired. So let's go ahead and check out SSJ Zek playing the Toxtrol deck. Currently going to be playing against someone in the running for top cut, Cthulhu. So give us a little bit of a snapshot once they start their matches of Cthulhu versus SSJ Zek in the Toxtrol matchup you got. And you can't just say Toxtrol. You can be biased here.
Toxtrol, slug, Toxtrol. All right, so we got a sort of a pseudo mirror here. Of course, mono black here for SSJ. Pretty standard for the most part, minus Toxtrol, your usual Deadly Dispute to Blood of a Snows. And then on the other side, we have Orzhov control. Similar idea. Lawith, Medoc Massacre, Shambling Gas, Deadly Dispute. But playing the Wedding Announcements, playing Banishing Verse, Wandering Emperor, Luminarch Aspirant. Gonna be a little more aggressive. Edgar Charmed Groom is really good here. No, very few ways to do exile that in the mono black deck. So, pretty similar matchup. I will say I think that the Orzhov deck probably has the edge. A couple Bank Busters, a couple Wandering Emperors, Wedding Announcements very, very good. But we'll see. As far as answers to Toxtrol, 3 Banishing Verse. So also 2 Hogger Maulings. Toxtrol is it's going to be good if it lives, but it might not live. If it lives, it's going to be amazing. There's a lot of tokens and stuff too, but might not live.
Now I feel like that's the theme of what we've been saying, right? Good if it lives, like unbeatable if it lives.
Magic cards in a nutshell, right?
But it dies to removal. All right, so we see Shambling Gas on turn 1, really wanted to peel the Deadly Dispute off the top for Zek. This isn't the first time that we've wanted this off the top. That is another Shambling Gas, not what we want, but we have a Field of Ruin in hand. Maybe hit one of those pesky Hive of the Eye Tyrants later on in the game. Always good to have one of those in the metabase if you're a mono black deck like this, if not 2. Hive of the Eye Tyrant is everywhere in this format. There's a lot of players playing black mana. Wedding Announcement on turn 3, followed by a draw for turn, Blood on the Snow. Gonna hit that land drop, and we know from previous matches that land drops are important.
So a little surprised to see no attack here because you kind of want to kill these ones before they end up being 2/2s. You don't mind trading Gas off obviously as well. So we'll see. Not a great hand for SSJ here. A bunch of Wraths, no mana to cast them, and no real value to be gained off Blood on the Snow. 1 snow land and nothing to return at present.
Yeah, there's one thing that I noticed from watching people play in the set championship that you were playing in is they just would leave their 1/1s alone, the player with Wedding Announcement, even if they had to take a lot of damage, just to have better blocks down the line with their increased power and toughness.
Yeah, 6 power and toughness is much better than 3. Real simple, So take a lump or 2, sort them out. There's land number 5, but overall, not really much to do here.
I think we could have seen a Shadow's Verdict, but trading a Shadow's Verdict for a Wedding Announcement, tokens, and a Luminarch is a little bit, I don't know. I don't know if I like that. But there's also a possibility that there's a Lolth played by Cthulhu, and then Shadow's Verdict can clean up the spiders.
Yeah, the problem is that the Shadow's Verdict will not trigger the gas because Shadow's Verdict exiles. So the Shambling Gas are just kind of hanging out, not doing much.
Little surprised to see these 1/1s attack here but maybe Cthulhu just wants to draw a card, maybe missing a land drop and wants to draw a land.
Interesting. So gonna block both. Could have blocked one and then killed the other and kept the Shambling Gas around, but maybe just trying to get value off of these these gas beforehand and then get the Shadow's Verdict going. But right now, Gothul is way in the driver's seat. Has the threats, has the card draw, has everything else. And these Wraths are like they're fine, but they're not really engines, you know. And we see cards like Wedding Announcement drawing cards, Deadly Dispute drawing cards, Emperor, you know, Bank Buster. It's always kind of engine-y cards, and you can Wrath all you want, but if they keep drawing cards, it doesn't really matter.
Yep, there is a combo with a red card in Standard that when it enters the battlefield adds a sorcery from your graveyard back to your hand. It's like a 3-mana creature. And I've seen people play one of that in like a red-black control deck, just splashing for that card. You Blood in the Snow, bring that card back, and then that card adds back Blood in the Snow, and you just keep doing that.
That's cute.
So you can Blood in the Snow every turn, as long as you have Blood in the Snow, as long as you like have 6 mana still.
So Draw and Dispute here, and this has been a hallmark so far of SSJ's play. Refusing to try and draw land
He never does it. He never does it. It's funny.
Could have main deck to Dispute, sacrificing the Ghast or the Treasure. Declining, just going to hold on and wait. And now Goat has the mana advantage, has the card advantage, and has the board advantage.
If there's one thing I have to say about this SSJ's X play, is that it's at least consistent.
True. Very true.
He has a game plan, he's sticking to it. Really not wanting to attack into the Shambling
and
Gas.
you know, saving 5 life to block and Dispute is reasonable for sure.
I mean, when you're in a spot here where you have 5 lands and a treasure, you don't really need to fire off the Deadly Dispute main phase to hit another land drop. But like when you're in a position where he was in before last round, where he had 2 lands and just didn't Deadly Dispute something, was you know, missing that land drop and things is not where you want to be.
Yo, bro. I heard you like sweepers.
Yeah. Yeah, there's the Lolth I was talking about. Maybe saving that Shadow's Verdict for some good old clean spider living.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is you kill the spiders and they're kind of coming back, you know, like.
Well, I mean, Shadow's Verdict does exile them.
That's true. You're right.
So, like, you can go, if you draw untap land, it's perfect. Land, Shadow's Verdict, exile everything, Hive the Eye Tyrant, use the treasures, attack Lolth.
That's, I think, still 1 short, right?
Is it? Oh, yep, that is 1 short.
But Verdict's still going to be very good here. You're right. So we get exile the Aspirant, the Spiders, the Ghast, not put counters on the Lolth. But still a long way to go. Lolth is still in play. It's still drawing cards. Celestis is still there. The Anthem's still there. So, and again, still at card parity now with 4 cards each.
Blood in the Snow gets rid of Lolth, but an opponent can't bring back their Lolth because there's no Blood in the Snow in their deck with no Snowlands here. So, if I had to give the advantage in the late game, I think I give it to Zek, but it's just a matter of getting to that point.
Well, if only Zek had a sweeper. If only.
Yeah, weird that there's no sweepers in Zek's hands. Really, really weird. All right, go ahead and attack this Lolth. I like this attack. Make some block with it. I mean, you can even just make a treasure and Meat Hook instead of using Blood in the Snow. Just to make sure that your next 3 Blood in the Snows gain and like drain life. You can just put a -1/-1 on the 5/5 too to just Meat Hook for 4. It's the same thing.
Yeah, cost some. It's close either way. I think. Blood in the Snow could also kill planeswalkers too. So at some point, if another walker comes down, we could see Blood in the Snow kill 2 planeswalkers, which isn't too bad.
Like I think I like the Meat Hook there just because it makes the future Blood in the Snows drain life, which I think can really be relevant. And also that Blood in the Snow only brought back a Shambling Ghast.
Yeah, I mean, with only 2 Snowlands, the Blood in the Snows aren't bringing much back anyway at the moment. But again, still seeing, Lolth in play, drawing cards, 6 cards in hand for Goot.
See, we're playing for the long game. We're in this for the long haul. We are playing for game 1 lasting until there's like 9 minutes left on both players' clocks.
All right, so another Amarius call. So once again, we have more sweepers. So the game lining up in a manner where all of the sweepers are ending up being pretty good, which is nice. And a Dispute's also a good draw, too.
So what if you're Zek? What are you doing with the Shambling Gas? Are you attacking the Lolth with him?
Yeah, I think if you target the Lull with both, you get in a spot where hopefully they just block both. You can shrink them both to 3/3s, then fire off the Massacre and save a treasure, which is kind of cool.
Yep. Here we go. This does let Lolth make 2 more tokens.
I guess you actually just probably make two treasures here because you can Massacre for 4 and save a treasure, right? Yeah, so 4. Yes, this actually makes next treasures. This is better. So Massacre for 4, kill these, get your Massacre down. Blood in the Snow still here. Still over treasure for Dispute. Dispute is a really good draw. Dispute is the kind of card that needs to be making the forward progress here. So another sweeper.
All right, Mihawk gaining some life. Now, notable that Zek could have 24 life if he used the Meat Hook first, and then used Blood in the Snow this turn. But Blood in the Snow can get rid of the Lolth itself, so it doesn't keep drawing cards, and then just take the 3/2s for 1 turn, go down to 16, and then sweep them the next turn.
Yeah, still a lot of cards for Goat here.
Like I don't really mind 1-for-1ing the Lolth because you don't want the Lolth to keep drawing cards.
Yeah, Lull's been in play now for far too many turns.
It's a discard Deadly Dispute off of a loot. Okay, that can't be anything good for Zek.
Oh yeah, absolutely not.
Because like Zek, Deadly Dispute's just like the card you want if you're Cthulhu. Is there like 3 Deadly Disputes in their hand? Wait, Toxrill? Let's freaking go.
I mean, Toxrill does not seem very good here, unfortunately. There's no way there isn't a Vanishing Verse in Goat's hand. There's just no way. We're going to see an exploit the Stinger itself? Nope. Just going to make a 3/2.
Well, we've known that Zek is staying consistent with not exploiting Fellstinger from the last time.
So you're going to leave the blocker in play, but he can't block the Menace creatures anyway. It's more of an attacker for the Loth. Goat going to help out here and give a Snowland to Zek, make the next Blood of a Snow better.
All right. Does Cthulhu play Thalia or Elite Spellbinder?
No.
Because this is how we Blood in the Snow back Toxrill from the graveyard if it doesn't get exiled from Vanishing Verse.
Yeah, there's a few issues with that, unfortunately. I don't think we'll be seeing Toxrill coming back, unfortunately. But it's a Vanishing Verse. I'm honestly a little surprised to see that Scorpion not exploit itself, because exploit itself, draw 2, you can Blood of a Snow, exploit it again, draw 2, and just really keep the cards flowing. You know, enough life to work with here with the Meat Massacre in play as well. So,
especially since Goat did not Vanishing Verse in response to the exploit trigger, which could have stopped the exploit, which means like maybe Cthulhu was okay with you exploiting it. But at the same time, at that point, you just click resolve and it exploits. Like you really don't want it to get Vanishing Verse at that point.
Yeah.
Let's see. We have a 4/3, a 3/2, and a 2/2. Lucky for us, we have more sweepers where that came from.
Yeah, there's still nothing good in the graveyard though, right? Except for the
I think there's only a there it is. Does it
Tox time?
There we go.
So
does this get versed?
There are 2 Hogger Maulings and 2 more verses.
Look at
and
that.
These cards have been in hand for Goat
It's
now for
Twitch
a
chat.
long
It's
time.
Twitch chat personified in a magic card.
I think it's dead. No,
It's not dead.
Oh my God.
It can also
Okay.
draw cards off the treasures.
that's true. So Toxrill has an activated ability of a blue and a black. Sack a slug, draw a card. So, not sure why Goat let the slime counters go on. That could be relevant toward the next Toxrill, right?
I guess you could I guess he could have used both tokens to sacrifice itself to draw a card. Isn't it a slug?
It is sacrifice a slug. You are correct.
But you don't really care about the treasures unless you really care about top decking Deadly Dispute, because there's already 7 mana available for Zek to use the Blood and Snows.
Could have traded. So could have traded two treasures for one card. Very fair.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10 at the start of combat, down to 5 for Zek. This Lolth is out of control.
Yeah. You really can't leave a 5-mana Planeswalker in play for 9 turns and expect for the game to go your way, unfortunately.
Like, if we had gone down to 16 2 turns ago, like I was saying, and just blown the snow the Lolth, that's 2 less draws and 2 less spiders.
Frost Dragon Cave also not sweepable.
Alright, plot twist. Zek plays his own Thalia off the treasure, and Blood on the Snow's his Toxtrol.
If that happens, you can have my bagel.
I can have your bagel?
Yeah, I'll pack it up and mail it to you.
Oh my gosh. You already have my address. Let's go.
Sure. Perfect.
Alright.
Perfect.
Meat hook! All at the perfect times. I guess
So, how
look
about
at that,
another
another
sweeper,
sweeper.
The problem, of course, is the Cave of the Frost Dragons is there too. I think this game is getting close to over. There is you know what? This I guess it's a Field of Ruin also. So the problem is this is a really good example of, yeah, there's a lot of sweepers, but Zek isn't doing enough, and these sweepers are just, if you're just going to be killing the things that your opponent's Planeswalkers are making over and over again, you're only ever going to tread water. And your
Right.
opponent will eventually just keep drawing cards and making spiders, and then eventually you're going to run sweepers and lose. So just a lack of an engine or something positively, forward, velocity-wise for Zek in this game.
Yeah, and honestly, that card was the perfect draw before, right? The exploit draw 2. You keep doing that over and over again. That was like what you actively want.
Yep, absolutely.
And continuing form of card advantage, continuing making spiders, like these spiders are coming for like basically free, making the sweepers have to be used.
Wait. All right, it's a slight misstep here. If Goda waited for the cave to attack, would have gained a life off Massacre. So
I guess maybe
tiny
playing
misstep.
around like a Valorous stance type card.
I mean, there are no stances in the deck. I mean, obviously it could have been sacked to dispute, but there's a treasure there anyway. So I guess it does put one less counter on Lolth, but the life gain here seems kind of clutch.
There's 8 mana available. You really want to get Lolth down and minus it to start, bringing back even more spiders, but I don't even think you can afford to do that right now. Like, Lolth is just, their opponent's Lolth is just going on freaking overdrive.
Yeah, just keeps on going.
So I guess
Back up to
the
5.
next plan for Zek, there is an engine here with Lolth, so you can cast Lolth, minus it, hope to survive. Looks like Cthulhu's digging or something. Hope to survive. Lolth might die. Hopefully, doesn't get Vanishing Verse. Maybe it just dies to a Hive of the Eye Tyrant, and then you can Blood on the Snow the Lolth away, and then bring your Lolth back. And that's the way that Zek can come back in the game.
Yeah, once these Blood on the Snows actually start doing something, that's gonna be huge. That's gonna be huge. So
Once they start doing something.
well, more than a sweep. Like if they're actually a threat, also it's huge.
Yeah.
Tox rolls exiled, but my bagel is safe.
Crap. Alright, we have one more Toxtrol in the deck.
Ooh,
Oh.
Edgar's very good here.
Oh. There's gonna be 3 Menace creatures attacking next turn. That's looking like a no. That's looking like a big lose.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't cast super every turn.
No,
You
there's
just can't.
There's 4 Menace creatures coming. There's 2 hives that can both be activated.
Yeah, they're both 4/4s. So Lolth a little late to the party here.
Okay. And second Menace creature. This game might actually last the entire round. This match.
Yeah, this game is all said and done here, I think. But match wise, we got some grind. We got some grind here for sure.
Gosh, just Lolth showing that like leaving that card on the board is just not a good idea. I would have eaten 6 damage a lot earlier on in the game to just get the Lolth off the battlefield, knowing that they can't bring the Lolth back, and it's coming back to bite SSJ Zek for sure.
All right, game 1, and Edgar seems great. Announcement seems great. Lawless seems great. Definitely a lot of good tools that White brings to a matchup like this. So we see some duresses and go blanks in the Orzhov sideboard. Some duresses coming in from mono black. Invoke Despair is a pretty good one. That's a nice card to have access to. The Tox rolls don't seem very good. Unfortunately, there's way too many ways to kill Tox roll. So we see those come out, which makes a lot of sense. I think Orzhov here is pretty advantaged. They have their own go blanks and duresses. Just the wedding announcements. There's just more engine style cards in this Orzhov deck and more hard cards to deal with. Edgar being one of those as well. All right, mono black on the play. Needs to make some moves here. Can't just keep sweeping the board.
Yeah, I learned that really quick into my Magic playing career. That if you just keep casting sweepers, I mean, Blood in the Snow is one of those creatures that you can kind of keep casting over and over again and get value out of, and if you have like a Sorin or Lolth or things in the graveyard. But just casting sweepers isn't going to get there. You're going to find yourself losing to a lot of creature lands that way.
Yep, creature lands, planeswalkers, engines.
And who knows what would have happened if number 1 the Lolth was killed earlier, or number 2 the exploit creature was exploited to draw 2 and keep bringing that back. Like there was a lot of things that could happen there.
Yeah, if those one of us knows recurred the Scorpion and drew 2 cards every time. Yeah, it's a bit of life, obviously, but
even Meathook Massacre. I mean, you're going to gain some life by sweeping.
The Mono to get back into it.
Yeah. You have the life lost there, but you're also going to gain life from sweeping your opponent's board.
Yep, very true.
Because of Meathook Massacre in play. We see Cthulhu taking a little bit of extra time here, sideboarding into game 3, looking like we're ready to go, or game 2, looking like we're ready to go for game 2. We'll see if Toxrill can take this one, but an open deck list, knowing that your opponent's gonna have a Toxrill, they're not gonna be using the Vanishing Verses too early anyway.
Toxrill has been boarded out. I'm sorry to inform you.
Oh no.
Correctly, for sure.
How am I don't even know how good is Infernal Grasp in this matchup? I mean, I guess it's really good to kill the Luminarch Aspirant.
That's the awkward thing, is that like you need some spot removal because you got to kill some things, but not very good, honestly. Luminarch Aspirant's the only real creature you want to kill. There are some Graveyard Trespassers, don't want to target those. A lot of tokens, don't want to target those. So not great, to answer your question, not great.
It's right. I like the roundabout answer to the question. I like going the scenic route sometimes. Sometimes I'm in a rush, but we're not in a rush here. We have a Black Mirror match.
Shadow's Verdict. So yeah, this hand's not looking too great.
Now, if I only had 2 lands here, I would Infernal Grasp the Eye Twitch and then step. Okay, never mind. You take the Luminarch Aspirant. All right, 18 turn clock, Jim.
There's your land.
That's a good land.
Right, so the problem is there's just like a distinct lack of engine here. Same thing. So we see a land wedding announcement, or sure, Bankbuster works too. Just some sort of engine-y card that produces an advantage over multiple turns. And all we're seeing is a kill spells from this black deck. Like you gotta have some velocity,
Now, for the people in chat that don't really understand what you mean by velocity, what do you mean by that?
So velocity is basically the concept of Magic of the ability for your deck to kind of do its thing, see more cards, keep things going. So, for example, decks in older formats that play tons of cantrips. There's 1-mana cards that kind of like Ponder, Brainstorm. that look at more cards have a lot of velocity because you just keep casting them at a card, draw a card, cast a card, draw a card, cast a card, draw a card, and you find yourself on turn 3 or 4, you're almost 20 cards deep already. So you're really pushing through your deck. So velocity is kind of the notion of putting things in play, getting things in motion, getting the ball going. So right now, Zek isn't really doing anything. Attacking for 1, has some kill spells, but not really getting the ball rolling in any way. And I guess the ball rolling is a good analogy. You know, get a Planeswalker in play, start drawing some cards, start looting, start doing this, just get things going. And so far, attacking for 1 every turn is just not going to be good enough.
Honestly, the perfect example of what you're talking about velocity is the last 2 cards that we're drawing: Deadly Dispute and Invoke Despair. You really want to be drawing those cards.
Yeah, Dispute's great. Dispute's excellent.
Like what I mean when I talk about things like that and like having a bunch of sleepers and stuff, you want to have a way to be proactive. And I think Deadly Dispute in this spot allows you to be proactive, and so does Invoke Despair. I would have liked a Deadly Dispute on the iTwitch just to be able to guarantee yourself casting Invoke Despair, because it's so strong right now.
Yeah, I'm astounded that Dispute wasn't cast. Again, velocity. You gotta keep your stuff moving. You gotta go. You know.
Like Deadly Dispute paying off here with the -1 Wandering Emperor, but you know, like I personally like that. While that is good, it's not as good as going like land Invoke Despair. There's 8 cards in hand here.
With so many cards in hand, things are kind of awkward. 8 cards, got to play a spell. Killing Emperor's fine here. This ended up being 1-for-1s across the board. Bankbuster's still there. Now at least making some land drops, getting some things going.
I don't know if it was worth cashing in the treasure for a guaranteed land drop for Environmental Sciences next turn, but like the treasure has value in drawing Deadly Dispute later on, so I don't really know. I mean, Deadly Dispute also can sacrifice a spider as well. You already have Lolth in hand, so I don't know if I would have cast Environmental Sciences there or not.
I think having 5 mana, all cards in hand cost 5 right now is fine. It's reasonable. Can always cast it next turn, make your land drop play a 5-drop also, so. Alright, so the tokens are starting to come.
But a power kill this pilot here, even though you can cast Invoke Despair and get rid of it anyway.
So maybe just like wanting to power word now and then invoke now to kill the token and the wedding announcement?
Possibly.
So this trades 2 for 1 with the announcement, which is okay.
Did the cast channeling gas?
Kind of nice. So now we're starting to see that. Ball, draw a card, kill a thing, draw a card, kill a thing. A little bit of velocity here, which is cool.
Yeah, this is definitely like a 3 or 4 of Invoke Despair deck. Like, Invoke Despair is a really, really powerful card if it doesn't get, like, Thalia'd or Elite Spellbinder or Raydaned out of the game. Alright, here we go. Here's the Lolth. I mean, did we learn from the first time? Kill the Lolth if you have the chance. Right now, there's no chance at it, but kill it while you have the chance.
Interesting spot.
Infernal Grasp is weird here, but if Cthulhu goes for a play that attacks with Bankbuster because it doesn't have any more draws to be had off of it, then you can just kill it with Infernal Grasp. Wow.
All right, so this is pretty sweet. So a spot where the Ghast either kills both spiders or kills the Lolth. Gonna fire the Bankbuster here. This is a pretty devastating turn. It does add a counter to Lolth, I guess, which isn't the end of the world. So never mind. I'm sorry.
If it was an exile spell, then that would be absurd.
Yeah. So Lolth still lives, and now can't really play.
Yeah, like playing Lolth here and making 2/2/1s, you're just sacrificing your Lolth at that point, and now your engine's gone.
Yeah. Ideally, these spiders can kill Goat's Lolth, so maybe making a bit of a gamble here, trying to exchange Spider Queens.
I mean, here's the thing here. There's a really high chance Cthulhu has a Meathook Massacre or some other kind of card. The kill Lolth, Meathook Massacre yourself, make more tokens is absolutely devastating.
Yeah, even as the card draw is good too, so now Lolth gets to draw a card. Even if now the Lolth's exchange, say right now the board just gets exchanged. Spiders kill Lolth, Spiders kills Lolth, then everything dies. We see 7 cards to 3.
Yep.
It's big, just a big advantage.
Oh, wow. Now that can't be brought back by Blood and Snow. And then, honestly, if I was in Zek's spot, I might have just sided out all my Shadows verdicts.
Yeah, it's the massacres and blood of us are still good because like there are things to mop up with like tokens off of wedding announcement and Lolth, but verdict in particular just seems kind of eh.
It's really, really good against runes though, which so I understand playing the card, but not in this matchup. Another land here. That's 6th snow land. There's no creature lands on any side of the board here. Lolth does die unless there's 2 removal spells.
Yeah, I think I take a shot at Lolth here.
Not a bad shot. I like the shot. There has to be... Oh. Wait, this still kills Lolth, right?
It's still dead. It's still dead, yep.
Yeah.
So
Run away.
that removes one spider, but you can't block the other one and the Shambling Guest, so...
You're done.
Wow. I would have been super surprised if we saw a double block there.
Not sure why any of these
No,
blocks
I
make
don't
sense,
think anything
honestly.
should block.
Because the
Wow.
Lolth's going to die anyway, so you're just trading 2 spiders for 1. I don't really understand
Ooh.
that, but...
Ooh, that felt bad. Okay, though.
I
Okay.
will do what I demand.
4 cards, 3 cards in hand for Zek with this land. Gave away a little bit of information to Cthulhu by playing a different land and then keeping that snow-covered swamp in hand.
Yeah, and then the problem is, again, like we were saying earlier, these verdicts just look bad. Like...
It also kind of counteracts your own, like, 1, 2, and 3 drops by exiling your own.
Exiles them, of course. Now we got a big, strong Shambling Guest here.
Oh,
and
that's
Bankbuster, too. Oh,
that's
boy.
devastating right there.
That is
I mean,
devastating.
Reckoner Bankbuster is an engine in itself. You're talking about an engine, like that's the engine. Oh, here we go. We got a Sorin. Honestly, like this Sorin isn't even really that good because like the +1 on the Shambling Ghast, making it attack through the 2/3 lifelinker is a little bit annoying. You can chump block it with the Shambling Ghast, but the Reckoner Bankbuster could technically crew next turn and attack twice the Sorin. We also saw the land played before we plussed, making the Hive not able to be played this turn.
Yeah, a little bit of a slip up there. I love Sorin plus, though. Love the plus here. Try and draw some cards, get an engine going, get back into the game. You can jump if you have to, and then, of course, you can Shadow's Verdict if you have to also, so... Yikes.
There's Edgar, which also dodges Shadow's Verdict.
Yeah, dodges almost everything with that, honestly.
Dodges
There's
Vanishing Verse,
no way to
dodges
hate
Shadow's
that.
Verdict, dodges, like a lot of things. It dodges, like, any board wipe. The only thing it really doesn't dodge is, like, Wandering Emperor, cards like that. So we see this attack on Sorin. It's going to happen here. We're going to see a chump on Reckoner Bankbuster, potentially.
Yeah, just keep drawing cards to Sorin. You know?
How dare you disrespect me?
Trying to see if there's a way that this black deck, how it's configured, can even deal with an Edgar.
There isn't really. You know,
Well,
like...
actually there is one, right? Twitch can get the Black Exile card.
Sure. That does play.
All right, second go blank. That's well, I take 6 life for that.
I mean, I'm taking it all day, so...
I mean, life
Gotta
isn't
draw
really
cards.
a factor in this matchup, right? Like you don't really care about your life total. Like if this is against like red-white aggro, then you don't take this, I think. But I think you take that.
Nothing on
Yeah,
Innistrad.
I agree.
Because you get the blood in the snow. You can like wipe out the Wandering Emperor if you wanted to and bring the Sorin back and then plus it again if you wanted to do that. You could cast Blood in the Snow and this go blank in the same turn.
Yeah, and also just exiling Edgar and like the 6 life you would have lost off the Blood in the Snow is damage you're gonna take next turn anyway, so
Now what are you gonna do? Shadow's Verdict to 3/3?
I think you just have to cash in a Shadow's Verdict too. They're just like, I mean, what the hell else is it doing? You know, like
You're not wrong.
oh wow.
That's max punish.
Yeah.
Not only is the Shadow's Verdict not that good in that situation, but it just got worse. I didn't think I'd be able to say that it got worse.
Yeah. Yeah, Edgar, Bankbuster, Wandering Emperor are all cards that are very, very good against this black deck.
Like, honestly, you probably only need 1 or 2 Bankbusters and then keep trading sweepers, and then the Bankbuster are going to win the game by themselves. I'm trying to find a way out for Zek, but I think that involved, like, Blood on the Snow last turn.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the Lal's exiled the Vanishing Verse also, so there's nothing good to get back out of the graveyard.
Besides, like, the Sorin.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Soren's gonna die this turn. Sure, that's fair. The problem is Soren's not really a very good comeback card.
Lolth is, like, the ultimate comeback card.
Exactly.
I'm surprised we're getting through 5 rounds with no breaks. That's a first.
All right, so I mean,
oh look, we top deck Blood in the Snow. Yes. Wow.
So lucky.
Lucky. Okay, we're gonna Blood in the Snow our own Hive. Okay, we can Blood in the Snow the creatures and then Hive kill the Wandering Emperor. We have enough mana for that.
Yeah, if that works, but I don't think it's going to work because these cards for Go have been there for a while. There's probably a back copy Wandering Emperor or something good. Oh no.
Oh.
All right, so gonna try and Hive.
I don't like killing our own Hive though.
All right, it's gonna kill the Emperor, but now, no, maybe not. Okay, sure. So maul it, and now we're gonna see Blood on the Snow returning Sorin, I suppose. But
and then that's gonna plus. Well, like how does he deal with Edgar?
Yeah, so there's a Hive in play, there's a Bankbuster in play, there's a Wandering Emperor in play. Edgar turns into a Coffin. So I'm gonna go for Shadow's Verdict instead. This mops up 2 of like the 7 problems.
Well, doing that means that the Hive can exile the Sorin, and then you can't ever bring it back a Blood in the Snow. No, another max punish.
All right.
I mean, if you told me,
this is what I was saying earlier about sweepers. Like, there's a good artifact, a good planeswalker, a good creature land, a creature, and then a creature who you almost want to die, and now another planeswalker.
Like if you told me that you had 4 sweepers against mono white, then I'd be like, okay, well, did they tax you out of the game? No, okay, you win. But like against a deck like this that has so many different ways to win the game and different angles. Like there's probably like 5 different angles of victory in Go Through board here.
All right, down to 10.
All right, we need another Blood on the Snow. That's not bad.
I mean,
I'm trying, Jim. I'm trying.
Yeah, there's just like there isn't enough time to cast Blood in the Snow on the planeswalkers and the creatures.
All right, so here's what you do: you Blood in the Snow on the planeswalkers. You make a lifelinker to chump the Edgar. You Deadly Dispute the lifelinker, and you draw Infernal Grasp to kill the Hive of the Eye Tyrant. Live at 6.
I think that's honestly probably the direction this needs to go. You know, like these planeswalkers cannot be allowed to live.
Or like Hive.
I think the creatures doesn't do much here because Edgar's gonna come back anyway. So
planeswalker. Walkers.
I think that killing all planeswalkers is a line that has a chance to win, and killing all creatures is playing to not lose.
Killing the creatures is actively awful. I think. I don't want to talk like that, but like the like when you think about this, like what does it actually accomplish? Like the Edgar goes down there as an artifact. It gets a 1/1 lifelinker, makes another 1/1 lifelinker, and then it becomes a creature again. Lolth gets to get 3 counters, which means that Lolth gets to minus again, so you're left in actually a worse position than when you started.
Yeah, like I said, I think it's the difference between playing to not lose and playing to win. This play will likely prolong the game for longer, but has a far lower chance of actually winning the game.
I mean, if anything can bring Gothulu back or not Zek back in the game, it's a really good Invoke Despair. So all things considered, Zek's not dead yet. Like he could have been playing to get to Invoke Despair, like prolong the game to like cast a couple Invoke Despairs to get rid of the Planeswalkers that way. So that could be a thing. So we'll see what he decides to do here.
Yeah, drawing Power Word's not bad either. It does kill the Hive in theory, or the Bankbuster if either one wants to attack. So maybe there's a path here.
Remember your training.
There's also a little bit of a nod to Soul Transfer in the chat, making a bunch of treasures, having the meat hook for an enchantment to like possibly bring back a Sorin and exile something else. Especially have as an answer also to Edgar, another problematic cards.
Yes, the card's very, very good. That's a very, very good mid-rangey like breaker. So killing the Bankbuster before attacks allows Goat to draw off of it. Now we see an attack for 3.
My will can
Kill the Sorin, exile card graveyard.
Lot of little tiny decisions kind of compiling and adding up together.
Yeah, and again, the problem is like you were saying, now the board just looks exactly
the same,
like
if not
it
worse.
did last turn, but now there's no Blood of a Snow available. So if you kill both Planeswalkers last turn, take a huge shot, maybe draw Meathook Massacre, you have a chance to get back into the game. But now I don't think there are any draws to get back into the game.
All right, so you have all the information. Okay, here's a Blood in the Snow. At this point, you can kill the Planeswalkers, and can you survive to the 3 menace creatures? I don't think so. I don't know.
Yeah. So I think that honestly, Blood in the Snow would have done it. So kill the Planeswalkers last turn. This turn, Blood in the Snow kills the creatures. Get back a sword, make a lifelinker, and now maybe there's a path to victory. But now, again, kind of just treading water.
Gonna go for the Invoke Despair, trying to draw another Invoke. If Invoke Despair draws another Invoke Despair off the top.
Well, Invoke could draw land too, right? For Blood in the Snow?
Yeah, either one.
Although we got to tap some fewer swamps, fewer snowlands here.
You gotta go Takanuma plus Field of Ruin plus Treasure to cast Invoke Despair.
Yeah, I think you could hold the treasure, honestly. All right.
Yeah, you can
only need it for 5 anyway. All right, you have a swamp anyway. So, all right. So this kills a Planeswalker, probably the Wandering Emperor, I would assume. And then we see
At this point, I still don't think 3 menace creatures is beatable.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just right now forced to kill the creatures again. And now he's going for Planeswalkers.
The light is insufferable.
So
Let's
3,
see, 3,
6,
6, 8.
7, 8.
I mean, all things considered, Zek's not dead.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Putting up the good fight here.
Plussing. You can afford to draw that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, now it's definitely over, right?
Yeah, because now Goat just kills the Sorin and then just drawing a duress and just dying next turn. So
Like all Goat has to do is kill Sorin while putting Zek to 3 if possible. Actually, no, he doesn't have to, because the Sorin's going to get pseudo haste next turn.
yeah, obviously
Put him to
Goat
7.
doesn't know what the top card is. Might assume it's like a big sweeper because it wasn't put in hand. Like another Blood in the Snow or something like that. Because why? Because you can't take 6. But is it going face or Sorin?
Face.
It's all face.
Face is the place.
I mean, I still don't see what the possible is anymore.
All right, Meathook Massacre off the top. Just kidding. There's a duress.
Right, and like you can't draw it off a Sorin because you're a 2. So, and we're still a Hive in play and the hasted Sorin. So yeah, Definitely, I think that the white's really showing its quality in this match. All these good white engine cards, um, just creating too many problems.
There's no 1-mana card you can draw that saves you from Sorin.
No.
I mean, honestly, the second Blood in the Snow off the top, like you said, would it would just be that would put Zach in a position to win this. I think Zach realistically had a shot to win.
Hey, well, Trespasser also means there's no shot because it will just drain for 2 anyway. So
Yeah, it's also nighttime, so you gotta hope to draw a card and it be exactly duress, and then turn it to daytime, which doesn't exactly kill you. But these menace creatures are gonna be tough.
that is true. So could have shuffled with the Field of Ruin pre-draw step and gotten another shot at a massacre there. So
Yep.
So you could have, and honestly, that would have fielded the Hive of the Eye Tyrant, and then if you draw Massacre, you can kill a bunch of stuff and then survive through the 4 damage Edgar attack. So little things here and there,
It's just good that I hope Zach watches this back, and hears us talk about different plays and stuff, because this is the little tiny decisions like that just matter so much in mid-range or control mirrors.
Yeah, there's a lot of choices when the games are long. So there's a lot of challenging spots, challenging positions, and a lot of choices to do. A lot of places to make choices, honestly. So close match, and Orzhov taking it down. So
if you told me in a vacuum what wins, Orzhov mid-range control or mono black control, I'd tell you Orzhov. Vanishing Verse is just so good against the Blood in the Snow, bringing things back that, especially with the bank busters that were available to Cthulhu, I would give Cthulhu the match anyway. I think if you told me before.
I agree. There are just more engines in the Orzhov deck that are hard to deal with,
and also the fact that Edgar is almost impossible for mono black to deal with.
Yep.
All right, let's go ahead and see if we have Delmo still playing here. Delmo is still playing in Game 3 against Airball. Airball's at 14, while Delmo is at 8. Let's get you right over to this match right now. They are both in the running to make top cut. I believe Airball is 2-2, and Delmo is also 2-2. So this could be a win and in for either one of these players to get into top 8.
Yeah, the winner is will I don't want to say definitely be in top 8, but have a very good chance to be in top 8.
You sure it's not like a 50-50?
Well, I'm sorry, hold on. This is the winner is guaranteed to be in top 8, and the loser has a chance to possibly sneak in as well.
Oh, I thought they were both 2-2.
No, Airball and Del Moro are both 3-1.
Okay, perfect. So winners
Airball
guaranteed.
Also on the clock here.
Airball lives on the clock, right? Didn't Airball go down to 2 seconds last round? A minute 46 seconds. Delmo's at 8. There's an unblockable card. There's a march. There's also a 10-10 crawling barons.
That's nice. I've been investing in that one for a little while.
That's some long-term investment right there. That's a stock in itself. All right, minute 30. What's going to happen here? We're going to see a meat hook for a lot. Meat hook is going to come down. I guess you can't use Hopeful Initiate, but I think this Crawling Barons might actually just win the game. What's going on here? What happened?
I don't know.
Oh, it was him looking at the deck list or something.
Okay.
So we see a really good efficient play here, putting more into Crawling Barons, plus drawing a card off Wrecker Bank Buster.
March, does March hit creature lands?
It does hit creature land. You can march for 0 and hit the Crawling Baron, so I think I would have liked throwing the other one.
I agree.
Enrica. That only triggers at start of combat. We are currently in second main. So I guess the Henrika was definitely drawn off the Kaido.
I mean, shields are down, right? Just rumble in with this freaking 14-14.
Henrika doesn't technically have to jump block.
And the Bankbuster can come in also.
Oh yeah, if the Bankbuster comes in, then the Henrika does have to jump block, and Henrika will die anyway.
Yeah, this looks pretty good. I can fly.
Yeah, this forces the jump here. Is there a way
Henrika
out?
does not have Death Touch normally, right?
Does not. It does not. It has no keywords right now.
All right, so kind of a weird play there. Could have just left up the march. Didn't need to play Henrika. Plenty of mana for next turn.
It definitely a weird play.
And now, I mean, Crawling Barrens is pretty big. All right, this is a little scary for.
If there's a Graveyard Trespass here in Airball's hand, Airball just wins right now.
Our removal spell also does it, right? You just kill your own hive. A non-exiling removal spell.
Oh, also, wait, Crawling Barons can block this. The other Crawling Barons.
Sure, sure, with the Usher.
In 44 seconds, what is there to think about here?
Yeah,
they animate Crawling Barons.
Again?
They animate Crawling Barons, you march for 0, kill the Crawling Barons, and then if you have another removal spell to kill your hive, you win the game. This has to be it. Down to the wire again, Airball. Why do you do this to us? Alright. March the Crawling Barons. Going to blockers.
Nope. So the problem is, this really prolongs the game. So some Massacre triggers, the March deals with the Crawling Barons, and we're in a bit of a holding pattern, just kind of chilling.
Well, that's how you know Airball drew a land.
Okay. So we're going to fire up here. I suppose with your opponent at 20 seconds left, you're totally fine just like making them use their cards.
Bankbuster, Crew. Okay, or not.
17 seconds. Yeah, this is going to come down to the clock here.
All right, here we go. Amaria's call off the top, pass really fast.
How about Portable Hole?
That's not it. Yeah, that was the land they drew for turn last turn.
8 seconds. 5 seconds.
4
seconds.
3. Land. Not going to do it. Wow.
Maybe this time we're trying to lose with 2 seconds on their clock.
Oh my god. Is that like an achievement unlocked? Do you get like a reward for that? Do you get like another... Do you get like an alchemy pack for this?
I think that's how it works. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. 21 of your little goals for the day. You get 500 gold for losing and winning with 2 seconds on the clock. So there you go. All right. Mono White takes it down.
All right. Let's see if that was the end of round 5. If it is, we will go over who made the top cut, and then Jim Davis can have the coveted bagel.
We got top 8. Standings are up.
All right.
Shall I do the honors?
You do it.
In first place, we got Elliot Dragon, our only undefeated player playing Rakdos Vampires. Pretty cool list, too, honestly. Second place, Nate Fennelly, Mono White Aggro at 4-1. We got Dota in third with Runes at 4-1. Andrea DeMoro, 4-1 with Mono White Aggro. We got Arnie sneaking in at 4-1 with Selesny and Tokens. Then we have 3 players at 3-2. 3-2 goes down to top 12. So we had 3 in and 4 out with a record. I'm sorry, top 11. So 3 in and 3 out with a record of 3-2. Nicholas, S mid-range in 6th. Burke is in control in 7th. And then in 8th place, beating out Arya by 0.66 tiebreaker percentages. We have Goat Thulu, Orzhov control. So condolences to Arya, Airball, and Lord Kaiju. All 3-2, but Breakers just didn't hold up.
Wow. And Arya was your chance to win. Was your pick to win. So that got knocked out. Dota for my chance to win. Naya Runes in 3rd place right now at 4-1. Really sucks to get 9th on 0.6667.
Yeah. Arya comes in 9th. She definitely wins the tournament for sure. For sure.
Okay. Well, we can always conjecture that. We can say that. If she would have made top cut, she would have won. If. I'm not going to rub it in anymore. Getting 9th sucks. I've got 9th in plenty of tournaments. It really doesn't feel good at all. But we do have the spicy Rakdos Vampires going completely undefeated, and we'll definitely be catching that in the top 8. But we're going to do a 5-minute break here at Stream League 10, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. Here with Jim Davis. And we will be doing a top 8 after a 5-minute break in just a few minutes. Stay tuned. We're going to catch some nice live top 8 action, Stream League 10, in just a few minutes. See you soon. Welcome everybody to top 8 of Stream League 10, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. I'm here once again with Jim Davis right over here. That is going to outline our matchup that we're going to be starting out with today in the top 8. That's going to be Metagame playing against Nicholas Prieto. Nicholas Prieto is our reigning Stream League 9 champion, playing Esper against Metagame playing Runes, which is who I think is my favorite to win this. Give us your outlook on this matchup, Jim.
This is going to be a tough one, I think, for the Esper player. So when it comes down to playing against Runes, it comes down to certain amounts of cards that are important, right? So, Portable Hole, Skyclave Apparition, cards like Farewell and Archon on Myriad, the huge home runs, but need to be able to kind of answer things efficiently enough. And then also close the game out before shut off the skulls and come down and really mess things up. Now, there are a few counter spells here. You've got 2 negates and 1 stroke here in this Esper control deck. If those are able to line up on the showdowns and their removal spells are able to line up on the creatures in the right way, that means the Esper player can probably win. However, I think those things need to happen or Esper's in trouble. Cards like Kaido, Tainted Adversary are okay. Sorin, a couple of removal spells. Wedding Announcement. Like the Wedding Announcement, Kaidos just aren't really fast enough to clock the Runes player before they can draw showdowns, things like that. And they're also pretty easy to attack too. So I think there's a lot of pressure on the Esper player here. There are some of the tools here. Again, Negate, Stroke, Skyclave, and then 1 Farewell, 2 Archons in the board. But I think overall, Runes is looking favored to me.
Yeah, Runes is really going to have to get down under the counter spells, dodge some early removal spells, like maybe a Vanishing Verse or anything like that. Not get swept too early in the game before you can set up your 1/1 counters. It's going to be important for Runes to get that really early damage in, maybe put him to like 15, 14, 13 range to really have Esper really think about their life total like pretty early on in the game. Maybe make it so that the Esper deck can't remove the creature and hold up Disdainful Stroke at the same time to get in the showdown of the salts.
Absolutely, yeah. That's huge. How much pressure can the Runes player apply? And you're totally right. The Runes player needs to put the Esper control deck in a spot where they can't leave up a counter spell and they can't be comfortable. It's also the issue that the Munich Massacres in the Esper deck aren't going to be great. The Runes creatures size up quickly and they get really big. And there are no copies of Shambling Guest or Deadly Dispute in this deck. So Munich Massacre will be played on curve. So by turn 4, it can only do -2/-2, and that might not be enough. So we shall see.
Yeah, and in this tournament, the person that's going to be on the play is the one with the higher seeding. So we should see Medicus Dota be on the play here, which is really strong for Runes here.
Also a huge advantage.
Now, waiting on the opponent to pass on the play to the opponent here, and no green source in the opening hand. One of the ways that Bud can win this game is for like a pretty hard mulligan. Commune with Spirits, a couple lands, a couple Runamites, a couple Runeforge. Is this one of those times we saw earlier, put back a Commune with Spirits, or do we want to use that on turn 1 and try to look for a red mana and put back Rune of Might?
I think here the hand is not complete. So you easily can dump an extra rune. The previous time there was 3 lands, a 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, or whatever. It was a perfect curve. Everything made sense. But here, if his hand has extraneous things, you don't need 3 runes. I must say I'm very surprised to see Rune of Sustenance kept over Rune of Might, because the lifelink is not nearly as relevant. And then as the trample in this matchup, not really going to be a race most likely. But either way, has found the pieces to put together a pretty good hand here.
What are some key removal spells that Bud has in order to get rid of something like Jukai Naturalist this early in the game? Vanishing Verse is not one of those cards.
1 Portable Hole, 1 Blood Chief's Thirst.
That's it. Portable Hole and Blood Chief's Thirst. We have a Community of Spirits here drawn off the top. Going to go ahead and try to get a land. Got that red source. Going to play it on red for a future showdown of the Scalds. Rune of Sustenance coming down on this Jukai Naturalist. Going to draw a card. Draws a white mana, not bad. And you're not trading Jukai Naturalist, so you can outscale this Luminarch Aspirin pretty hard.
Yeah, it's funny because that rune might have been better served to just go on a land, because there really isn't any purpose to give the Naturalist an extra instance of lifelink, and you kind of rather have the enchantment in play later, possibly for like Hallowed Haunting and things like that. So either or, it's fine, I guess.
If there's like a Michiko that cares about the number of enchantments that you have, it could matter as well. Things like that.
Yeah, there aren't any, so a little strange. Either way, maybe not too much of a big deal, but
We do a visitor plus Runeforge champion, super strong play here. Visitor, Runeforge, maybe get a Rune of Speed here. Maybe put a Rune of Might on something.
yeah, I think I would love to see Rune of Speed here. So we have, of course, the combination of Runeforge Champion and Jukai Naturalist. Both reduce costs on
crazy.
runes and get it down to 0, actually. And with a handful of runes here, this hand can pop off between the Visitor plus encounters, the runes being cast, the cards being drawn. Oh my god. All right. Cue the party music, please. We got that on cue, right?
Bud has to be thinking to himself, okay, well, hopefully there's like 1 or 2 runes in hand at most. We're gonna see 4 of those here.
Yeah, and they both got trample, and they're both attacking this turn. And there aren't any sweepers in the main deck aside from Meathook Massacre. Like I said, Meathook Massacre is not really sizing up super well here against these monstrous creatures.
Needed a Archon of Emeria on that last turn for Bud. If not, probably lose.
Yeah, so 11 damage in here. I guess we'll gain some life also, which is honestly not that relevant, I don't think. And I think this is mostly it.
Now Medicus is asking the questions, and Bud has to provide the answers
quickly and basically the correct answer every turn,
and also the most efficiently with only 4 mana.
Yes, so a Vanishing Verse could take out this Runeforge champion, but
sure,
yeah. I've seen better massacres.
I've also seen better follow-ups for Medicus Dota here.
True. Very, very true. So a little bit out of gas here.
Weird to think that out of gas can even be in the realm of possibility with that last turn, but...
Yeah, couldn't find like the big knockout blow of a Showdown of Scalds. This is what we were saying, where if Showdown, you get to a point where Bud has to tap out to deal with stuff and you cast a Showdown cast this turn ends the game 95% of the time, I feel like, so... Missed there, still ahead, but now we can see some blocks to take that. The Runeforge champion, Urban Naturalist.
Could double block the Runeforge, take 6, and then 1 Druchite Naturalist can come down.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised here because I think you would want to kill the Naturalist, not the Runeforge champion, because there's 4 Vanishing Verse in the deck. So we'll see. Left totals are now 40-5, and Dota's not going to play a Naturalist.
Not play the Naturalist. Looking for a double Naturalist play next turn, I guess.
Hey, you're just fearful of another Massacre, maybe, but I don't know really why. That would
well, Massacre can't kill the 6/6, but...
Yeah. So...
Lolth is really bad against Druchite Naturalist.
Yeah.
Really bad.
Part of the reason why these the rune decks are good against these black decks is that the black decks are blocking decks, Spider tokens, 2/2 tokens, and the big tramplers just pound over. Although, this hand is really not panned out for Dota. And now the... Wedding's flipped. There's actually 8 toughness in play for Bud, and I don't even know if you can attack here. Yeah, I'm surprised to see these naturals not being cast.
I think Medicus is saving the naturalists because they're enchantments in order to do a nice Hallowed Hunting play.
Yeah, I can see that. Hallowed Hunting, Generous Visitor, Showdown of Scalds, trying to use the cast triggers on other stuff, which makes sense. But the game that looked like it was an absolute massacre is just slipping away.
No pun intended on that one. I think I would have liked to see at least 2 counters put on the Visitor so that Meathook for 2 wasn't an option to kill the Visitor.
That's fair. I mean, that would have been a pretty heads-up play. Massacre for 1 looked really bad that turn, but it ended up being quite good. So, like this here, put the Rune of a land. There's no point in putting on the creature because it already has lifelink, and if it gets killed in response, whatever. And start finding stuff to do. But now the problem is the mana's up.
Oh, there it is.
Showdown.
If there's negate or stroke, though.
Exactly, and the mana's up and it's not going anywhere. So probably just need to cast this. I doubt Bud will ever tap down from negate or stroke for the rest of the game. And every turn they draw a card off Lolth. So you got to just jam here.
All right, going to Space Jam. Deciding whether to leave up the lair or not. How Medicus taps this turn is really important off the Showdown.
Yeah, with a red and white in hand. This leaves up green, white, and red.
See if this resolves.
This is a big one. Nope.
Nice.
And that's huge.
If I'm the Lulth player here, I am ecstatic of what has happened after that turn 3.
Yeah, for sure. Like I was saying here about lead totals not mattering, it's 40-4, and Dota's way behind right now. It's mostly just showdown or bust, almost.
It's like showdown or Howled Haunting that doesn't get Vanishing Verse somehow.
Yeah, and like there isn't really enough gas to trigger it much times anyway, so
Maybe a Rune of Might on the lair.
that wouldn't be bad. Adding a second trampler to the board.
Also one
But
that
of
gets
course, like,
huge and plays around sleepers.
Oh my god.
Well,
Yeah.
I think this is the end.
Yeah, it's showdown or bust now, and there's still a negate and a stroke available in the deck list for Bud, and you gotta start working on that monstrous life total. But
Land.
again,
This is how fast it can go from 0 to 0 for the Runes deck.
yeah, there's a 6/6 layer, which, I mean, maybe you want to send it in. I don't even know.
Could be a
Play land.
7/7.
You always play land in your showdown deck because you want to make sure you have enough mana available and land drops to play off showdown. But
Go, my children.
WoW is Spider Queen.
Honestly,
our-
Lulth's been kind of all-star in this tournament.
Yeah, but might be our card of the day, honestly.
Like we didn't get to see all the matches, but every time there's been a Lulth on the battlefield, it's basically been game over for the opponent. But this is the matchup where Lulth is the worst.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the worst here. It's still pretty good.
Like it's good regardless, I think, but it's the worst that it could be against
Right,
like the deck
right.
full of Tramplers. Well, I mean, here's another Rune of Might.
But again, there are 4 Vanishing Verses in this Esper deck, so
Yep, so I think you just
That
put
is-
that Rune of Might on the Jukai Naturalist because it can't get Vanishing Verse. I guess Vanishing Verse could be on the Rune of Might itself.
yeah.
Like, make them go in for trample. And then block with that, block and then get rid of it. Making Metacustota think they're getting in with trample.
Supreme source of strength here, just versing the Rune Force champion in the face of his layer of a Hydra. I would say almost assuredly a second copy available.
Yeah, it's like almost a guaranteed second verse. Like, there's no way they do that with a huge layer coming.
Not sure why you play Plains over Sundown Pass, but whatever. So a little bit here or there. Not that big of a deal. All right.
I mean, like, if you're in Bud spot, you're still kind of clenching. Like, anything can happen from this deck from Medicus. Going to
I love
one.
it.
I'll tell you a secret.
Going to 1 against the massive trample deck. Over here inspecting the lair.
Yep.
Attacking.
Chipping away.
When the control deck starts attacking, that's how you know you already lost. Let's be honest.
All right, and then of course life gain here from the massacre too. So back up to
22.
2. So Lawlessly draw another card next turn.
Okay.
So I mean, it's okay, but
I don't know. If it was me, I'd be like, my only chance of winning it is to get in with this Lair of the Hydra, and I'm just tapping out.
the thing is that like it's only gonna be a 7/7, or I guess an 9/8, I think. And there's still tons of blockers. Vanishing Verse blows it out.
I mean, are you winning if they have Vanishing Verse anyway?
I guess not.
Like, I guess you have to just go for building up a huge Jukai Naturalist. And then not get, like, Hagramauling your Blood Chief's Thirsted or whatever.
All right, gonna start the party.
Alright, showdown off the top. You ready for the showdown? That's not it. What's the second layer, though? Not the worst. Wait. The layer.
Pretty surprised to not see a layer there. So, all right, just saying go.
They were just juking us. They knew they were on stream.
Yep.
All right, 5 cards in hand, about to be 6. We haven't seen a Kami of Transience yet.
It shouldn't be too much of a factor, honestly. There's so many exiling removal spells in this Esper deck that it's not going to matter too much, I don't think. Down to 1. 6 cards in hand.
There's too much toughness on the board, right? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 toughness on the board. Attack all. Meat Hook Massacre, right?
Love it.
This has to be Meat Hook.
Probably Massacre plus Verse in hand.
Yeah, you can Meat Hook for 1 here and then hold up Verse so you don't kill your own Skyclave and give them a 2/2 Drukai Naturalist, 2/2 Illusion creature. This also would let Lolth minus again, so my inclination is that Meat Hook was drawn off the Lolth. Because you wouldn't even zero the Lolth if you already had the Meat Hook.
Sure. All right. That's 2 more Lolth draws.
But there has to be a Vanishing Verse here for this to make sense.
Now, the thing is that the interesting, or it could be also be a Wandering Emperor, but the interesting thing here is we could see an attack with the other layer of the Hydra. Okay.
I think attacking with the other layer is smart. Because, like, you get to bait out the Wandering Emperor or Vanishing Verse on that one, and then you have a huge trampling one for when they're not tapped out.
Right, and then you also have the ability to just, like, they're only at 3. You only need to make it for 3. And just kind of go from there. Showdown is also great, too, though. This layer can still attack for 3.
Well, I mean, I guess if they have to let this go through if they want to kill the layer, if they have Wandering Emperor and don't have, like, Verse plus Disdainful Stroke, they, like, have to let the Showdown resolve if they don't have Vanishing Verse. Which means they don't have Vanishing Verse, and they're almost guaranteed to have the Wandering Emperor. But no attack here.
Wow, I am very surprised.
Maybe just purposely not playing into Wandering Emperor?
But, like, then they just cast Emperor anyway.
Here's the Verse. Oh. There's gotta be a Verse.
Alright, so there's your Verse, I guess.
Well, that Verse could have been used against the layer, though.
Yeah.
And now the layer's just going to chump block to the end of time. The one that doesn't have trample, of course.
Right. Yeah. The one that doesn't have trample was only for this turn while they were tapped out. But, well,
I mean, the start of coming back for Medicus starts with Showdown. Now, whether there's another Showdown, it's a different story. Another Hallowed Haunting, depending on how many he plays. Another Rune of Might for the other layer. There's a lot of things that could happen, but there's a lot of things that, Bud can draw and probably already has drawn. There hasn't been a land drop for the last, turn or two, I think, for Bud, so I'm inclined to think that everything in hand is a spell, which is also kind of scary.
Yeah, I think I would have liked the worst Hydra attacking that turn and, just draw out whatever it is, if it was an Emperor or a Verse, and then play the Hallowed Haunting later.
There's a second Lolth in hand?
Just playing a Hallowed Haunting, getting 0 value off of it, just doesn't really feel good at all.
Wow, that Lolth, if there's not a second Lolth, okay. I was gonna say, if there's not a second Lolth, that's major desperation against the super huge layer. But now there's 8, 19, 11, 12, 15 toughness on board, and a Wandering Emperor in hand. We don't know that, but we basically know that. Oh, wow. Oh my god, wow. Okay. Tapping out doesn't seem like the best thing to do, but we did it. This means this means that they have nothing in hand?
I mean, the layer isn't that big, right? It's like a 10/10 or something.
Depending on if a spell is drawn, we can get an additional counter off the Showdown and the Visitor.
Yeah.
Attacking with the 2 toughness. I mean, this is a huge draw. I mean, it's a spell. It's an enchantment.
Yeah, so
you animate the layer, make them block with everything to where you're not dead.
Fire it up for 7. Play Naturalist, that's 8, 9. plus the ores on it. It's like, it's only like 10 or 11 power. It's not enough to push through. But it can
But
obviously,
it does make them block with a lot, to where they're not going to deal 17 in the back.
Yeah.
Oh, don't tap like that, right?
Yeah, you gotta manually tap here probably.
I'm scared. What's happening? Not casting Jukai Naturalist.
Okay. So, I mean...
Wait, isn't it the
obviously,
same
11
regardless,
life's gonna
but the
be
lair would
easier.
have counters?
What?
Isn't it the same regardless, because the Visitor and the Showdown would give the lair the counters? So it's the
Yeah, I
same.
mean, the thing
It's the
is,
same.
like, it would be the same size. So, like, I guess this makes more sense because you can just use Naturalist next turn and, like, pump something else up or whatever. Having a Naturalist in play doesn't really help that much, so... 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12.
Wow,
Alright,
leaving the
so-
unblockable alone.
Squish all the spiders.
Alright, so do we see a Lolth ultimate this game? And just keep getting in with unblockable, and that turns into 8 damage every time it gets in?
Huh.
Please do that. They couldn't ult the Lolth.
Now this is a
I would have loved if they did that. Alright, what you got?
Spiders. Forever.
For annihilation.
Spiders forever. There's a Sorin.
my way. I
That lifelink's pretty huge. A 3-power lifelink.
bring my own
Alright.
army.
That's trample. Not the best, but honestly, Rune's hanging in there, even though it looks really grim right now.
Yeah. Pretty weird game. Pretty weird game, honestly. Gonna spread it out here to like play around the Trampler being exiled, but I think best chance to win is just to shove everything on the Trampler and just hope. Don't think a 4/4 Generous
know.
Visitor is doing much in this game, you know?
Like the Lolth can like make more 3/2s, and the Sorin can make another 3/4 lifelink. Like the Kaido can make another unblockable, even though they're not going to do all of that because they have to sacrifice all 3 planeswalkers to do that. But like, I can see a world where it just doesn't matter that your planeswalkers are on the battlefield. You just want to get all the toughness and menace possible.
There's no secret
Yeah.
I can't uncover.
Like, there's so much card selection. There's so much card draw here. There's so many tokens being made. It all comes down to, like, if there was no negate on the first showdown, this game would already be over, like, by far.
Oh yeah, I think I agree.
And that's the advantage of playing blue in this Orzhov deck. Number one, you get to play Kaido, which is a really good planeswalker. Number two, you get to play Disdainful Stroke and a couple copies of negate.
For ambitious minds.
And it really does swing the matchup a little bit from just Orzhov being not good against runes at all to being, like, pretty good against runes if you can draw the counter spells.
Yeah, another land here. I'm really gonna do it, unfortunately.
You just gotta keep making them chump block over and over again, and then just eventually, like, it's not even that eventually they'll stop chump blocking, because Lolth will always be able to make 3/2s.
Yeah, there's reverse for the Kami anyway, so only remaining chance of the game is probably just to go huge on Kami and pray, but now that avenue is removed as well. So we're in showdown or bust territory, and then I'm not even sure showdown. It'd have to be a really good showdown also.
It's gotta be like showdown into Hallowed Hunt. Like, it's gotta be like showdown into Hallowed Hunting and then another showdown, probably.
Yeah. Just a casual 7 cards in hand.
Backlight Apparition gets rid of the creature. Makes another 3/4 lifelink. Alright. Showdown.
Showdown.
That's second land in a row. Honestly, to save time, you just scoop.
Yeah. I think we're past the point of Showdown even mattering, honestly.
It had to be
Now
Showdown
that Bud's
into
at 8,
Howled
going
Haunting
up
Showdown.
to like double-digit life total here, it doesn't matter.
Oh yes, I know.
It's a really good, really good game though. Like Bud going to 1 twice.
Yeah, crazy start from Dota too. Like, it just couldn't find the finishing blow.
Nate with a huge rate of 114 people. Nate, thanks for joining.
Some large life linkers. Yeah. Attack all, not a good sign. Doesn't even fire up the layer. Like, this game's just over. So, yeah, pretty wild game. Pretty wild game. You asked me on turn 4 who was winning that game, I would have put all my money on runes. But great comeback from Bud there.
Yeah, that was insane. That turn 3 was probably one of the best turn 3s I've seen out of the runes deck. But those runes drew like 3 lands and 2 Jukai Naturalists, and that was it.
Yeah, and then
the showdown was drawn, but then the
follow-up.
showdown got negated, and then that was it. All right, we see this player be a little bit prepared for cards like Wedding Announcement and things, having Rip Apart as access in their sideboard. Boseiju in the sideboard. I don't think I've seen that before, but cutting a forest for Boseiju in certain matchups.
Does seem interesting. I'm not sure why you need a second forest in your deck.
Maybe
but
I've seen players before like board up to where they want to add a land. So if you were in a position where you want to board in like all the Howled Hauntings, like all the Yasharans, like you're gonna want another land in your deck.
I can see spots where you're playing against mono white and you want to board out your communes against Thalia, but once you board out 4 communes, it's like almost kind of cutting a land. So adding a land there is just reasonable too.
What do you think they're thinking about here? Like,
Sure,
like
cutting communes is kind of interesting.
Oh,
I mean, sideboard wise, for the Esper deck, they have a Farewell, 2 Arcana Maria, some Duresses, more Skyclaves. Post board things get a lot harder for the Runes deck. Now there's 4 Skyclaves, a Farewell, 2 Archons, some Duresses are quite good. So there are a lot more tools. I think the Esper deck is gaining more than the Runes deck is gaining. So gonna have an uphill battle for game 2 and then possibly 3 if Dota wants to take this match.
Nate Fennelly said that he can't believe he lost. So probably a really narrow biter close match, but Nate is out of the tournament. All right, so we have Lair of the Hydra on turn 1, turn 2, no white source.
Yeah, couldn't play the Rune of Might on the layer, obviously, but
What to keep?
wow, gonna keep this hand. I am surprised.
Like,
I am very surprised.
on the play
playing
with
for your
runes?
tournament life here in top 8, no white source.
I mean, these are the tools that he wants without the white mana, though.
Right.
We'll top deck white, no problem.
Not
No.
quite. I mean, putting the Rune on the layer obviously has value later. It helps you draw a card, but like no white here. Yeah,
Oh, jeez.
The problem is that like if you don't draw the white, you instantly lose. And if you do draw the white, you're just playing a regular game Magic. So like, why not just mulligan to 6 and play a normal game Magic? You know, like
So I guess Rune's
no chance to win anymore.
Like at this point, Bud is like, really? That's their hand?
Yeah, like this game feels almost over already. We'll see. We'll see.
See, like oh my goodness, like the fact that Bud could just like have no pressure up to this point on playing Archon of Maria is crazy.
Yeah. I can't even play 2 spells here, so...
White mana? Oh my gosh, in typical James fashion. No white mana, all white cards.
Very, very risky keep by Dota, and
I don't.
getting absolutely punished.
I
Here.
don't,
At
I
this
don't think.
point,
I
it's a
don't think you
little
need
like,
to beat
there's your
that,
white
and it
source.
comes in tapped.
It does come in tapped because of the Archon. And Bud also missed a land drop, but that means their hand is full of 7 spells. I don't think Dota can beat 7 spells here.
Especially if those spells are not just like Sorens and Lulths, if they're like actually interactive spells.
Yeah.
All right. I need a world where Runes actually wins this game somehow. Probably not gonna happen though.
Discarding to hand size. Okay.
Lulth.
So, I mean, a negated hand is very possible here.
Rave and
for
Feeblement.
Bud. And rip apart on the Archon. If I gets negated, I think the game sort of almost ends.
I think you just have.
I like this.
I don't know. I think you just like at this point in the game, you're already so far behind. I mean, actually, never mind. If I could cast more than one spell this turn anyway, I would rip apart. But rip apart means that you also can't cast anything else anyway.
Yeah, I think playing Naturals here is by far the best play. Because Bud is so stuck on mana, they will eventually cast something and probably tap out, at which point you can rip apart the Archon and hopefully keep playing more stuff.
Can't cast another spell.
Only one spell, so
Wow.
not the worst exchange, honestly.
No land again? Maybe? What a rough position to be in for Runes. You just jam Showdown, hit your land drop.
I don't think this is good.
I think Jukai Naturalist is the play.
Of it, but I think all right, well, that burned the negate. So now there's only one negate left in the entire deck. So the rip apart now might be live, which is pretty good. So if we see like a white land drawn, rip apart into naturals with safekeeping up, that's a path. And Bud now is getting to the point where actually just hasn't drawn a land for like 9 turns or whatever. So
wow, if Bud had just hit land drops, this game would be like mega over. Wow, that's not a land. God.
This game is a disaster from both sides.
This game is there's a land. All right, did we cast Soren here?
There's land 4 for Bud, finally.
What a game.
This Showdown is almost a brick.
There's no second white for Hallow.
That was very greedy. It was very, very greedy.
Legion Angel.
Found a land.
No, don't cast that yet. Don't play it.
They can't play anything anyways, so it doesn't really matter, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess like Rip Apart could have been used, and then untap Green Source, cast Visitor, and then still hold up both Tameo safekeepings, but now there can only be one Tameo safekeeping held up. But
game's pretty over. Yeah, like the safekeeping can be used to gain life if we put counters on the Visitor, but can't block the Angel or the Adversary effectively. So it's just gonna be Angel dead. Yeah, so pretty ugly game from both sides here. Both players missing multiple land drops, but Dota with a pretty risky keep.
I mean, Bud has hit 2 land drops in a row, so it's something we haven't said in the last, like, 4 turns.
This is just literally just gain 2 life. I guess gain 4 life, technically.
I don't know. I don't like this block.
I mean, that's for sure. No, it's not gain 2 life. Yeah, and this game's just over. We see land, the game's definitely over. Land Angels probably, Sky. Okay.
Oh. Okay. All right. So you're saying?
Wait. What's going on? I guess the problem is that, like, literally can't play enough spells to win the game here. So, Rip Apart can kill the Skyclave or the Legion Angel, but it's not good enough not to win anyway. So, game's just over.
Not one white source. I mean, you can't even complain that there's only one white source because you kept the hand with no white source.
Right.
Like, one white source is honestly just, like, good for this point in the game. You drew one.
This still doesn't do it, right? Like, go
No,
up to
but
7.
it's
then
at
just
7.
Take
and
8.
That's not it.
Yeah. All right. So rough game for Dota there. Phenomenal start in game 1. Draws like 10 lands in a row, and then keeps a pretty sketchy hand in game 2 and gets aptly punished for it. But great run overall, obviously. And your pick is out of a tournament, my friend.
Shouldn't have kept the hand. Shouldn't have kept the hand.
Risky keep. It was a risky keep.
All right, let's go ahead and go over to. Let's see if Elliot Dragon's still playing his match in the top 8. And he is playing against Cthulhu, so let's go ahead and watch Tybalt, Cosmic Imposter, do its thing.
Ooh.
Getting rid of an
Tibbers.
Edgar.
Now Edgar does not exile when it flips, right? So you can use that yourself safely.
Yes. Hive is going to take care of the Tybalt, but it might be one of Elliot's only ways to answer Edgar anyway, so it might be worth the trade.
Yeah, so we see Edgar and some creature lands and a blood versus Hive, a vanishing verse, and not much else. Soren off top's good draw.
Really good draw. You're not going to win a race here. So attacking with Hive when they're tapped out of Vanishing Verse doesn't sound that good. You could go Soren plus hope to draw a land and cast Edgar.
Yeah, I like Soren plus here. You can't kill it with one Hive shot. Might draw out the Vanishing Verse. It's a 2-for-1. And like you said, if you draw a land, you're happy to play Edgar. If you draw a spell, you're happy too. So love the plus here.
Minusing. Wow, now the Soren dies.
Yeah. So now Soren's dead to the Hive.
And if there's an untapped land, the 2/3 also dies to the verse.
Yeah. All right. Let's see how it plays out.
Like, the only way I can see Soren minusing be better is knowing that Soren's going to get Vanishing Verse. But honestly, I don't even like that Vanishing Verse. You just kill it, right?
So the thing is, like, obviously, if the Hive gets fired up and killed, it's a disaster. So we also got a pretty low clock here.
Well, Cthulhu knew that Elliot Dragon didn't have anything. There was only Edgar, and he knows about that Edgar.
Oh, right. It was in their hand, right? Yeah. That's a weird play. That's a weird play. Just take the free shot.
Really, really weird.
Perhaps Goat is playing a little bit of a clock here, just trying to, like,
never die
over again.
3.5 minutes left for Elliot Dragon. These players giving us a run for our money here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a chess clock for a reason, folks. You gotta play in a reasonable pace. Vanishing Verse, not looking too good here. And now the Hive wants to get in.
Interesting. Anya can take a game over.
Yeah, I mean,
honestly, if the Hive killed the Soren and you left the 2/3 lifelink there and just Hagramauling the Anya, because you would still have that at that point.
Yeah, I do agree. I agree strongly. This is a big attack.
Down to 9.
Pretty happy playing land here. Want to be able to double activate the creature land at some point, maybe, and then you're just sacking the blood to the drain anyway. So,
A Marius Call. That
I've seen a lot of
is
Marius
11 damage. But gaining 2 life off the Anya by sacrificing the blood still has the Edgar access. We can go Edgar and attack with a creature land. So could technically attack with the Hive of the Eye Tyrant. Like, Cthulhu really kind of wants to double block the Anya, but that's a little bit too risky, I think. I mean, if they double block the Anya.
Hey, it's funny. Edgar's a lord. I
Funny that Edgar buffed the Anya.
You see Edgar alone so much. Very, very rarely play with other vampires.
And it's the opponent's Edgar.
Right.
Which is even crazier.
So we can see a drain here off the blood. And then Cthulhu has to really be aware of, just dying to this large amount of stuff in play.
Now, Cthulhu's going to go to 5. Lair of the Hydra and Den can get in if there's one land drop drawn.
Yeah.
And then attack all might force bad blocks. That's a land.
Send him a clowns.
Does Anya have another ability I don't know about?
Does what have another ability?
Because there's no bloods on the board. What does Anya do that's not blood related?
Just a 5/6.
So I guess you can use the ability if there's no blood on the battlefield. I guess you could technically do that because in theory you could make a blood token in response to the ability being activated.
I lied. I'm sorry. Also sacks creatures to drain.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yes.
that's much better.
Yes. Very, very good card.
So as long as Elliot does 1 damage with 4 mana left open, Elliot wins. And this is the 1 damage getting in here. Hive, all he has to do is dodge Vanishing Verse. Attack with Hive, the 1/1 and the 4/4. Or I guess attack all, whatever. 1 damage is almost guaranteed to get in. If Cthulhu double blocks the Anya, which they really want to do, they still take damage. Double blocking Hive can't do that. I think Elliot wins here with 1 minute and 10 seconds
it's
on the clock.
basically kill spell or bust for Cthulhu.
There has to be a kill spell for Anya right now, and then Anya will sacrifice the Edgar and like the 1/1. Make them double block the Hive. And then Edgar continues to make 1/1s and then Cthulhu will be at 1 with a couple 1/1s being made and try to win that way if there's a removal spell. Oh, Meathook Master gains life.
Yeah, I think this still lines up reasonably. Whoa. It does exile.
Oh.
The Vanishing Verse too. Oh my god. What a blowout. I had asked earlier, I thought Edgar just flipped. I didn't realize it actually exiled. So by exiling, it returns back to Cthulhu's board. This was a unmitigated disaster for Elliot Dragon.
I didn't personally take into account the Meathook Massacre life gain, but getting the Edgar killed was I didn't know it went to the opponent's board. I would have to actually read the card, and then I would figure it out. 4, 7,
What's
not
this?
8. Down to 10.
I am surprised
On the
by
9.
this attack. Like with 52 seconds on the clock, just don't die, right? Like also you almost want blockers. You don't even want a card in your hand, right? Like double activate on the
makes 2
bugbear.
1/1s.
Little cute trick you can do to get 2 tokens.
I didn't remember that. 40 seconds left. Den's gonna die. Life's gonna be gained off the lifelink.
I can't believe that the angel attacked last turn.
35 seconds
Cannot
left for
believe it.
Elliot.
For 2 reasons, because 1, you want it on defense, and 2, you want the token off announcement. You don't want a card. Just gum the board up and don't die. It's 35 seconds left, you know?
Wow, if it wasn't for that lifelink off the token from the Edgar that Elliot attacked with, Cthulhu would have been dead to that before the Meathook Massacre trigger happened.
Yep.
Oh, what a way to win if that happened.
Because, like, that attack last turn puts you down to 2. Edgar flips next turn anyway. So, like, the clock is better. The board is better. Like, what's the rush? What's the rush? I don't understand. Just chill.
Oh, no way.
Wait. Couldn't this,
Could it be this Shadow Skull for 4? And then, nope, that's not a 1 mana off from Shadow Skull for 4 and Den.
All right, so couldn't it kill both blockers and then fired up the den?
Nope.
All right.
Here we go.
It's gotta say go. But now Edgar flips with haste, and there's a Hive of the Eye Tyrant also.
Life gain off that too.
Right, that's it.
This doesn't necessarily gain life, but
Yeah, now
Elliot Dragon might go down as the only undefeated, losing to the 8th place. Also, our only... Oh my gosh. Also, our only 2-time Stream League champion.
looking like might have to wait till next time to be a three-time champion. Yep, here come the clowns. That's it.
Wow.
That's it, folks. Pack it up.
That was so close at the end. Meat Hook Massacre really clutch.
I guess down to 1 technically, but
I mean, what can Elliot draw here?
if they had their own massacre, it wouldn't matter anyway because there's
Like,
things in play.
Devault doesn't do anything. That doesn't do anything. He's gonna do this and hope Cthulhu messes up.
But yeah, I mean, it would still only be 4. So
Yep.
3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Die into the clock.
See, Elliot Dragon didn't actually lose that. He lost to the timer. He didn't actually concede. He didn't lose.
Right.
The timer did it.
Just unlucky. So didn't have time to finish.
Unlucky.
Yep.
He was too.
Animations take too long.
He was too wrinkly brained to even pay attention to the timer. Who pays attention to the timer anymore nowadays anyway?
All right,
Well,
so how
Elliot Dragon gets knocked out of the tournament by Cthulhu. Congratulations for making the top 4, solidifying their spot, skipping the line for the April New Capenna Championship qualifier tournament. So that's good. Elliot barely missing it, but still going to get some CoolStuffInc.com store credit, along with Nate Fenley that lost, still going to get some CoolStuffInc.com store credit, and also get MTG Arena Gems for making the top 8. Also guaranteed entry into the next Stream League 11, coming next month. We don't have a date for that yet, but now we're going to go over and go to the top 4 as soon as we can. Can we talk about our top 4 matches? I believe that was the last match, so we can talk about our top 4.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see the bracket update now. I have the winners. So Cthulhu won on Orzhov Control. Burke won with Is It Control. I haven't actually seen all day, really. And then Nicholas won with Esper Midrange, and Arnie won with Selesnya Tokens. So Esper Midrange, Selesnya Tokens, Is It Control, and Orzhov Control. Nice spread here. Nice spread.
Now we do have a couple control, like at least the 3 of the 4 decks like are mid-rangey, but most of them are control, right? Is it's like a real control deck, right? We haven't seen that being
like
played
an
yet.
Actual control deck, yeah. Goldspan Dragon, Hullbreaker Horror, kill spells, counter spells, etc., etc. Orzhov and Esper, both pretty similar. Lolith and tokens, Wedding Announcement, Meat Hook Massacre. Esper, same thing with Kaitos and a few counter spells. And then Selesnya tokens are our lone non-control deck here. Kind of just like not really a token deck, more of just like green-white mid-range that kind of goes wide. A lot of Wedding Announcements in the top 4, and all of our aggro decks got beat. So Rakdos Vampires lost, 2 mono-white aggro decks lost, and Naya Runes lost. So it is a mid-range kind of day here on Stream League.
That's what you love to see. Okay, I love mid-range decks, but we have one more match not reported. Looks like Elliot Dragon's match isn't reported yet, but we know that Elliot lost. So we have one hard control deck. We have an Orzhov controlling mid-range deck, an Esper controlling mid-range deck, and then Arne Hushenbeth's Selesnya tokens. It has an aggressive slant to it, but it's more of go big, go wide with tokens. What do you think? I mean, we actually know who's playing each other as well, right? Elliot Dragon and Cthulhu were the 1 and 8 seed.
Yeah, I don't know what the others. It's right here. Arnie, Nate, Elliot. Wait. Oh, it's updated for the. Yeah, I don't have a bracket. I'm sorry. Let me refresh here to get some bearings.
I know we have had troubles in the last couple Stream Leagues with pairing for top 8, but I don't know if this is a MTG Melee wide thing or if we're just doing something wrong or if there's a technical difficulty / bug. But we've had to manually pair the top 8 for the last couple Stream Leagues, so we're gonna definitely try to figure that out and do our best to figure that one out.
Yeah, doesn't like show you a clear bracket on the thing. So just looking at it, trying to figure it out by hand. Goat, Burke, Nicholas, Arnie. Goat, Bert, Nickel. Oh wow. We got an upset here. The 5, 6, 7, and 8th seeds were all the winners.
Really?
So 1 seed, 2 seed, 3 seed, 4 seed get out of the tournament.
Wait, when was the last time
Get
that
out of the
happened in
tournament.
this
So I
tournament?
believe we should see Goat Thulu versus Nicholas and Burke versus Arnie, but don't quote me on that. I am not a bracket making smart
Bracketologist?
person.
Isn't that what it's called? Bracketology?
I'm not a bracketologist. If I was smart, that's the word I would have used.
All right, so in Swiss, right? You can do the Swiss rounds. Elliot was first. 8th was Orzhov Control. Now we have Goat, Burke, Nico, and Arne. So Arne would be the first one out of the. I apologize that I have to do this for you.
Yeah, it's 1, 8, 4, 5 in the top bracket, right? Because they always put the 2 and the 2 and the 1
right,
as far apart as possible.
1, 8, 4, 5.
Right. So 1, 8, 4, 5. So we're gonna have
4
Arnie
against 8 then
versus Goat Thulu.
All right.
So Arnie versus Goat Thulu, Celestine Tokens versus Orzhov Control, and then Nicholas versus Burke, Esper Midrange versus Izzet Control. I'm going to call the winner out of that bracket. I think that either Esper Midrange or Izzet Control is going to win here because the counterspells are pretty good. We see the Esper Control deck built with Kaido and counterspells in mind, and it's just going to be good in these kind of mid-rangey mirrors. So the counterspells are good there. Same with the Control deck. Typically, Control beats up on mid-range with cheap counterspells, countering the big, powerful cards, being able to be a little more nimble. So I'm going to call the winner out of that side of the bracket, either the Izzet Dragons deck, or not Izzet Dragons, Izzet Control deck, or Esper Midrange, based on the fact that they have access to control counterspells.
All right, well, we'll see if that actually happens here. We are going to take a quick look at. Arne is going to be playing against Cthulhu, and Nico is going to be playing against Berserksy. So we're going to go ahead and go over to Nico Prieto and see if they are sharing their screen, which they currently are not. Let's go ahead and double check. I know Cthulhu, I believe, is sharing the screen, which we just had the opportunity to watch. Cthulhu will be paired. Against Arne, I believe.
Yep, Goat Thulu, Arne, and Nicholas versus Burke.
All right, sounds good. I went ahead and went to go tell them to start playing, so they should start playing in just a moment. But this is going to be a very, very exciting top 4. It could go very back and forth. It could be more blowouts, but I like mid-range mirror matches. Tons of decisions to be being made. So many micro decisions that could matter over the course of the game. Mulligans really mattering, card advantage, and if I guess if I had to choose a deck that would win the whole thing, I think Berserksy has the best shot at winning. I think the hard control Goldspan Dragon deck would have the edge against mid-range decks.
I agree. I agree strongly. So we're going to watch the Esper mid-range versus Izzet Control matchup?
We're going to watch the green-white Arne matchup.
Okay.
I believe that one should end first rather than the Goldspan Dragon hard control deck. So we're going to watch this and try to catch the end of the Control E mirror.
All right, let's go.
All right, they are getting paired right now. Right now we're watching green-white. What does it take for Arne to beat Cthulhu playing the Orzhov deck?
I mean, it's going to be tough. You know, the black decks are good against the go wide decks for sure. You know, we saw Arne beat one earlier, by kind of being smart with the creatures, kind of going wide at the right times and so on and so forth. Meet Up Massacre, very good here. A lot of removal, Vanishing Verse, and tokens. Gonna have a very cluttered board here. A very, very cluttered board. It's gonna be a lot of pressure on the Orzhov deck to keep the big cards down. So Ren and 7, Seeker's Chariot, Wandering Emperor, kind of keep these cards at bay. And if they're able to, the card draw in the black deck is much better. We've got, Lolith drawing cards, Bank Buster, Deadly Dispute. So I would say that the green-white deck is definitely the beatdown deck here, trying to end the game a little faster and play threat after threat. Game goes long, Orzhov probably favored.
Yeah, game goes long, Orzhov's favored. I believe, I know that there's a couple cards for Arne that can come back, right? There's Marius Calls, and then there's also Starnheim Unleashed, right?
Yeah, I mean, there are some bigger cards, but again, the same problem is that, like, those can get set up again with another sweeper. And if there's enough raw cards in the Orzhov deck, they're just going to keep killing everything over and over and over again. Even if it's just like vanishing versus both angels, if they're up 5 cards at that point, it's not going to matter. They're getting 2 for 1. Wow. Very, very surprised by that bottom there. Valuing the Aspirant over the Deadly Dispute. Aspirant is obviously fine, but I don't think that Goat Thulu wins the on the board Aspirant kind of battle. Would think they would want to lean into card draw and so on much more here. Aspirant just doesn't look very good here. So they play Aspirant, and then Arne plays Asika's Chariot, and the Aspirant just doesn't look good at all. So I'm pretty surprised to see that bottom. All right, there you go. So we're going to see how it plays out. I already draw Dispute too. Well, that works. They knew they were drawing another Dispute.
I mean, this is definitely more of a mid-range deck than it is a control deck. More of like a controlling mid-range deck. So Legion is providing a lot of card advantage. Luminarch getting down. It's good to get Luminarch down as soon as possible so you can keep accruing those counters over time. Deadly Dispute not looking real good right now. Honestly, this Chariot might be a real problem.
Yeah, I mean, there are many Skyclaves in Harney's deck here. Full copy of 4, as well as the Wandering Emperor. So trying to block Chariot is a very very fruitless endeavor. So and without a 4th land here, with not much going on otherwise, this could end up being a huge steamroll here. I really think these Luminarch Aspirants are going to be very, very bad in this matchup. Need to be able to kill stuff and respond. Can't afford to try and just block against the Wandering Emperor deck.
All right, welcoming Vampire.
It's pretty good.
Yep. That's going to get a draw off the Chariot. It gets to help through the Chariot. Also gets a draw off the 2/2. Maybe trading Chariot for Luminarch. I don't know if you're okay with that, but I mean, you have card advantage here as well.
Interesting. So offering, you could just eat a cat here and leave the Chariot. So Aspirant trading for Chariot, not too bad here, honestly. No fear of a trick with the tapped out. So still pretty wide, and then no land draw for Goat Thulu here, and things are getting a little bit awkward.
All right. Graveyard Trespasser comes down. This board is a little bit nasty, for asking me. I mean, as soon as we draw 1 land here, like, we have the bigger, badder flyer.
Yeah, the problem is that the Arnie's not can top off real hard here. We see a Wandering Emperor this turn, or a Ren 7. It's going to be an Innkeeper, though. It still draws cards. And now the thing is, now this Vampire is drawing a card every turn. That's huge.
Yep.
That's huge.
Yep.
And now the cards are coming. And right now we're seeing Arnie winning on all fronts. More lands in play. Almost more cards in it, close. And then much more power on the board. And there isn't enough mana for Goat Thulu to cast the Metagame Massacre and do anything here.
Yeah, that's one of the problems with Metagame Massacre, is that there's a lot of things in standard right now, like, really outscale it. Drawing the tap land, and that's a Temple of Tilt.
Yeah, this is tough. Another Trespasser here doesn't really block that well. Can get a counter and be a 4/4, which wouldn't be too bad, but with 2 Aspirants on Arnie's side, like, don't really. And now the Aspirants, if Arnie's careful, can get be above Metagame Massacre range at all points. It's funny how Arnie isn't really playing into the haymakers, just playing all the little guys, little vampires, Aspirants, as Innkeeper here, Aspirant there, throwing some counters around. Hasn't really played a big bopper yet. No Planeswalkers, no Angel Makers.
Like that's one of the things that I was actually saying when this tournament started, or a few rounds ago, was that Arne's deck can go wide and tall, depending on what he wants to do, right?
Yeah.
You can make huge Tree Folk tokens, put 1/1 counters on things, making things really tall, or if it's more advantageous to go wide, I'll go wide. But it's the fact that his deck can shoot from both angles that's really, really strong.
super smart play by Arnie there, pummeling both things to a 3/4, so a Massacre up top couldn't even kill them. I mean, definitely a pretty bad hand for the Orzhov deck. Did not pan out very well. I would not be surprised to see those aspirants get cut. And just trying to play a little more of a control-y game. You know, I think they're recognizing that like they are definitely the control deck here, and aspirant's not a very control card, but it looks like they're not gonna get cut.
Did we cut a land there?
All I was looking at was the 4 aspirants. I couldn't see anything else. So
I saw a Marius call get cut.
Yeah, I didn't see it honestly, but so on the play, our Orzhov player going to try and keep it aggressive here. I don't really like this honestly. I don't think this is a good choice.
I think if like a appropriate like scan on what the matchup should be, like it's typical like who's the beatdown, right? Like the Orzhov deck's the beatdown. I mean, unless he's trying to be the beatdown, right? But Orzhov's trying to be the beatdown with all the welcoming vampires, Luminarch aspirants, like how wide they got. Like as a mid-range deck against a deck like that, you need to play the control deck.
Couldn't agree more.
All right, we're gonna be on the play. We have turn 1 Hive of the Eye Tyrant into a turn 2 Luminarch Aspirant. A couple removal spells. I mean, this is where you want to be if you're Cthulhu. This Deadly Dispute doesn't ever want to sacrifice Luminarch Aspirant, which that's the problem that we saw last game. Is you don't want to Deadly Dispute your Luminarch Aspirant. But I mean, turn 1 Luminarch Aspirant. I mean, turn 1 Hive of the Tyrant, turn 2 Luminarch, then start removing their things. This is a really good tempo play. I don't know if that's going to work against a wedding announcement.
Yeah, I think if you want to be aggressive on the play with these aspirants, you want to board your duresses. And be like, all right, I'm gonna be the aggro deck. I'm gonna take your stuff, play aspirants, and kill you. But we're gonna see how it plays out this game. Double aspirant draw is a thirst, so thirst plus aspirant is a pretty good for next turn. But we'd see a Skyclave on the big aspirant. I don't think this beatdown plan is gonna work. Like if you want to be the beatdown, your Cthulhu, this is about as good as it gets.
Yeah.
So, but now we can see even if it's just like wedding announcement into Wandering Emperor, So
I mean, Celestis into Deadly Dispute. The Celestis is strong.
I wouldn't say it's necessarily strong.
It's a strong like for what's going on.
Yeah,
it's not strong in general.
I think that something's gonna die here. There are some Valor stances on the board. I can't imagine that Arnie has nothing to do this turn, so maybe Dispute gets to. Actually, I think it's a mistake then. Yeah, this is a so. Cthulhu getting majorly punished here for not casting the Celestis earlier, and decides not to Dispute, which I am astounded by. So if the Celestis had been cast pre-combat, could have disputed the aspirant, got some value, felt pretty good. But now, again, the beatdown plan's kind of falling apart.
Now if Deadly Dispute's going to cost 4, I mean, Arnie's going to go to 9, which isn't nothing.
Yeah, there's also the Hive, I guess, too. So we could see a Hive activation here and just get in for...
Honestly, I think the Hive activation is the perfect play. Like, Hive, put the counter on the Hive. Oh.
Okay. Not sure. Valuing getting the gas going, I suppose, and I think given the texture of the game, like Goat said that I'm the beatdown, and if that's gonna be your plan, you gotta stick to it.
Well, I mean, he did the not the beatdown plan. Yeah. I mean, imagine if Arne was at what 6 now is what it would be.
Yep.
And then 2 more attacks with Hive and it's lethal. At this point, you just like fire up the Hive, put a counter on Shambling Ghast, and attack with everything.
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling a Valor stance.
Oh no! Here. I didn't like the counter on the Hive there, but I guess there's no Valor stance.
Sometimes you just don't got anything, I guess. All right, so it works out, and now we'll see if Cthulhu wants to keep this stance on the draw.
I mean, that worked. But keeping their stance also has the flavor.
All right.
I don't know about keeping this stance on the draw, though.
Everyone's got a plan if they get punched in the mouth, I suppose.
The only other thing I can think about
died, you know.
The only thing I can think about as far as Cthulhu wanting to be the beatdown here is maybe he doesn't think he can win the long game. Maybe that's just what he thinks.
It's possible.
I mean, this hand is pretty good.
Looks great to me.
It's not like
turn
it's
3
not like
gas,
the
turn
best.
3 announcement, turn 4, work your way up to Spider Queen. Got a massacre. Ari's on a mulligan. All right, no green for Arnie just yet. Wow. Gotta see a block here trying to maybe build up to a fast Spider Queen. Or an Emperor, I guess.
Off the vampire there, maybe he doesn't have a land and just finally drew it.